Foreword and Preface to J.S. Bach. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen Norland. J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest NEWMAN. Translator's Foreword. Within the last few years, Bach research has made a notable advance. Among the books that have contributed to this progress, that of Dr. Albert Schweitzer takes a leading place. It is equally valuable on the aesthetic and the practical sides. Its convincing demonstration of the pictorial bent of Bach's mind must necessarily lead to a reconsideration not only of the older view of Bach as a mainly abstract musician, but of the aesthetics of music in general. While the chapters on the right manner of performing Bach's works throw many a new light on this obscure subject. Most of all are correct ideas on this latter point invaluable now, when Bach is beginning, as one hopes, to win his due popularity among not only musicians, but music lovers as a whole. The present translation has been made from the German version of Dr. Schweitzer's book, 1908, which is itself a greatly expanded version of a French original published in 1905. The text, however, has been largely altered and added to at Dr. Schweitzer's request. The English edition is thus fuller and more correct even than the German. Like most other translators, I have found it convenient, and indeed necessary, to preserve the word clavier to cover all the 17th and 18th century instruments, the harpsichord, clavichord, clavicembalo, etc., of the type now represented by the pianoforte. For the benefit of the English reader, I have given all the references to Spitta's Life of Bach in the corresponding pages of the English edition of that book, published by Messrs. Novello and Company. The index to the German original of Dr. Schweitzer's book being hardly adequate, I have prepared a fuller one of my own, which I hope will increase the usefulness of the volumes. Ernest NEWMAN. Preface to the German edition, 1908. In the autumn of 1893, a young Alsatian presented himself to me, and asked if he could play something on the organ to me. "Play what?" I asked. "Bach, of course," was his reply. In the following years he returned regularly for longer or shorter periods, in order to habilitate himself, as they used to say in Bach's day, in organ playing under my guidance. One day, in 1899, when we were going through the chorale preludes, I confessed to him that a good deal in these compositions was enigmatic to me. Bach's musical logic in the preludes and fugues, I said, is quite simple and clear, but it becomes cloudy as soon as he takes up a chorale melody. Why these sometimes almost excessively abrupt antitheses of feeling? Why does he add contrapuntal motives to a chorale melody that have often no relation to the mood of the melody? Why all these incomprehensible things in the plan and the working out of these fantasias? The more I study them, the less I understand them. "Naturally," said my pupil, "many things in the chorales must seem obscure to you for the reason that they are only explicable by the texts pertaining to them." I showed him the movements that had puzzled me the most. He translated the poems into French for me from memory. The mysteries were all solved. During the next few afternoons we played through the whole of the chorale preludes. While Schweitzer, for he was the pupil, explained them to me, one after the other, I made the acquaintance of a Bach of whose existence I had previously had only the dimmest suspicion. In a flash it became clear to me that the cantor of St. Thomas's was much more than an incomparable contrapuntist, to whom I had formerly looked up as one gazes up at a colossal statue, and that his work exhibits an unparalleled desire and capacity for expressing poetic ideas and for bringing word and tone into unity. I asked Schweitzer to write a little essay upon the chorale preludes for the benefit of French organists, and at the same time to enlighten us as to the nature of the German chorale and the German church music of Bach's epoch, as we knew too little of them to enter thoroughly into the spirit of the cantor's music. He set to work at this. A few months afterwards, he wrote to me that it was necessary to include the cantatas and passions in his essay, since the vocal works explained the chorale works, and vice versa. "Your essay," I replied, "will simply be so much the more valuable to us." The remarks upon the chorale and the church service in Bach's time grew into an epitome of the history of Protestant church music. The observations upon the nature of Bach's musical expression became a chapter upon Bach's tone speech. A short literary portrait of the composer was seen to be desirable. Then there came chapters on the practical performance of Bach's works. And so the essay upon the chorale preludes grew, in the space of 6 years, into a complete book upon Bach. The author sent me each chapter as it was written. When I wrote a preface to the book in Venice, on the 20th of October, 1904, it was with the joyous feeling that the work would open up for us a free road to Bach. Now, as I sketch the preface to the German edition, I cannot rid myself of a certain feeling of embarrassment. Is it not presumption for me, a Frenchman, to draw the attention of Germans to a work upon Bach? I may partly plead in excuse that in a limited sense I am the joint originator of the book. It was at my request that Schweitzer undertook the work. It was I who induced him to persevere with it when the difficulties of the undertaking increased and began to look, at times, almost insurmountable. I believe, therefore, that it is not only my right, but my duty to prepare the way for this book in Germany, if that be necessary, since it seems to belong to a special category in the German literature of the arts. I rank it among the works the significance of which consists in the fact that while they are founded on a thorough professional knowledge, they treat their subject from the standpoint not of a single art, but of art and science in general. Schweitzer is a philosopher through and through, as is shown by his work on Kant. At the same time, he is a theologian with a profound historical faculty, as may be seen from his well-known and comprehensive studies in the life of Jesus and in the literature of that subject. Moreover, he is an exceptionally good organist, one of the most skillful and experienced players that any conductor could desire to have at the organ during the performance of a Bach cantata or passion. The not unreasonable complaint is sometimes heard that our aestheticians are so seldom executive artists also, and therefore cannot view things from the standpoint of the musician. There is no community of feeling between the philosophy of art and creative and executive art. For this reason, works by practical men who are at the same time conversant with philosophical aesthetic are always an event in the literature of music. To read Schweitzer's Bach is not only to get to know the composer and his work, but to penetrate also into the essence of music in general, the art per se. It is a book with horizons. Who could have supposed that a study of the great master of the Zopf epoch would throw a light on the modern, even the most modern, problems of music, as is done in the 3 chapters, Poetic and Pictorial Music, Word and Tone in Bach, and Bach's Musical Language, with which Schweitzer prefaces his discussion of the cantatas and the passions. An introductory note by a Frenchman to a German book on Bach may further show that we on this side of the Vosges have also some rights in the composer. We have won them by the veneration we have felt for him. Our Bach worship does not date from yesterday. For a generation now, our organists have been almost exclusively occupied with Bach. He is the master who has revealed afresh to us the true art of the sacred instrument. People speak of a new French organ school. It is founded on Bach. It was a curious dispensation of Providence that at the very time we were being led to Bach by the Belgian Lemmens, who had become acquainted with the classical organ art through old Hess of Breslau, there arose an organ builder after Bach's own heart, who gave us organs that made us the envy of Bach enthusiasts in every land. Cavaillé-Coul's instruments have revealed to us the beauty of the master's preludes and fugues. With these organs, Bach has made his entry into our cathedrals and churches. If he has not as yet taken his due place in our public concert life, that is to be accounted for on purely external grounds. Our public is enthusiastic for Bach, our singers and instrumentalists not less so. I myself have had proof of this during my 10 years' conductorship of the Concordia, when we performed many cantatas, the Magnificat and the St. Matthew Passion. There are German artists whose works we admire, while at the same time we know that they will never be domesticated among us. When we try to appropriate them to ourselves, we feel that a certain something remains that, how shall I say it, does not come to us from the soul. We never have this feeling with Bach. There seem to be bonds of affinity between his art and ours. The correctness of this feeling is confirmed by the interest and the admiration that Bach himself evinced for contemporary French art. What he thought of Couperin and the others is shown by the copies that have come down to us in his handwriting and that of his pupils. His first biographer, Forkel, whose information came from Bach's own sons, expressly says that the composer thought a great deal of the old French organists, whose works have now at last been rescued from oblivion. And Zelter himself, the old Bach enthusiast and grumbler, rather wrathfully proves to his friend Goethe that his idol did not escape the influence of the French, especially of Couperin. His works seem to Zelter to be covered with a kind of elegant tinsel that must be attributed to foreign art. He would have liked to skim it off and show the true German Bach underneath. The present-day German admirers of Bach do not share Zelter's view of the tinsel. The finish, the elegance, and the formal charm of Bach's work do not strike them as a disavowal of the German spirit. We, however, who aim at form and plastic clearness in every art, find ourselves again in Bach. And when Schweitzer, without being at all one-sided, again and again insists upon the pictorial as the fundamental tendency in Bach's music, he only makes it clear to us what it is that attracts us to it. The time will come when Bach will be one of the most popular of composers in France, not merely because we can discover in him traces of French influence and of our own sense of form, but because Bach is on the whole the most universal of artists. What speaks through his works is pure religious emotion, and this is one and the same in all men, in spite of the national and religious partitions in which we are born and bred. It is the emotion of the infinite and the exalted, for which words are always an inadequate expression, and that can find proper utterance only in art. For me, Bach is the greatest of preachers. His cantatas and passions tune the soul to a state in which we can grasp the truth and oneness of things, and rise above everything that is paltry, everything that divides us. By thus conquering artistic and religious mankind, Bach fulfills a mission to our time, which will never rise above the barriers that the past has erected, unless the great souls of the past come to its aid. We are made one by what we admire in common, revere in common, comprehend in common. Paris, 20th October, 1907. Charles-Marie Widor. End of preface and foreword. Recording by Kathleen Norland.
Chapter 1 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest NEWMAN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The roots of Bach's art. Some artists are subjective, some objective. The art of the former has its source in their personality. Their work is almost independent of the epoch in which they live. A law unto themselves, they place themselves in opposition to their epoch and originate new forms for the expression of their ideas. Of this type was Richard Wagner. Bach belongs to the order of objective artists. These are wholly of their own time and work only with the forms and the ideas that their time proffers them. They exercise no criticism upon the media of artistic expression that they find lying ready to their hand, and feel no inner compulsion to open out new paths. Their art not coming solely from the stimulus of their outer experience, we need not seek the roots of their work in the fortunes of its creator. In them, the artistic personality exists independently of the human, the latter remaining in the background as if it were something almost accidental. Bach's works would have been the same even if his existence had run quite another course. Did we know more of his life than is now the case, and were we in possession of all the letters he had ever written, we would still be no better informed as to the inward sources of his works than we are now. The art of the objective artist is not impersonal, but superpersonal. It is as if he felt only one impulse, to express again what he already finds in existence, but to express it definitively, in unique perfection. It is not he who lives, it is the spirit of the time that lives in him. All the artistic endeavors, desires, creations, aspirations, and errors of his own and of previous generations are concentrated and worked out to their conclusion in him. In this respect, the greatest German musician has his analogue only in the greatest of German philosophers. Kant's work has the same impersonal character. He is merely the brain in which the philosophical ideas and problems of his day come to fruition. Moreover, he uses unconcernedly the scholastic forms and terminology of the time, just as Bach took up the musical forms offered to him by his epoch without examining them. Bach, indeed, is clearly not a single but a universal personality. He profited by the musical development of 3 or 4 generations. When we pursue the history of this family, which occupies so unique a position in the art life of Germany, we have the feeling that everything that is happening there must culminate in something consummate. We find it to be a matter of course that some day a Bach shall come, in whom all those other Bachs shall find a posthumous existence, one in whom the fragment of German music that has been embodied in this family shall find its completion. Johann Sebastian Bach, to speak the language of Kant, is a historical postulate. Whatever path we traverse through the poetry and the music of the Middle Ages, we are always led to him. The grandest creations of the chorale from the 12th to the 18th century adorn his cantatas and passions. Handel and the others make no use of the superb treasures of chorale melody. They want to be free of the past. Bach feels otherwise. He makes the chorale the foundation of his work. If we pursue again the history of the harmonization of the chorale, we are once more led up to him. What the masters of polyphonic music, Eckhart, Praetorius, and the others strove after, he accomplishes. They could harmonize the melody only. His music at the same time reproduces the text. So it is again with the chorale preludes and the chorale fantasias, Pachelbel, Bohm, Buxtehude. The masters in this field created the forms, but it was not given to them to quicken the forms with the spirit. If all their struggles towards the ideal were not to be in vain, a greater man had to come, who should make his chorale fantasias musical poems. Out of the motet, under the influence of Italian and French instrumental music, came the cantata. From Schütz onwards, for a whole century, the sacred concert struggles for its free and independent place in the church. People feel that this new music is cutting the ground of the old church service from under their feet. It forces itself further and further out of the frame of the service, aiming at becoming an independent religious drama, and aspiring towards a form like that of the opera. The oratorio is being prepared. At this juncture Bach appears, and creates cantatas that endure. A generation later it would have been too late. As regards their form, his cantatas do not differ from the hundreds upon hundreds of others written at that time and now forgotten. They have the same external defects. They live, however, by their spirit. Out of the ardent will to create of generations that could not themselves give birth to anything durable, there has come for once a will equal to the ideal that hovered before the 2 previous generations, and that triumphs in spite of all the errors of its epoch, purely by the grandeur of its thought. At the end of the 17th century, the musical passion drama demands admission into the church. The contest rages for and against. Bach puts an end to it by writing 2 passions which, on their poetical and formal sides, derive wholly from the typical works of that time, but are transfigured and made immortal by the spirit that breathes through them. Bach is thus a terminal point. Nothing comes from him, everything merely leads up to him. To give his true biography is to exhibit the nature and the unfolding of German art, that comes to completion in him and is exhausted in him, to comprehend it in all its strivings and failures. This genius was not an individual, but a collective soul. Centuries and generations have labored at this work, before the grandeur of which we halt in veneration. To anyone who has gone through the history of this epoch and knows what the end of it was, it is the history of that culminating spirit, as it was before it objectivated itself in a single personality. End of Chapter 1, read for you by Chiquito, Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 2 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest NEWMAN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto. The origin of the texts of the chorales. It was the custom in the Catholic Church in the earliest times for the congregation to take a direct part in the singing during the service. To it belonged the doxologies, the amens, the kyries, and the hymns. At the end of the 6th century and the beginning of the 7th, however, this privilege of the faithful, which had been secured by Ambrose, was taken from them by the Gregorian reform, which substituted the singing of the priests for that of the congregation. In Germany, however, this reform was not adopted in its entirety. The people still preserved a few of their privileges, especially in the Easter service when they joined in the Kyrie and the Alleluia. The result was that it became the custom to insert German verses among the lines of the liturgy in these places. In this way, the German sacred song gained admission into the religious service under cover of the Kyrie and the Alleluia. Throughout a long period of time, these ejaculations formed the obligato verse ending to every hymn sung in the church. Hence these songs were called Kirleisen, that is, Kyrie songs. The oldest Easter hymn dates back as far as the 12th century. It runs thus: Christ ist Christanden, von der Mater aller, der sollen wir alle vor sein, Christ soll unser Trost sein, Kyrieleis. Alleluia, 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 der sollen wir alle froh sein, Christ soll unser Trost sein, Kyrieleis. The mystery plays that had such a vogue in the 14th and 15th centuries also helped the German hymn to conquer the church. The mixed Latin-German Christmas cradle songs have a quite uncommon charm. The poetry of them is of the most primitive kind imaginable. The words are put together less with regard to the sense than to the sound and the rocking rhythm, yet the bright Christmas enchantment that surrounds them affects us no less than it did the generations that have vanished. In Bach's organ chorales there are two of these old Christmas songs. In dulci jubilo, nun singet und seid froh, unsers Herzen Wonne liegt in Praecipio und leuchtet als die Sonne, matris in gremio, Alpha et O, Alpha et O. Fuernatus in Bethlehem, ungekaudet Jerusalem, Jerusalem, alle, Hallel. Ein Kind geboren zu Bethlehem, des freut sich Jerusalem, Halle, Hallel. Cognovit post et asinus, asinus, quod puer erat Dominus, Dominus, Halle, Hallel. Das Ochslein und das Eselein, Eselein, erkannten Gott der Herren sein, Halle, Hallel. In time, translated Latin hymns came to be admitted into German sacred poetry. The Credo, the Paternoster, the Ten Commandments, the Seven Last Words, and various psalms in metrical paraphrases were also incorporated in it. When the Reformation of the 16th century threw the doors of the churches open to German poetry, it was under no necessity to set to work to compose appropriate hymns, but could choose what suited it from the treasures of the 14th and 15th centuries. Luther, with that wonderful artistic feeling for diction that even Nietzsche had to acknowledge in him, undertook to revise the old possessions for the new church, and to alter and improve them as might be required. At the same time, he himself continued the work of the Middle Ages by refashioning Latin hymns, psalms, liturgical chants, and biblical fragments into hymns for the German service. The German Reformation had this advantage over the French, that it found a spiritual song already existing in the popular tongue, and therefore a ground upon which it could build. But its great good fortune was that it possessed in Luther a man who would not permit the old wood to be cut down, recognizing with sure prescience that the new song must grow up in the shade of the old. On the other hand, the sacred folk song withered away in the Romanesque countries because it had no root in the Middle Ages and had to exist as best it could upon the Psalter, as it does to the present day. At the first glance it may seem incomprehensible that Calvin, by making the Psalter the hymn book of the people, should from the very beginning condemn his church to infertility. He obeyed the instinct of the Romanesque spirit, and pronounced the judgment that was decreed on the French Reformation even before it came into being. Later on, German chorales and English hymns were borrowed to be added to the Psalter. The first German hymn book, the so-called VIII Enchiridion, appeared in 1524 and was probably compiled by Luther's friend Justus Jonas. It was issued simultaneously, curiously enough, by Trutterbulch at the Imprimerie of the Dying Tub and in Mahler's Imprimerie of the Black Horn. The sole surviving copy of the Mahler issue was destroyed by fire in 1870 at the bombardment of Strasbourg. Fortunately, it has been reproduced in facsimile in 1848. The Trutterbulch hymn book has been recently brought out in a new edition. In accordance with the practice of the time, this first hymn book was shamelessly pirated everywhere, among other places at Nuremberg, where the printer Hans Hergott so zealously pirated Luther's writings from the very beginning that Luther, on the 26th September 1525, had to petition the town council to forbid the Hergottlein to pirate. Among the 26 songs of the Erfurt Enchiridion are 8 German translations of psalms, including Aus tiefer Not schrei ich zu dir, a series of hymns done into German, the 2 medieval Easter hymns Christ lag in Todesbanden and Jesus Christ unser Heiland, der den Tod überwand. The old hymn upon the 10 Commandments, 3 hymns by Paul Speratus, including the well-known Es ist das Heil unkommen and some of Luther's hymns, including the New Lied von den Zween Metereren Christi zu Brüssel. Ein feste Burg does not appear in this hymn book. Besides Luther and Paul Speratus, 1484 to 1551, there may also be mentioned as the earliest writers of sacred poems Nicolaus Decius, died in 1541, and Nicolaus Selnecker, 1530 to 1592. The last hymn book to appear in Luther's lifetime was published in 1545 in Leipzig by Valentin Babst. This, in its numerous reprints and pirated editions, remained the standard for all evangelical hymn books until the end of the 16th century. In Bach's organ chorales are found such of these oldest hymns as were also included in the later hymn books. A. Sacred Songs of the Middle Ages. 1. Easter Hymns. Christ ist erstanden. 5. Number 4. Christ lag in Todesbanden. 5. Number 5, 6, Numbers 15 and 16. Cantata number 4. Jesus Christus unser Heiland, der den Tod. 5. Number 32. 2. Christmas Hymns. In Dulci Jubilo. 5. Number 35. Foernatus in Bethlehem. 5. Number 46. 3. Improvements of medieval song phrases. Da Jesus an dem Kreuze stund. The 7 last words. 5. Number 9. Dies sind die Heilgen 10 Kevot. 5. Number 12. 6. Numbers 19 and 20. Vater unser im Himmelreich. 5. Numbers 47 and 48. 7. Numbers 52 and 53. Wir glauben all an einen Gott. 7. Numbers 60, 61 and 62. 4. Hymns translated from the Latin. Der Tag, der ist so freundenreich. Dies est Laetitiae. 5. Number 11. Christum wir sollen loben schon, a solis ortus cardinae. 5, number 6 and 7. Erstanden ist der heilige Christ. Surrexit Christus hodie. 5, number 14. Herrgott, dich loben wir. Te Deum laudamus. 6, number 26. Komm Gott, Schöpfer, heiliger Geist. Veni, Creator Spiritus. 7, number 35. Komm, heiliger Geist, Herr Gott. Veni, Sancta Spiritus. 7, numbers 36 and 37. Nun komm, der Heiden Heiland. Veni, Redemptor Gentium. 5, numbers 42 and 43. 7, numbers 45, 46 and 47. Cantatas, numbers 61 and 62. B. Hymns by Luther. 1. Translations. Jesus Christus unser Heiland, der den Zorn Gottes. Jesus Christus nostra salus. Hymn of John Hus. Passion Hymn. 7. Numbers 30, 31, 32 and 33. Gelobet seist du Jesus Christ. Gratis nunc omnes redamus. Christmas Hymn. 5. Numbers 17 and 18. 2. Biblical paraphrases. Aus tiefer Not schrei ich zu dir. Psalm 130. De profundis. 7. Numbers 13 and 14. Cantata number 38. Ein fester Bürg. Psalm 46, 6, number 22. Cantata number 80. Mit Fried und Freud, ich fahr dahin. The Song of Simeon. Luke 2, 5, number 41. 3. Original hymns. Christ unser zum Jordan kam. Baptismal hymn. 7, numbers 17 and 18. Cantata number 7. Vom Himmel hoch da komm ich her. 5, number 49, and pages 92 to 101. 7, numbers 54 and 55. Vom Himmel kam der Engelschar. 5, number 50. C. Translations and paraphrases from various authors. Allein Gott in der Ho sei Gloria in Excelsis by Nicolaus Decius, died 1541. 6, numbers 3 to 11. Christe du Lamm Gottes. The Agnus Dei in its simple form. 5, number 3. O Lamm Gottes unschuldig. The Agnus Dei expanded into 3 verses by Nicolaus Decius. 5, number 44. 7, number 48. An Wasserflüssen Babylon. Psalm 137. Superflumina by Wolfgang Dachstein. 7, numbers 12a and 12b. Christ der du bist der elle Tag. Christe qui lux est et dies. 5, pages 60. Partita. In dich hab ich gehoffet, Herr. Psalm 31. In te Domine speravi by Adam Reisner, died 1562. 6, number 34. Meine Seele ehrbet den Herrn. The Magnificat. 7, numbers 41 and 42. Cantata number 10. Kyrie. Gott Vater. Kyrie fons bonitatis. 7, numbers 39a and 40a. Christe aller Welt Trost. Christe unite Dei Patris. 7, numbers 39b and 40b. Kyrie. Gott Heiliger Geist. Kyrie Ignis Divine. 7, numbers 39c and 40c. The really creative period of the hymn begins at the end of the 16th century. The whole of German poetry is impelled upon the religious path. While France, under a monarchy conscious of its own goal, is developing into a strong national state, in which there springs up a brilliant literature fostered by an art-loving court, Germany is on the way to complete ruin. The nation as such disappears, and with it that national feeling without which no true literature is possible. When the country relapsed into barbarism during the 30 Years' War, the only thing of the soul that survived was religion. In its bosom poetry took refuge. Thus Germany, in its bitterest need, created a religious poetry to which nothing in the world can compare, and before which even the splendor of the Psalter pales. The hymns of that time are a mirror of contemporary events. When the plague ravages in 1613 the eastern parts of Germany, Valerius Herberger sings his joyous dirge, Wallet will ich dir geben, du arger falscher Welt. 7. Numbers 50, 51. Martin Rinkart's 1586 to 1649, Nun danket alle Gott, 7, number 43, is composed while the bells are ringing out the conclusion of peace in 1648. These hymn writers are by no means talents of the first order. Nevertheless, the sincerity of devout feeling and the grave beauty of a diction formed by a constant reading of the Bible keep the average of the songs fairly high. Perhaps all these poets wrote too much. It happens, too, with the sacred poem as with the lyric. In one inspired song, the poet, become for the moment a genius, will express magically what in other songs he could only stammer out. And this one song will live. Johann Sebastian 1607 to 1667 composed 658 songs. Of these, 5 or 6 survived in the hymn books. Among these hymn writers were 2 mystics, Philipp Nicolai 1556 to 1698 and Johann Frank 1618 to 1677. To these Bach felt himself particularly drawn, for they, like himself, were steeped in the atmosphere of the Song of Songs. He wrote a cantata on Nicolai's Wie schon leuchtet der Morgenstern, number 1, and another on his Wachet auf, ruft uns die Stimme, number 140, also basing an organ chorale on the latter, 7, number 57. He treated Frank's Jesu, mein Freude, in a motet and in 2 organ chorales, 5, number 31 and 6, number 29. The communion hymn of the same poet, Schmucke dich, o liebe Seele, inspired him to a cantata, number 180, and to that splendid chorale Fantasia, 7, number 49, that sent Schumann into ecstasy when he heard Mendelssohn play it on the organ. But even in that epoch there are premonitions of decline. Subjectivity of feeling and a didactic point of view invade religious poetry, and deprive it of that naive, simple objectivity that alone can create true congregational songs for the church service. At the commencement of the period of decay, when feeling and diction are already becoming super-subtilized, there appears on the scene, as if to check the decline, the king of hymn writers, Paul Gerhardt, 1607 to 1676. His actions show that he was an adherent of the Lutheran scholastic that brought about the real Reformation with such startling rapidity. The reformed Electoral Prince Friedrich Wilhelm had required the Berlin preachers to sign a declaration by which they pledged themselves, for the sake of peace, to treat with moderation the doctrinal differences between the Reformed and the Lutheran churches. Paul Gerhardt, in spite of friendly advances from the prince, could not be induced either to sign the declaration or to make a verbal promise, and consequently had to relinquish his office. The gentle-hearted man, it is true, had never employed in the pulpit the violent kind of polemic to which the Electoral Prince wanted to put an end. He regarded, however, the promise that was demanded of him as a sort of treachery to the faith of his fathers. Of his 120 hymns, more than 20 have found a place in the hymn books. They breathe a vigorous, simple piety, and are expressed in a popular diction of excellent quality. Even in the lifetime of the poet, some of them came into use in the church, while in Bach's time many had become public property. Bach was an admirer of Gerhardt, and repeatedly employed verses from his hymns in his cantatas. In the St. Matthew Passion he makes use of 5 verses from O Haupt voll Blut und Wunden, and one from Befehl du deine Wege. The really creative period of the church song, however, had come to an end by Bach's time. Pietism did indeed produce some spiritual poetry, but for Bach's work, so far as the chorale strophes are concerned, this is of little importance. He seized upon the copious treasures of the past that lay to his hand in the hymn books. The following figures will give an idea of the increase of the riches at his disposal. The little Erfurt hymn book of 1524 contained 26 songs, that of Babst in the first edition 101. Kruger's, that was in use in Berlin for almost a century, in its first edition 1640, 250, and in its fourth edition 1736-1300, the Lüneburg 1686, 2000, the Leipzig 1697, over 5,000. Who knows from the inventory that has been preserved that the 8 volumes of the Leipzig hymn book were in the possession of Bach? What became of the volumes, the leaves of which he must so often have turned over, is not known. It was unfortunate for Bach's work that the old chorale took so prominent a place in it. For this reason, it was included in the censure which rationalism, in the name of purified taste, pronounced upon the church hymn of the past. For the second half of the 18th century, Bach's cantatas and passions did not exist. They had gone into exile with the old church hymn. Only after the reaction instituted by Ernest Moritz Arndt, 1769–1860, Max von Schenkendorf, 1783–1817, and Philipp Spitta, 1801–1859, against the neglect of the hymn book, had once more brought the old poems into repute, were the conditions established under which a new epoch could again comprehend the old master and the piety that gave birth to his works. Thus it is no accident that it was the son of the poet of Psalter and harp who made it his life task to reveal Bach to the world. End of chapter 2. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 3 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed by Jonathan Scofield. The origin of the melodies of the chorales. Luther acted with regard to the melodies on the same principles as he had done with regard to the text. He took whatever old melody suited his purpose and improved it. Only the improvement was often more drastic in the case of the tune than in that of the words, for it was his first care to see that the melodies were singable and easily grasped. In 1524, the crucial year for German church music, Konrad Rupf and Johann Walter, 2 eminent musicians, were for 3 weeks Luther's guests, acting as his house presentary, Kantorei im Hause. Kostlin, who in his essay on Luther als Vervater der evangelischen Kirchengesanges depicts the trio at their work. While Walter and Rupf sat at the table, bending over the music sheets with pen in hand, Father Luther walked up and down the room, trying on the fife the tunes that poured from his memory and his imagination to ally themselves with the poems he had discovered, until he had made the verse melody a rhythmically finished, well-rounded, strong and compact whole. Thus the sacred songs of the Middle Ages preserved their own melodies, and the Latin hymns were translated in such a way that the new words fitted the old melodies, just as in the Enchiridion of 1524. Often, indeed, the poem was so constructed as to fit the tone of some sacred song that was already well known. Since we rarely know the history of a melody before it became attached to a hymn, the name of which it henceforth bears, it is difficult to decide which melodies were adopted and which composed by the musicians of the Reformation. In any case, we must not underestimate the number of the latter. Johann Walter, in particular, seems to have employed a rich inventive gift in the service of religion. To what extent Luther himself was a composer of melodies cannot be determined. Contemporary testimonies, on the strength of which a number of tunes are attributed to him, are much too vague to prove anything positively. The melody of Ein fester Bürg, that may with certainty be attributed to him, is woven out of Gregorian reminiscences. The recognition of this fact deprives the melody of none of its beauty, and Luther of none of the credit for it. It really takes considerable talent to create an organic unity out of fragments. In his melody to the German Gloria, Allein Gott in der Ho sei Nikolaus Decius openly makes use of the et in terra pax from the Gloria Paschalis. There was nothing strange in this to the men who had been brought up in the singing schools of the Catholic Church. It would indeed be surprising if they had thought it so. We may recall the fact that the medieval hymn in its turn derives from the Gregorian use. Nikolaus Hermann, cantor of Joachimsthal in Bohemia, who was both poet and musician, wrote some very good chorale melodies. To him we owe Lobt Gott ihr Christen allzugleich and Erscheinen ist der ehrlich Tag. On the whole, the number of musicians who wrote melodies for the church was not large, not because at that time there were no musicians capable of the work, but rather because their services were not called for. For a new melody to become a true folk melody, of the kind that would gain immediate acceptance everywhere, was a difficult process, requiring a long period of time. It was much more natural to impress existing melodies into the service of the church, sacred melodies at first, and then, when these did not suffice, secular ones. The Reformed Church made the most abundant use of this latter source. Among the church tunes there are a few indigenous melodies, as there are among those of the people. All have had an external origin. The learned Auguste Gevaert had expressed the opinion that the oldest Catholic church music was transplanted into the church from the pagan streets. For the Reformation it was a question of much more than acquiring serviceable melodies. While it brought the folk song into religion, it wished to elevate secular art in general. That the object was conversion rather than simple borrowing is shewn by the title of a collection that appeared in Frankfurt in 1571. Gassenhauer, Reuter und Bergliedlein christlich, moraliter and sittlich verandert, damit die Bose und Agerliche, Weise, Unnütze und Champare, Liedlein auf Gassen, Feldern und in Hausern zu singen mit der Zeit aufstehen mochte, wenn man geistige gute Nutze Texte unter Worte darunter haben mochte. Street songs, cavalier songs, mountain songs, transformed into Christian and moral songs, for the abolishing in course of time of the bad and vexatious practice of singing idle and shameful songs in the streets, in fields, and at home, by substituting for them good, sacred, honest words. Believing, as he said, that the devil does not need all the good tunes for himself, Luther formed his Christmas hymn, Vom Himmel hoch da komm ich her, out of the melody of the riddle song, Ich komm aus fremden Landen her, in which the singer propounds a riddle and takes her garland from the maiden which cannot solve it. Afterwards, however, he had to let the devil have the melody back again, for even after its conversion it haunted every dancing place and every tavern. In 1551, Walther ejected it from the hymn book, replacing it by the tune to which Luther's Christmas hymn is sung to this day. Reversions of this kind, however, were the exception. The majority of the melodies that were dignified by admission into the church were able to maintain themselves in their new station, and may justly feel aggrieved that in all these centuries the tooth of time has not been able to make away with the scanty documentary evidence of their secular origin. It would have been difficult to detect the secular element in them, for age confers on all music a dignity that gives it a touch of religious elevation. A mystic bond embraces and unites antiquity and religion. One clever writer maintains, not without reason, that we could mislead all the purists of church music by putting before them an old secular motet with an accompanying sacred text. To give a few examples, Heinrich Isaac's melody to Innsbruck Ich muss dich lassen became the chorale O Welt ich muss dich lassen, and the foot soldiers' song at the Battle of Pavia, the Pavia tone, became the chorale Durch Adams Fall ist ganz verderbt. Bach 5, number 13. The chorale melody Von Gott will ich nicht lassen, Bach 7, number 56, is derived from the love song Einmal tat ich spazieren. The chorale Ich hab mein Sachgott heimgestellt, Bach 6, number 28, borrowed its melody from another love song. Es gibt auf Erd kein schwerer Lied. The melody Helft mir Gottes gut preisen, Bach 5, number 21, had been one of the table songs, 1572, of Joachim Magdeburg. In 1601, Hans Leo Hassler, 1564–1612, published at Nuremberg a Lustgarten neue Tosche Gesange, Paetti, Galliarden und Intraden mit wir 5 und 8 Stimmen, Pleasure Garden of New German Songs, balletti, gaillards, and intrades, for 4, 5, and 8 voices. 12 years later, one of these melodies, the love song, Mein Gemüst ist mir verwirret von einer Jungfrau zart, appeared as a chorale tune to the funerary hymn, Herzlich tut mich verlangen, Bach 5, number 27, while at a later date, allied with Paul Gerhardt's poem, O Haupt voll Blut und Wunden, it became the most important melody of Bach's St. Matthew Passion. Any foreign melody that had charm and beauty was stopped at the frontier and pressed into the service of the evangelical service. This was the lot of the melody of In dir ist Freude, Bach 5, number 34, which came from Italy in 1591 with the balletti of Giovanni Gastoldi. So again with the little French song Il me suffit de tous mes mots, which appeared in 1529 among the Trente et Quatre chansons musicales of the celebrated Parisian music engraver Pierre Attagnon. It was utilized for the hymn Was mein Gott will, das geschieht allzeit. One wonders if Bach had any suspicion of this fact when he harmonized the splendid melody for the St. Matthew Passion. Other French folk tunes came at a later date to the German chorale by way of the Huguenot Psalter. As the Calvinist Church found no sacred folk songs already in existence, it was compelled to borrow even more largely than the German Church. Audouin has shown in his interesting work on the Clément Marot et le Psautier Huguenot the process by which the melodies were compiled for the Psalter. Even Calvin had to laugh, for the only time in his life when he saw the most frivolous tunes walking along chastely and devoutly hand in hand with the lofty poems of David and Solomon. The Huguenot Psalter appeared in its definitive form in 1562. As early as 1565, Ambrosius Lobwasser, professor of law in Königsberg, published a German version of the Psalms, adapting them to the 125 melodies of the French work. These tunes thus became known and were at once incorporated in the German chorale books. The splendid melody of Wenn wir in höchsten Noten sind, Bach 7, number 58, comes from the Huguenot Psalter. It was probably a French folk song originally. Only the shameless curiosity that characterizes our boasted historical sense can rejoice at these discoveries. The musician does not trouble himself about them, and forgets them as soon as they are told to him, for they tell him no more than what he already knew by instinct, that all true and deeply felt music, whether secular or sacred, has its home on the heights where art and religion dwell. Happy are the chorales whose origin nothing is known. This was the good fortune of the melodies to Nikolai, Wie schon leuchtet der Morgenstern, and Wachet auf ruft uns die Stimme, Bach 7, number 57. Both songs appear for the first time in 1598 in the appendix to a treatise on the glories of the future life. When the treasures of melody to be drawn upon were at last exhausted, there came the epoch of the composer. The copious spiritual poetry of the 17th century called them to work. There was scarcely an evangelical musician of that time who did not compose melodies for the church. Almost all the masters whose names adorn the history of polyphonic chorale music call for mention also in the history of the origin of the chorale melodies, and it was with the melodies as with the poems. While a great many of a composer's tunes were destined to perish, he managed to breathe the breath of eternal life into a few of them, or at any rate into one, which will shine in imperishable beauty in our hymn books as long as the evangelical hymn exists. The most notable of these writers is Johann Krüger, 1598 to 1662, of St. Nicholas's Church in Berlin, who devoted his art to the poems of Paul Gerhardt and Johann Franck. The most beautiful of his melodies, such as Jesu meine Freude, Schmucke dich, o liebe Seele, Nun danket alle Gott, occupy a place of honor in Bach's work. The very first chorale in the St. Matthew Passion, Herzliebster Jesu, is by Krüger. The spirit, however, which dominated music about the beginning of the 18th century made it incapable of developing the true church tune any further. German music got out of touch with German song and fell further and further under the influence of the more artistic Italian melody. It could no longer achieve that naivete which, ever since the Middle Ages, had endowed it with those splendid, unique tunes. Moreover, the secular music that was then flourishing in the towns and at the courts lured it onto new problems, and it could no longer find its sole satisfaction in a self-denying cooperation with religious poetry. When Bach came on the scene, the great epoch of chorale creation was at an end, like that of the sacred poem. Sacred melodies were indeed still written, but they were songs of the aria type, not true congregational hymns. An indefinable air of subjectivity pervaded them. In this matter Bach too was subject to the laws of his epoch. When in 1736 Schemelli, cantor at the castle of Zeitz, published through Breitkopf a large hymn book containing 954 numbers, he approached the famous cantor of St. Thomas's Church to beg his cooperation. Bach undertook, we are told in the preface to the book, not only to revise the figured basses, but to compose melodies for the hymns that lacked them. Since in this hymn book, as in the others, the names of the composers are not given, we cannot be perfectly sure which or how many tunes are by Bach. Those, however, which we can ascribe to him with some certainty, since they cannot be traced to an earlier date, are rather sacred arias than chorales. This description applies, however, only to their character, not their beauty, for their peculiar loveliness comes from the fact that they are the work of an artist brought up on the German chorale, writing under the influence of the formerly perfect Italian melodic form. Any one who has been thrilled by the strains of Komm, süßer Tod or Liebster Herr Jesu knows how unspeakably grand these melodies are. We must not attempt, however, to sing them as congregational songs, or to arrange them for four voices, for then they wither at once like the water lily that has been torn from its home. The heaviness and dullness that settles on them nowadays, when they are treated as chorales, show clearly that they are not true chorales. After Bach, the bonds between the chorales and the sacred song are completely broken. The melodies that Emanuel Bach, Johann Joachim Quantz, Johann Adam Hiller, and Beethoven wrote in artistic rivalry to Gellert's poems only show what a distance separated them all from the chorale. In the epoch of rationalism, it is true, the melodies were not diluted to the same extent as the text, but there was still a hard struggle until the old melodies were again rehabilitated everywhere and were no longer jostled in the chorale books by the characterless tunes of the later epoch. Now that this has been achieved, the dispute today is as to whether we shall retain the old chorales with the uniform note values in which we have received them from the 18th century, or whether we should restore to them their original rhythmic variety. A definite decision indeed is hardly possible. Each pro that can be adduced from historical, artistic, or practical considerations is at once opposed by a contra of equal force in its way. Bach is concerned with this controversy to the extent that those who advocate the uniform, polished form of chorales can plead that, although the opposite tradition had a powerful following all around him, he felt no artistic compulsion to revert to the old rhythmic form of the chorale, and so there is no cogent objection from the purely musical point of view against the chorale as we have received it from his hands. Again, the enthusiasts for the rhythmic melodies the old master can plead as St. Paul once did against the Corinthians, who knew all things so much better, that he too thinks he is possessed by the Spirit. Here are the three typical forms of Ein feste Burg. 1. Original form of Luther's chorale. 2. Luther's chorale in a hymn book of 1570. 3. Luther's chorale in the form used by Bach. End of chapter 3. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed from the source text available in the public domain by Jonathan Scofield, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 4 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Chapter 4. The Chorale in the Church Service. How was the congregational song introduced into the church service at the time of the Reformation? It is usual to look upon the question as very simple, and to suppose that the people had little by little come to sing the melody while the organ played it. Did the sacred instrument really teach the congregation in this way? We may read through all Luther's writings without finding a single place where he speaks of the organ as the instrument accompanying the congregational singing. Moreover, he, the admirer of true church music of every kind, gives no directions as to how the organ is to cooperate in the service. It is really incredible, however, that in the few places where he mentions the organ at all, he speaks of it not enthusiastically, but almost scornfully. He does not look upon it as necessary or even desirable in the evangelical service, but at most tolerates it where he finds it already. His contemporaries shared his view. We need not be astonished that the Reformed Church dealt drastically with the organs and banished them from the churches. In the Lutheran and even in the Catholic churches at that time it fared almost the same. It had always had indeed its adversaries. No less a person than St. Thomas Aquinas had declared war on it, not regarding organ music or indeed instrumental music in general as calculated to stimulate devotion. In the 16th century, however, complaints against it arose on all sides, and the Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563, which dealt with all the doubtful questions relating to the church and its service, was compelled to enact severe regulations against the erroneous and too prevalent employment of the organ in worship. Catholics and Protestants alike at that time imposed on it a term of penance, in order that it might alter its ungodly nature, in default of which the Church would excommunicate it. It had fully merited this disgrace. The character of the tasks allotted to it may be seen from the Ceremoniale Episcoporum, issued by Pope Clement VIII in the year 1600. The organ preludized in order to give the tone to the priest or the choir. It further gave out the liturgical songs and hymns in alternation with the choir, one verse being sung and the next played on the organ. It was never used, however, to accompany the choir. The primitive structure of the organs of that time quite forbade this. Their heavy keys did not permit the polyphonic playing, while their crude, untempered tuning made it, as a rule, impossible to play on them in more than one or two keys. Since, therefore, they could not cooperate, the choir and the organ functioned in turns. When the organ had completed its verse, the text, in accordance with the above-mentioned regulations of the Pope, was either recited loudly by a chorister or else sung, which latter was recommended as the better course. With the organ employed in this independent way, abuses could not fail to creep in. As the organist was unable to play polyphonically on his instrument, he was tempted to amuse himself with quick running passages in his preambles to the verses or during the course of these. Still worse was it when he indulged in well-known secular songs, which seems to have been a widespread practice. In 1548, an organist at Strasbourg was dismissed from his post for having played French and Italian songs during the offertory. At a later date, the organ unwarrantably deprived the choir of many of the hymns, taking almost everything upon itself. The extent to which this had become prevalent appears from an incident that happened to Luther, which he tells in his best style in the Table Talk. "When I was a young monk in Erfurt," he says, "and had to make the rounds of the villages, I came to a certain village and celebrated Mass there. When I had dressed myself and stepped before the altar in my fine attire, the clerk began to strike the Kyrie eleison and the Patrem on the lute. I could with difficulty keep from laughing, for I was not used to such an organ. I had to make my Gloria in Excelsis conform to his Kyrie." It seemed so much a matter of course at that time to substitute the organ for the choir in the liturgy, that this clerk, in default of an organ, simply had recourse to the lute. In the Evangelical Church, the role of the organ had for a long time now been the same as in the Catholic Church. It preambled to the hymns of the priest and the choir, and alternated with the latter. Only now the congregational song is merely an addendum, to which the organ preambles and wherewith it alternates. In Wittenberg, it preambled to almost all the vocal pieces, whether of priest, choir, or people, and shared with the choir in the rendering of the Kyrie, the Gloria, and the Agnus Dei. We learn this from Wolfgang Musculus, who in 1536 attended the Concordia conferences at Wittenberg, and described the singing at the service in the Wittenberg parish church on the 5th Sunday after Easter. This explains the curious injunction which we find in the church ordinances of the 15th and 16th centuries, namely, that the organ shall strike into the song in the churches. It means that certain verses are to be played by the organist alone, the congregation being silent. At the same time, the caution is given that this must not happen too often, but at the most 2 or 3 times in one hymn. It is so laid down in the Strasbourg Church Ordinance of 1598, and in exactly the same way in the Nuremberg Congregation Ordinance of 1605. At first, and for another 3 generations at least, there was no question of the organ accompanying the congregational singing. How did the choir stand with regard to the congregational chorale? Did it take the place of the organ, guiding and supporting the song of the people? A glance at the earliest hymn books appointed for the service shows us that this solution also did not occur to Luther. The above-mentioned Erfurt Enchiridion of Justus Jonas was a hymn book not for the church but for the home, as indeed its title expressly indicates. The melody alone was noted over the poem, so that the father of the household could give it out to the children and the servants. The Strasbourg reformer Katharina Zell hoped that a poor mother should go to sleep, and if at midnight the crying child had to be rocked, sing it a song of heavenly things. This would be the right kind of lullaby, and would please God more than all the lullabies played on the organ in the Catholic Church. The church chorale book published at Wittenberg in 1524 by Luther and Walther, while the Enchiridion was being printed at Erfurt, made no reference whatever to congregational singing. It merely consists, in fact, of the vocal parts of chorales written in 4 and 5 parts, and the cooperation of the faithful is barred at the outset by the fact that the chorale melody lies in the tenor, not in the soprano. These vocal parts, which were probably engraved by Luther's friend, the painter and wood engraver Lucas Cranach, are those of chorale motets sung by the choir, and therefore having a cantus firmus, as was customary in the religious and secular music of that time. Luther was not only a reformer, but an artist. The logical outcome of his reforming ideas would have been a remodeling of the church service on the lines of the simple home service, in which case the congregational chorale would have been the only music used in the church. This indeed is the line we find him pursuing in his first dramatic treatise on the service. But, as in most men of genius, there was a fatal side to his greatness that prevented him from thinking out his ideas to their logical conclusion, and made him endow a thing and its antithesis with equal life. He was an admirer of the contrapuntal music of the Netherlands school. He regarded artistic music as one of the most perfect manifestations of the Deity. When natural music is heightened and polished by art, he said once, there man first beholds, and can, with great wonder, examine to a certain extent. For it cannot be wholly seized or understood, the great and perfect wisdom of God in his marvellous work of music, in which this is most singular, and indeed astonishing, that one man sings a simple tune or tenor, as musicians call it, together with which 3, 4, or 5 voices also sing, which, as it were, play and skip delightedly round the simple tune or tenor, and wonderfully grace and adorn the said tune with manifold devices and sounds, performing, as it were, a heavenly dance, so that those who at all understand it and are moved by it must be greatly amazed, and believe that there is nothing more extraordinary in the world than such a song adorned with many voices. The wonders of the contrapuntal polyphony have never been so admirably described before or since. His favourite composers were Josquin des Prés, 1450 to 1521, the court musician to Louis XII of France, and Heinrich Isaac's pupil, Ludwig Senfel, died in 1550, who was successively in the service of the courts of Vienna and Munich. His remark upon Josquin is well known. He is the master of the notes. They have to do as he wills. Other composers have to do as the notes will. On one occasion, when a motet of Senfel's was being performed in his house, he called out, "I could not write such a motet if I were to tear myself to pieces," just as he, for his part, could not preach a sermon like me. The musician in Luther could not tolerate the banishment of the choir and art song from the church, as many people desired, or the restriction of the choir to leading the congregational singing. And am I not of the opinion, he says in the preface to Walther's chorale parts of 1524, that on account of the gospel, all the arts should be crushed out of existence, as some over-religious people pretend, but I would willingly see all the arts, especially music, in the service of Him who has given and created them. A license was thus granted to the art in the Lutheran service. It took its place in the ritual as a free and independent power. All the phases of the development of music in general are to be clearly seen in the Lutheran service. Finally, when the motet, under the influence of Italian art, was transformed into the cantata, bringing not only instrumental music but an undisguised opera style into the church, the service actually came to be interrupted by a sacred concert, which was looked upon as its culminating point. It was at this juncture that Bach came on the scene. On the covers of his scores he writes not cantata, but concerto. Thus, had Luther not been an artist, Bach would never have been able to write his sacred concert music for church purposes and as part of the church service. Would he nevertheless have written it in any case? What would he have done had he been born in Zurich or in Geneva? At first, the congregational chorale was not supported either by the organ or by the choir, but sung unisono, without accompaniment, precisely as in the Catholic Church at the end of the Middle Ages. We must not overestimate the number of the congregational chorales that were sung during a service. Where a choir existed, the congregation took little part in the singing, being restricted to the credo, sung between the reading of the gospel and the sermon, and perhaps a communion hymn. In Wittenberg, it so appears from the account given by Musculus, the congregation as a rule did not sing, but left even the chorales to the choir. In other places, Erfurt, for example, it was customary for the people to sing alternately with the choir between the epistle and the gospel, in such a way that the choir sang the sequence, and the people joined in with a German chorale appropriate to the time of the year. 5 or 6 chorales in the year sufficed for this, since the same chorale was used on each Sunday during that particular period. In the churches that had no choir, more importance attached to the congregational singing, since in that case the Kyrie, the Gloria, and the Agnus Dei were sung in the corresponding German chorales. But here again, as a rule, 15 or at most 20 chorales, which had been laid down once for all for their particular Sundays, sufficed for the whole year. On closer inspection, we get the impression that the congregational singing, instead of gaining ground, was in the course of the 16th century driven back by the art singing and by the organ, the pretensions of the latter increasing everywhere in spite of all ordinances. There was thus good cause for the attempt that was made at the end of the 1st century of the Reformation, not indeed by a musician but by a priest, to improve the position of the chorale. In 1586, the Württemberg court preacher Lucas Osiander published his 50 geistlich Lieder und Psalmen mit 4 Stimmen auf Kontrapunktweis für die Kirchen und Schulen im Lüblichen Fürstentum Württemberg, also gesetzt, dass ein ganzer christlich Gemein durchaus mitsingen kann. 50 sacred songs and psalms for the churches and schools in the worshipful principality of Württemberg, set contrapuntally in 4 parts in such a way that the whole Christian congregation can always join in them. This was the first real chorale book in our sense, except that it was written for the choir instead of for the organ. The fact that Osiander relies only on the choir, not on the organ, for the leading of the congregational singing, proves that the instrument in his time had no concern whatever with the latter. In his preface he expresses his confidence that he has made things easier by removing the melody from the tenor to the soprano, and thinks that when the laity recognize the tune they will joyfully take part in it. Was not his confidence misplaced? It was indeed only a half measure, a false compromise between polyphony and melody. If he wanted polyphony, he should have allowed the whole congregation to sing in chorus in 4 parts, as was the custom later in Switzerland. On the other hand, if he wished to do without polyphony, he should have let the choir sing in unison, acting, as it were, as precantor, somewhat in the way the village cantors in his day led the chorale without choir or organ, simply by the unison singing of the school children. His desire, however, was to reconcile artistic singing and popular singing, and instead of a solution, he achieved only an unstable compromise. For what support could the harmonies of a choir and the choirs at that time were very weak in numbers, give to a cantus firmus sung by a mass of people. Hans Leo Hassler also tried to make a forward step in this direction, and published, besides his splendid Cantiones Sacrae and Sacri Concertus for performance by the choir only, his Kirchengesang, Psalmen und geistlich Lieder auf die Gemenen, Melodien mit vier Stimmen simpliciter gesetzt, which, according to the preface, was so constructed that the ordinary man could sing them in the Christian assembly to figurate music. It would be wrong, however, to suppose that all the masters of church music, who in the 16th and 17th centuries removed the melody to the soprano part, were imitators of Osiander, and that it was for purely practical reasons that they abandoned the earlier system. The real reason is quite different, and must be sought in the fact that in the meantime German church music had shaken off the influence of the purely contrapuntal music of the Netherlands school, and had fallen under that of the Italians, in which the melodic style began to dominate the contrapuntal. Melchior Vulpius, Seth Calvisius, Michael Praetorius, and Johann Eckhard thus follow in their admirable music not so much the lead of the Württemberg court preacher as the trend of the art itself. It was a pure accident that through this change in polyphonic art the possibility was opened to the congregation to join in the cantus firmus with the choir. How far it availed itself of it we do not know, for in the history of art, as a rule, we never get to know the things that would be of practical interest to us, for these, being looked upon as matters of daily custom, are not recorded. The fact that at this epoch the term chorale begins to be applied to the melodies sung by the congregation throws no light on the question, unless we regard it as proving that by this time the melodies of the church song had ceased to be congregational property and had become the property of the choir. In any case, the composers themselves, in spite of the fine practical suggestions as to the congregational singing that they put forward in their prefaces, thought only of the choir when composing, as is shown by their counterpoint, which, with all its simplicity, becomes richer and more in the style of the motet. For us, these chorale pieces, with their singularly beautiful blending of Italian and German art, are choral works pure and simple, and the idea of trying again the experiment of letting the congregation join in them would not occur to us. But if only we could hear them even as choral works. When will the time come when these treasures are exhibited each Sunday in our church services? The attempts to have the singing of the congregation led by the choir were made about the end of the 16th century and in the first decade of the 17th. By the middle of the 17th century, the question is settled by the organ assuming this role. In 1650 appears the Tablatur book of Samuel Scheidt, with 100 chorale harmonizations intended for the accompaniment of the congregational singing. This was no thought-out experiment, but a solution arising out of the facts, that is, the progress of organ building. The sacred instrument had in the meantime been made more practically fitted for polyphonic playing, and endowed with such fullness of tone that it overwhelmed the small and weak choirs of that time, whereas hitherto it had accompanied the choir which supported the singing of the congregation. Its powerful tone now made it possible for it to assume the lead. But again, we cannot be sure of the date at which the organ began to support the choir in the chorale, or when it began to cooperate with the choir in general. This was certainly not the case before the beginning of the 17th century. Vulpius, Praetorius, Eckhard, and others appear to know nothing of it. But as early as 1627, Johann Hermann Schein, cantor of the St. Thomas's Church of Leipzig, adds a figured bass intended for organists, instrumentalists, and lutanists to the 4, 5, and 6-part chorale pieces for the choir in his Cantionale of that year, and this most probably points to a joint performance by choir and organ. We must not, however, conceive the organ accompaniment to the chorale, as it was practiced in the second half of the 17th century, as a supplanting of the choir by the organ in the chorale. The choir, even in Bach's time, cooperated in the chorale as in earlier times, polyphonically indeed, although the organ took the lead, as it were a kind of second and stronger choir without words. This transference of vocal polyphony to the organ by means of chorale accompaniment was of cardinal significance to the art of organ music. The chorale was a teacher of the organists, leading them from the false and fruitless virtuosity of the keyboard to the true, simple organ style. From this moment German organ music severs itself from that of Italy, France, and the Netherlands, and always under the control of the chorale pursues the path along which, in the course of 2 generations, it was to arrive at perfection. Scheidt, already in possession of the true organ style derived from the chorale, sees that his life work consists in combating the coloured organ style of the school of the Dutchman Sweelinck. It is an illustration of how an idea is, in the end, always stronger than circumstances. Organ music did not come to perfection in Paris or in Venice, where everything seemed to be in its favour, but among the poor cantors and schoolmasters of an impoverished country, as the Germany of the 2 generations after the 30 Years' War was. How small Frescobaldi, the organist of St. Peter's in Rome, whose fame among his contemporaries was so great, seems beside a Samuel Scheidt, whose name was unknown on the other side of the Alps. From the moment when organ, choir, and congregation together gave out the chorale, it was inevitable that the antiphonal method, under which the organ alone performed certain of the verses, should sooner or later fall into disuse. But of the perfection of these independent organ renderings at that time we may judge from Scheidt's Tablatura Nova, published in 1624. It consists for the most part of a species of variations upon the chorales most generally used, the number of variations corresponding to the number of verses of the song, and upon the hymns of the various seasons of the church year, which at that time were still sung in Halle in Latin, and not, as in other places, in German. In addition, there are liturgical pieces, such as the Kyrie, Gloria, Magnificat, and the Psalmus sub Communione, Jesus Christus unser Heiland, which are all treated in the same way. The Celli Tablature, that appeared 23 years earlier, is on the same lines, except that it also contains the complete catechism songs. How long the custom, testified to in all contemporary tablatures, of rendering vocal pieces on the organ alone, still lasted after the process of decay had once set in, can no longer be ascertained. When we consider the extremely numerous arrangements by Bach of the chorale Allein Gott in der Höhe Ehre, we are inclined to think that even down to this day there persisted, under certain circumstances, the practice testified to by Scheidt of the organ responding to the Gloria intoned by the priest at the altar. As to the position of the congregational singing in Bach's time, we have only conjecture to go upon. One thing at any rate had been achieved. The number of the hymns affiliated to the service had considerably increased. Each gospel had one or more of these allotted to it, so that the same ones were always sung on a particular Sunday. They were called the Cantica de Tempore. In the hymn books they formed the first class and were arranged according to the Sundays of the ecclesiastical year. The cantor selected them himself without consulting anyone else. In our day, on the contrary, the hymns are always selected by the clergyman to tally with the spirit of his sermon. The use of the Cantica de Tempore helps us to understand how the organists of the time of Pachelbel and Bach came to write cycles of chorale preludes for each Sunday of the ecclesiastical year. Whether the congregation took possession of all these hymns and took an active and hearty part in the singing of them is, however, another question. It is well known that Mattheson and the famous Hamburg musicians thought nothing at all of the congregational chorale, and in general refused to recognize singing of this kind as music. From this we may conclude that it did not occupy a prominent place in their churches, and that they, for their part, did nothing to encourage it. It must have been the same in other towns that had celebrated choirs. The cantata, that sacred concert intercalated in the service, absorbed all the interest, and the art song, as at the beginning of the Reformation, had once more triumphed. We do not know whether things were better in this respect in Leipzig than in other towns. The truth is that no remark of Bach's had come down to us to show that, in contradistinction to his contemporaries, he felt any particular interest in congregational singing. In his passions, at any rate, he does not desire its cooperation, in spite of the splendid role that he assigns to the chorale in those works. It is highly probable that in Bach's time the singing of the Leipzig congregations was not so good as is commonly supposed. Not until the concert style of music was banished from the service in the generation after Bach, and the town choirs that had been allotted to the churches ceased to exist, did congregational singing become the characteristic and sole service music of the Protestant Church. In the epoch of rationalism and pietism, the ideal was realized which the Reformation had indeed perceived, but for conservative and artistic reasons had not pursued. However barbarously rationalism behaved towards the old hymn, it did good work for congregational singing. Its ultimate aim, of course, was to substitute a new kind of hymn for the old, the diction and the ideas of which had by then become so antiquated as to unfit it for use as a real congregational hymn. Whether the problem has been really solved by allowing the organ to support the congregational singing is doubtful. The method has established itself, because it is practical, but the ideal is not congregational singing of this kind directed by and dependent on the organ. The true ideal is free and confident, unaccompanied singing, as in the congregational singing of the Middle Ages and of the first Reformation period. Perhaps that complete and unfettered cooperation of organ, choir, and worshippers was, in its way, an ideal, towards which we shall some day aspire more than we do now. End of chapter 4, read for you by Chiquito, Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 5 of J.S. Bach. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto. J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest NEWMAN. The Chorale Prelude before Bach. In proportion as the independent performance of the verses of the songs and hymns on the organ fell into disuse through the logic of events, preludizing on the chorale became of importance. How this preludizing was carried out until the time of Scheidt we do not know, since no compositions of this kind have been preserved. None even of Scheidt's have come down to us. But from his time to that of Bach, the most notable masters of the organ dedicate their powers not to free composition, but to the chorale prelude, or as they said in those days, to preambling to the chorales. The three great masters in this field are Pachelbel, Bohm, and Buxtehude. We cannot indeed say that in technique they created anything new beyond Scheidt. In this respect, indeed, organ music has on the whole not gone beyond the Halle master even to the present day, nor can we imagine how it is ever to be done. Scheidt was one of those men whose penetrating intelligence, when a new world opens out before them, darts through it at once from end to end, with the clearness and swiftness of light. In his polyphonic chorale verses for the organ, he saw himself faced by the problem of making the melody stand out clearly in performance, with a special tone color, not only in the soprano, but also in the alto, tenor, and bass. And at a glance, he surveyed all possible solutions and embodied his knowledge in those famous pieces which, generally speaking, contain everything that we can imagine in the way of employing the manuals and pedals in conformity with their special qualities. In the third decade of the 17th century, he speaks of the playing of two obbligato parts on the pedal as quite a matter of course, and thinks that every organ should have a 4-feet pedal stop, so that the organist may be able under any circumstances to play a middle part with the feet. The path was now traced out for most organ players, and, what in the first place was almost more important for the organ builders. They had only to go forward. Middle German and North German organ music outdistanced that of the Romans and the Southern Germans almost at a bound. Spitta rightly says that what was regarded in the South as a test of the highest virtuosity looks almost like an elementary exercise in comparison with the compositions of the northern organists. Thus, as regards technique, there were no new conquests for Pachelbel, Bohm, or Buxtehude, and their epoch to strive after. It was reserved for them, however, to create the various forms of the chorale prelude. Pachelbel's conception of it is almost the grandest. He conceives the chorale prelude as a chorale fugue. Each separate phrase of the melody is worked out in the fughetta-like prelude, at the conclusion of which it appears as a cantus firmus. The chorale prelude as a whole thus consists simply of separate fugues which are held together by the fact that their themes taken in succession form the melody of the chorale. It is the form of the chorale prelude as we have it, for example, in the two great arrangements by Bach of Austhafer Not, 6, numbers 13 and 14. This style was very largely cultivated at that time. Pachelbel exercised an influence upon central Germany that cannot easily be overestimated. He was not a genius, he was not even always clever, and his art is not free from a certain stiffness and formality. He had, however, a real sense of the dignity of the organ, and communicated it to his pupils. That was his greatest service. We must remember that in Scheidt, as in Frescobaldi, a secular conception of organ music as an art exists side by side with the religious conception of it. Even the Tablatura Nova bears traces of this dualism, for it impartially gives variations upon secular songs and upon chorales. With Pachelbel, this impartiality disappears forever from German organ music. If the average level of German organ playing in Bach's time was higher than any that has been attained since, it was entirely owing to Pachelbel. As a type of that generation of organists, we may mention Johann Gottfried Walther, Bach's colleague at Weimar, whom Mattheson, the Hamburg author, called Pachelbel II. He composed, as Mattheson tells us in his Critica Musica, 1725, a complete year of chorale preludes of the Pachelbel type. Two of them, by an error of transmission, were included among Bach's work. This is a testimony to the art of them. They are indeed written in a correct organ style that at times shows considerable richness of invention. The chorale preludes of Johann Christoph Bach, 1642 to 1703, organist at Eisenach, and Johann Michael Bach, 1648 to 1694, organist at Geren, the uncles of Johann Sebastian, also give us an idea of the thorough capabilities of the organists of Pachelbel's generation. With all its excellencies, however, the Pachelbel form of the chorale prelude labors under the grave artistic defect of incoherence. The chorale melody, the bond that should hold together the separate fughettas, cannot really give them intrinsic unity. In the last resort, they amount to no more than a string of fragments. The chorale prelude of the Pachelbel type is indeed really conceived on choral lines. When the words are added to the melody, the two together weld together the separate fugal movements into an effective whole. In the chorale choruses in Bach's cantatas that are constructed on the model of Pachelbel's chorale preludes, in the cantata Ein fester Burg, for example, the impression of homogeneity is very strong. In Pachelbel's chorale preludes, where the melody is deprived of the words, this is not the case. Each fughetta has an independent existence. This was perceived by the composers of the time, who consequently felt themselves justified in elevating the fughettas upon the first lines of the chorale to the status of the independent compositions. It may be taken as certain that a number of the surviving chorale fughettas of Pachelbel upon the first lines of the chorale originally belonged to complete chorale preludes, and were first separated from the whole by the copyist for reasons of a practical nature. Bohm, the Lüneburg master, has an entirely different conception of the chorale prelude. He is under the influence of the coloristic style of the school of Sweelinck. His favorite method is to break the chorale melody up into luxuriant coloratura, and to keep this rich and flowing paraphrase moving about over a simple harmonic accompaniment of a more or less free nature. He has nothing of Pachelbel's formal dignity. His works are all life and movement. He makes use of the basso ostinato, that is, the continual repetition of a characteristic motive in the pedal, a means with which Bach, in his chorale preludes, afterwards attained such striking effects. Bach's arrangement of Nun kommt der Heiden Heiland will give some idea of the style of Bohm. Only parenthetic mention can be made of the Hamburg organist Johann Adam Reinken, who has attained a certain fame in the history of the chorale prelude by means of two works of appalling length. Heinrich Scheidemann, a pupil of Sweelinck, organist at St. Catherine's Church in Hamburg, had been his teacher. Reinken succeeded to the latter's post in 1664 and occupied it 58 years until his death in 1722. He was very proud of his two lengthy chorales. The first, on Es ist gewillig an der Zeit, contains 232 bars. The other, on An Wasserflüssen Babylons, ran to 335. He had the latter engraved on copper. The melody, as in Bohm, moves about in colorature of all kinds, while the accompaniment, which is more in Pachelbel's style, is constructed out of the motives of the separate lines of the melody. He uses the double pedal a good deal. Great as is the technique and the virtuosic ability shewn in these two works, from the musical point of view, they are unsatisfactory. Everything is calculated merely for outward effect. The melody is tormented to death, and the hearer feasts on the dexterity of the torture. Incomparably higher stands the Lübeck organist Dietrich Buxtehude, 1637 to 1707, who in 1668 succeeded the famous Franz Tunder at St. Mary's Church. He is the greatest organist between Scheidt and Bach, and may indeed be regarded as the real creator of the German organ toccata. His chorale preludes are chorale fantasias of the most varied kind, from the simplest to the most ingenious. In the simple ones, the melody goes its way quietly, just embellished here and there with a few ornaments, and accompanied by interesting and always ingenious harmonies. Bach's chorale preludes upon Herzlich tut mein Verlangen, 5 No. 27, and Liebster Jesu wir sind hier, 5 No. 36, are written in the style of these simple fantasias of Buxtehude, and give a good idea of his work, except that the copy rather idealizes the original, since the fervor with which Bach fills these little fantasias is not as a rule found in those of Buxtehude in anything like the same degree. In the large chorale preludes, Buxtehude tears the melody in pieces, throws the fragments into the flood of a brilliant animated fantasia, and sends them scudding along, one in the soprano, another in the alto, another in the tenor, another in the bass, according as his fancy suggests. Bach's chorale prelude on Eine feste Burg, 6 No. 22, is wholly conceived in the spirit of this virtuosic style, using the term in its good sense of Buxtehude. Such are the forms of the chorale prelude created by the masters of the end of the 17th century. From the formal standpoint, they performed their task to the full, since they worked out rigorously all the possible types of the species. There are three of these. In the first, the whole prelude is constructed out of the motives of the melody, in which case the latter is not altered in any way, but runs through the whole as a cantus firmus. This is the motivistic method of Pachelbel. In the second, the melody is broken up into arabesques that climb and wind like a flowering creeper about a simple harmonic stem. This is the coloristic method of Bohm. In the third, the melody forms the core of a free fantasia, as in the chorale fantasias of Buxtehude. All other imaginable kinds of chorale prelude are only intermediate forms between these three main types. We may, for example, in a Pachelbel chorale fugue, lightly color and ornament the cantus firmus, or weave motives of the melody into the harmonies that support the chorale arabesque of the Bohm style, or lastly, derive the themes of the Buxtehude fantasia more or less freely from the melody of the chorale. Bach found these main types and the intermediate forms already in existence. He created no new ones. Even Brahms and Reger, modern as they are, have not done so, for it is quite impossible. The only difference between Bach and his predecessors is that he did what they could not, made something more than form of them. The more we try to see into the development of things, in any field whatever, the more we become conscious that to each epoch there are set certain limits of knowledge, before which it has to come to a halt, and always at the very moment when it was apparently bound to advance to a higher and definitive knowledge that seemed just within its grasp. The real history of progress in physics, philosophy, and religion, and more especially in psychology, is the history of incomprehensible cessations, of conceptions that were unattainable by a given epoch, in spite of all that happened to lead it up to them, of the thoughts it did not think, not because it could not, but because there was some mysterious command upon it not to. In the same way, the true history of art is the history of invisible, insuperable barriers, which only fall when the due time comes, without anyone understanding why this happens exactly when it does, and not just as well earlier or later. Thus it is incomprehensible that the masters who created the types of the chorale prelude did not recognize that they were no more than forms, and felt no necessity to give life to the form by breathing into it the poetic spirit that was associated with the melody. They could not see that the chorale prelude, really to answer to its title, must be born not only out of the melody but out of the text. As the pre-Bachian masters of the chorale movement harmonized only the melody, not the text, the inspiration of their chorale preludes is a purely musical one, owing nothing to poetry. No matter how ingenious their ideas may be, they never flow from the text. In Buxtehude everything is interesting. Many chorale preludes are full of real feeling. In one or two of them, indeed, the text is to some extent reflected in the music. In the prelude upon Durch Adam Fall ist ganz verderbt, for example, where he more than once suggests the fall by figures in the bass. On closer investigation, however, we discover that these reminiscences of the text are more or less accidental, and that he was as little concerned as the others deliberately to take the poetry as his starting point. Thus all they did was really only pioneer work. Perhaps we should not know that it was only such, if the greater spirit had not come after them, who, almost before he had ceased to be their apprentice, comprehended with the intuition of genius that the true chorale prelude must bring out the poetry that gives the melody its name, and prepare the hearer not only for the melody, but also for the contents, a spirit, too, who had the secret of making tones speak. In no other art does the perfect consign the imperfect to oblivion so thoroughly as it does in music. Early painting retains its own artistic charm for all time. It deals with nature, with reality, and renders it, no matter how awkwardly, with a primitive truth that makes so direct an appeal to the spectator of all the epochs that he himself looks at the scene with the childlike eyes of those early artists. Music, however, does not depict the external universe, but is the image of an invisible world, which can only be expressed in eternal tones by those who see it in its whole perfection, and can reproduce it as they have seen it. Anything less than this pales and fades in the course of time, even to unrecognizability. It may indeed be of historical interest as a record of an aspiration towards a goal, but it has lost the power of giving direct artistic satisfaction. This is the experience of every one who has been affected by the chorale preludes of Buxtehude and the other old masters, At first he is amazed at the artistic treasures he has discovered. When, however, he goes further into them, a more sober mood comes over him. He realizes that he has been looking at them comparatively, that is, with a historical understanding, and has appraised them with that acquired idealizing justice which is indeed appropriate to the investigator, but must be wholly foreign to the artist, the criterion of art being absolute and immediate. Thus the chorale preludes of the composers before Bach are finally, for the modern admirer who wishes to do them justice, and even more than justice, no more than what they are in themselves, forms that they created for the greater master who has to come after them, so that he might find them when he needed them, and make living things of them. End of chapter 5. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 6 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto. The Cantata and the Passion before Bach. In the history of the cantata there are two questions to be considered, a liturgical one and a musical one. How did it come about that in the evangelical church service a sacred concert should be inserted between the reading of the gospel and the sermon, that is to say, precisely in the place where one would least expect a musical interruption of this kind? This is the liturgical question. The musical question is concerned with the evolution of the old purely vocal motet into the cantata of Bach's time, with its arias, recitatives, and rich instrumental accompaniment. In order to understand how the cantata won its place in the church service, we must begin at the new arrangement of worship in the Reformation epoch. Luther did not banish the mass from the service, but retained it, cutting out only the offertorium, the essentially Catholic act of sacrifice, and substituting the sermon for it. This alteration did not in any way affect the musical structure of the church service, since the great choral portions of the Mass, the Kyrie, Gloria, Credo, Sanctus with Benedictus and Agnus Dei, still figured in the Protestant worship in the same place as in the Catholic. It is true that they could be replaced by German hymns, the Kyrie by Kyrie Gott Vater Ewigkeit, the Gloria by Allein Gott in der Hope sei the Credo by Wir glauben all an einen Gott, the Sanctus by Luther's Jesaja dem Propheten das Gisach, the Agnus Dei by O Lamm Gottes unschuldig. But in the churches that had choirs this did not happen, since Luther himself had thought it desirable to retain the Latin choral song, at all events at first. In this he was partly influenced by the consideration that the Latin song would be a salutary exercise in that language for the young. From the time of Luther to that of Bach, these great musical pieces were common to both Protestant and Catholic services. The Protestant cantors composed masses exactly like the Catholics, and the mass movements of the Italian masters were performed in the Protestant churches without anyone thinking it strange. Collections of masses were published, in which both Protestant and Catholic composers were represented. Bach himself copied out a number of Italian church compositions. The copies have come down to us, not because they had no better way of employing his time, but because they were to be performed on Sundays at St. Thomas's Church. Thus the distinction between Protestant and Catholic church music, of which we hear so much, had not made its appearance at that epoch. The service, in the churches that followed the Lutheran observance, was accordingly constituted in this fashion: Introit, Kyrie, Gloria, Epistle, Gradual, Gospel, Credo, Nicene Creed, Sermon, Communion with Sanctus, Benedictus and Agnus Dei. This sequence was in the main observed everywhere, however much the arrangements of the service, for Luther had thought the time was unripe for imposing a definitive uniformity on it, might deviate in detail. The Kyrie, Gloria, Credo, Sanctus, Benedictus and Agnus Dei were always the same for every Sunday. The Introit and the Gradual, however, changed each week. since the words of these had to be appropriate to each particular Sunday. The offertorium, which again has to be in keeping with the day, had fallen into disuse and been supplanted by the German sermon. What was inevitable under the circumstances now happened. The German hymns, in keeping with the German sermon, aimed at expressing the character of each Sunday. In the introit, that Latin antiphonal song between the priest and the choir, the hymns could find no place of entry. In the gradual, however, between the epistle and the gospel, where from the earliest time the verses of a German hymn suited to the time of the year alternated with the Latin hymn, they could now be sung by the choir or by the congregation. How strong the tendency was to give the German hymns the imprint of the ecclesiastical season is shewn by the fact that in the course of the second half of the 16th century each Sunday had allotted to it once for all its 2 or 3 hymns. A hymn book published in 1566 is entitled Geistliche Lieder nach Ordnung der Jahreszeit ausgeteilt, spiritual songs distributed according to the order of the season. A still greater significance than that of these German gradual hymns, which led from the epistle into the gospel, became attached to the hymns which were inserted between the reading of the gospel and the credo on the one side and the sermon on the other. They naturally had the closest bearing on the gospel, and were thus especially in keeping with the particular Sunday. And since these hymns were given to the choir, the congregation singing between the gospel and the sermon, the hymn Wir glauben all an einen Gott stood nothing in the way of writing more and more new hymns touching on the gospel for the day, for performance at this point. Thus by the side of the German sermon on the gospel, for a given Sunday, there sprang up a kind of parhelion, in the form of a sermon in music. Whatever does not come within the range of its rays is lost in shadow. Musicians suddenly became conscious of a greater task before them than for ever writing fresh music to the statutory hymns of the Mass. There were new poems on the gospel to be set to music year by year. The effect of this freer church music on them was to make them practically indifferent to the statutory musical portion of the service. The same Kyrie or Gloria could be sung every Sunday, so long as the motets bearing on the sermon were new and expressive. So it came about that even in the churches where the art had its due place, the Mass was given wholly in figurate music only in rare cases, on high feast days. Ordinarily they were satisfied with musicizing the Kyrie and the Gloria. The remainder was indeed retained in the service, but was musically starved, the whole strength of the artistic feeling being poured into the sermon motets. Thus the Protestant artists turned away from the old God to serve the new one, who was more interesting and promised them more reward. They took more pleasure in composing new motet texts than in turning into tone again and again, with deadly contempt, the woeful unmusical Nicene Creed. They would rather write a whole year's sermon music than one complete Mass. Bach, in fact, composed 5 yearly series and only one complete Mass, and when he needed the music for a Mass, he borrowed it from the Italians or from his own cantatas. He did not borrow his cantatas from other composers, although as a matter of fact he could just as well have made use of material of this kind as of the Mass fragments that he borrowed. He preferred to compose his own cantatas, which was new and therefore always interesting work, and to borrow the Mass movements that he needed, for the composition of Latin texts had little interest for him. In this he was only following the instinct of Protestant church music since the middle of the 16th century. The first important cycle of gospel settings appeared in 1542. It was Martin Agricola's Sangbüchlein aller Sonntagsevangelien, eine kurze deutsche Segenmusik mitsamt den Evangelien durchs ganze Jahr auf alle Sonntage. Afterwards, Nikolaus Hermann and Homerus Herpol did valuable work in this field. Texts were provided by the preachers Bartholomäus Ringwalt and Johann Heermann, the poet of O Gott, du fromme Gott, and Herzliebster Jesu, was hast du verbrochen? The latter entitled his works Andachtige Kirchsäufer oder evangelische Schleichsglocklein in den Schaft und Kern aller gewöhnlichen Sonntags- und vornehmsten Festevangelien Reimweis gegossen und damit seine Predigten beschlossen hat Johannes Hermann. This ecclesiastical art was free, bound by no tradition and cramped by no convention. The task it had set itself of expounding the gospel in music was so great and so admirable that all the progress in music the whole world over seemed appointed only to bring German evangelical music nearer to its goal. So Protestant music from the beginning of the 17th century to that of the 18th consciously and deliberately gave itself up to all the influences of both religious and secular music, from whatever source, without shrinking from or fearing anything new, animated only by a holy impulse to creation. The Landgrave Moritz of Hesse Cassel might have been moved by a singular presentiment when he came to Marburg in 1609 to urge his former chapel boy, now a law student, Heinrich Schütz, to go to Venice with a stipend of 100 thalers for 2 years to study with the masters living there. In the person of this youth German art itself crossed the Alps. Instead of 2 years he remained 4. His teacher was Giovanni Gabrieli, who had such an affection for him that on his dying bed he bequeathed a ring to him. Gabrieli died in 1613. Schütz accompanied him to the grave before returning home. His other teacher was Monteverdi, the creator of the old Italian opera, by whose instruction he benefited again in 1628 when he spent another year in Venice. These two masters between them gave German art, which was now sitting at their feet in the person of Schütz, just what it needed for its Renaissance. For Giovanni Gabrieli, from Giovanni Gabrieli, it learned a new polyphony. While Germany was still under the influence of the animated but slender counterpoint of the Netherlands school, and lacked the power to develop it further unaided, the three great Venetian masters, Andrea Gabrieli, 1510 to 1586, his nephew Giovanni Gabrieli, 1557 to 1613, and Claudio Merullo, 1532 to 1604, had evolved a style which was at once bolder and more singable than that of the northern school. The polyphony is transfigured by its melodic quality. Each separate voice really sings, is a musical personality. The new style was developed simultaneously in organ music and choral music. At the same time, instrumental music entered upon a quite new stage. It began to be independent. Giovanni Gabrieli not only used his small orchestra to support the choir, but gave it short, independent preludes to play. The gift of Monteverdi, the first great opera composer, to German art was even more precious. He implanted the dramatic sense in it. This oldest Italian opera must be absolved from the censure that Wagner pronounced upon the later one. It was not a loose collection of arias, but really what it claimed to be, a drama per musica. Monteverdi, of all composers, perhaps had the closest affinity with Wagner. There is some truth in Guido Adler's remark that the creator of the Ring should really be regarded as a representative of the Renaissance, and more particularly of the Renaissance opera. The creators of the stilo rappresentativo, as the new kind of music was called, had the same ideals as Wagner. For them, as for him, music was not an end in itself, but served only to express the drama, and it was their desire that the orchestra should be invisible. Their melody, however, took the form of dramatic declamation, the inherent expressiveness of which can still move the modern hearer most profoundly. Monteverdi's Lament of Ariadne, Lamento d'Arianna, may be cited as an example. This mighty Renaissance art made its entry through Schütz into the German church. We can scarcely realize the enthusiasm with which it was greeted on this side of the Alps. What questions and answers there must have been when Schütz and Michael Pretorius, who, without having himself studied in Italy, looked to that country for the regeneration of German art, met in Dresden in the latter part of the summer of 1614, where they had to provide the music for a christening in the family of the Electoral Prince. It was Schütz's destiny during years of restless wandering to carry the new art from court to court, even as far as Copenhagen. It is true that in 1617 he was appointed Kapellmeister to the Electoral Prince at Dresden, which post he occupied for 55 years, until his death. But from the beginning of the 30s the Kapelle existed mostly only in name, the miseries of the 30 Years' War having compelled the court to retrench to the utmost. In 1639 the number of the musicians had fallen from 36 to 10. Salaries were paid when there happened to be any money. In the meanwhile Schütz and his subordinates had to shift as best they could. More than once we find him resident for a considerable time at the court of Copenhagen in the service of the Danish crown prince, the son-in-law of the Electoral Prince of Saxony. Other princely courts also offered him temporary shelter. It was in these sad times that he wrote his finest works, for which, however, it was often years before he could find an engraver. Probably much of it that only existed in manuscript has been lost to us. We owe the preservation of the 7 last words to the Castle Library. Other works were preserved at Wolfenbüttel. Even when the war was over, and Schütz settled down again definitively in Dresden, he could not succeed in reorganizing the Kapelle. All the personal sacrifices he had made, in order to keep together through the period of misery at least a nucleus of young musicians in expectation of a better time, seem to have been in vain. When the new Electoral Prince George II, who took a greater interest in music than his father had done, came to the throne in 1656, the Italians whom he favored threw the old man of 70 into the shade. In deep dejection he cursed the day when he devoted himself to music and entered the service of princes. He would willingly have gone to some other large art-loving town, he thought, indeed of Hamburg, if the distress of the prince's musicians and the infirmities of age had not retained him in Dresden. But the art that he cursed, as Jeremiah did his prophetic calling, sustained him. The old man wrote 4 great biblical histories: a Christmas history, 1664, which has been almost entirely lost; a St. John Passion, 1665; a St. Matthew Passion, 1666, and a St. Luke Passion. He passed away gently in the afternoon of the 6th November, 1673, during the singing of the friends who surrounded his couch. His pupil Christoph Bernhard, cantor at St. Jacobi's in Hamburg, had, at his request, his own strength being insufficient for the work, sent him his funeral text, the passage from the Psalms, Deine Rechte sind mein Leid in meinem Haus, arranged as a 5-part motet, for which Schütz had thanked him. To our surprise, we do not find among Schütz's works just what we should have most expected to find: complete yearly series of compositions on the Gospels for each Sunday. If he did not write any of it was because the only kind of text which, as an Italian of the new school, he could use for this kind of work did not appear in Germany until he was an old man. The texts for the gospel music were strophic hymns, and were in no way distinguishable from the texts of the congregational hymns. The only way they could be composed was as sacred songs, or motets with a chorale-like cantus firmus. Italian music, on the other hand, demanded a poem of much freer construction, the madrigal. The music of a Monteverdi had been a rebirth from musical declamation. Being in essence the negation of song, it could not employ any song text that was compressed into an artificial or monotonous verse metre. What it demanded was a free rhymed prose, in which rhyme and metre existed only as servants of the music. With this aversion to rhyming lines of the same strength that broke up the musical tissue in an obviously unnatural way, music entered the path that was to lead it, after a couple of centuries of wandering, to the style of Wagner. A fundamental problem now presents itself which, in the last resort, runs through the whole history of music. If the opera begins to decline immediately after Monteverdi, ultimately to degenerate into a loosely knit, undramatic string of arias, the fault lay not with music but with poetry, which offered it neither an adequate matter nor an adequate form, but went on its own way, merely dropping now and then something towards which the languishing art could stoop as St. Peter did towards the cherries. The history of sacred music until Bach is likewise exclusively a history of the musical texts, and so it forms the true pendant to the history of the opera, which is equivalent to saying that the history is a tragic one. The madrigal, says Caspar Ziegler, in his treatise of 1653 upon this text form, is a short epigrammatic poem in which the culminating effect, conclusion, resides in the last two rhymes or even in the last line alone. The preceding lines may be of any number, and each may be just as long as the poet likes to make it, but usually of 7 or 11 syllables, some rhymed, some unrhymed. A madrigal must not be constrained in form. It will often be more like ordinary speech than a poem. I must, however, mention in conclusion that no single genus carminis in the German tongue suits music better than a madrigal, for the union of the two gives the best possible results. And since the words can be set so finely in their natural construction, the harmony also is so much better and more agreeable. According to Ziegler, these madrigals were sung in the stilo recitativo. When a great many of them are strung together, it is desirable, he thinks, to let an arietta or an aria of several stanzas run between, so as to get the needful variety. With Ziegler, however, recitative does not mean the bare recitativo secco of the later Italian opera or of the Bach Passions, but the dramatic melodic recitative of Monteverdi, resembling our arioso. In the same way his arietta or aria is far removed from the later formal da capo aria, also used by Bach. It denotes simply a melodic piece of a more pronounced song-like structure than the arioso. Thus for Caspar Ziegler the ideal text is one that permits the musician to pass by means of a continuous, affectful, passionate, as the term then was, declamation from melodic recitative to pure melody and back again. He thus lays down the whole ideal of declamatory music. There was lacking only the poet to realize the ideal and to give the musicians texts of this kind for their gospel music. In that critical moment, however, German literature was not sufficiently advanced, and later, when it perhaps might have found it possible, music and poetry had drifted so far away from each other that each had lost sight of the ideal of cooperation. How admirably suited the madrigal style is to music may be seen from Bach's St. Matthew Passion. The texts of the ariosos that precede the great arias are in the madrigal manner. They consist of a succession of freely arranged verses which are only preliminaries leading up to the ultimate conclusion. For example, Mein Jesus schweigt zu falschen Lügenstile, uns damit zu zeigen, dass sein erbarmungsvoller Wille für uns zum Leiden sei geneigt, und dass wir in der gleichen Pein ihm sollen anlich sein, und in Verfolgung stille schweigen. Or again, hat uns allen wohlgetan, den Blinden gab das Gesicht, die Lahmen macht gehend, sagt uns seins Vaters Wort, trieb die Teufel fort, Betrübte hat aufgericht, nahm die Sünder auf und an, sonst hat mein Jesus nicht getan. These are the attempts at a musical poetic style that we meet with here and there in Bach's work. But where else has the master's art such freedom of speech? Where else is it so incomparable? The most characteristic German madrigal of the 17th century is the Hirtenlust of the poet-musician Johann Hermann Schein, a friend of Schutz's. This work appeared in 1624. Curiously enough, Ziegler does not mention it, although it represents the ideal of the declamatory song for which he is pleading. Schein also left a collection of sacred madrigals with the title Israel's Brunlein, 1623. Schutz received Ziegler's treatise immediately after its publication, and he sent a friendly letter to the author, who was a relation of his. In this he heartily wishes him, in the name of music, good luck in his exertions for the German madrigal. The German composers, he says, who until now have repeatedly tried to set to music in good style the beautiful inventions of the new poetry of today, have yet always lamented that the genus poesios, which best suits the making of a skilful composition, namely the madrigal, has hitherto not been seized upon by them, but neglected. Schutz thus did not feel himself to be in a position to devote himself to the strophic form of text. With him begins the estrangement between the art song and the chorale, which hitherto had been harmoniously united in the chorale motet. For Schutz, in contrast with the composers of his time, the harmonization of the chorale has no interest whatever. Nor was he greatly concerned about congregational singing. It is quite a mistake to intersperse his passions, when we perform them nowadays, with chorale verses, or even with congregational hymns. Schütz himself never thought of doing so. In the course of time this estrangement developed into a bitter war. Mattheson, the famous Hamburg contemporary of Bach, wears his pen to the stump, in proving again and again that the true church music must get rid of the chorale in particular, and the strophic song in general, since the strophe interrupts the musical development, and in general is to be regarded as the maladie de la mélodie, the French play upon words being Matheson's own. The problem, then, that gave such trouble to all the composers of German music before Bach, and indeed to him as well, already faced Schütz in its acutest form. The new music cannot work with the old style strophic songs upon the Gospels, for these are quite undramatic. On the other hand, the poetry of the time is unable to give music the dramatic texts in madrigal form into which it could throw itself and gratify its newborn dramatic instincts. The dramatic musical representation of the Gospel for the day remained an ideal of the future, which Bach and his contemporaries tried to realize in their cantatas. Schütz, therefore, disregarding the Gospel cycle and contemporary Gospel poems, has direct recourse to the Bible itself, plunging into its treasures in the hope of finding the dramatic texts which he cannot get from the poetasters of his time. He composes psalms, detached verses from the Bible, whole dramatic fragments. Where the Bible does not of itself provide him with something musically dramatic, he makes it by arranging the finest passages in dialogue form. The Pharisee and the publican go into the temple. A prophet exhorts his people. King David laments over his son Absalom. Above the prostrate Paul is heard the voice calling from above, until the questions die away in the sky. The Saviour on the cross speaks the 7 last words. Where is there, indeed, such a German requiem as the funerary music woven by Schütz out of biblical texts and songs? Thus his texts have escaped the doom that has overtaken the poetry of his time. The music has not, as with Bach, to cover with its own splendour the nakedness of the words. Here it is only the artistic setting that brings out more fully the brilliance of the precious tones of the text. If Schütz, in so far as he goes back for his texts almost exclusively to the words of the Bible, is anything but an innovator, on the other hand, from the musical point of view, he must really be regarded as a revolutionary. In German church music, Gabrieli's manner of employing several choruses in order to get massive dramatic effects was a revolution, upon which Schütz discourses in the preface to his Psalmen Davids, 1619. So too was the independent employment of the orchestra in the works Schütz wrote after his second Italian sojourn, where he became acquainted with Monteverdi's music. Another revolution was the introduction of recitative-like solo songs. In order to grasp the significance of this innovation, we must realize that hitherto, in Protestant church music, the biblical words had always been rendered by a single voice in the psalmody, or as it was then called, the collect tone, that is, the monotonous recitation, not yet divided into bars, which had been customary in the Catholic Church, and which Luther and Walther had taken over for their own church service with a few trifling modifications. It was in this old style that the evangelist still recited in the Historie von der fröhlichen und siegreichen Auferstehung of 1623. But from the moment when Schütz became acquainted with Monteverdi's recitative-like arioso, he employs this, and does not shrink from setting in this manner even the 7 words of Jesus on the cross. All this is revolutionary. In the last resort, however, it is merely the visible expression of the essentially revolutionary thing in Schütz's art, the ideal he had set himself of making music characteristic and pathetic. He may renounce choral effects, instrumental accompaniment, even dramatic recitative, as he does in his last works, the Passions, where the choir sings unaccompanied and the story of the Passion is recited to the collect tone, but his art remains the same. The new form, startling as it is, and great as was the transformation it wrought, is only the servant of the new spirit. And Schütz's art is primitive art, but of such a kind that it cannot be surpassed by any later art, precisely because it is not from best spirit. As we find it hard to part from the first spring days, and pass into the season of fully unfolding and ripening, so we tear ourselves almost regretfully away from this primitive art, with its buds full of the coming wealth of ideas and forms, in order to see what ultimately became of it. In art, as in everything else, is not all unfolding and ripening a kind of withering, since in the full bloom we no longer have truth and reality appealing to us with that mysterious directness that is more magically eloquent than even perfection itself? For primitive art of this kind, the later product, perfect though it be, is not a heightening of something less perfect, but merely the revelation of all that was latent in the primitive organism. Bach did not know Schutz's music, or if he did not greatly value it. He copied out the works of all kinds of previous and contemporary masters. Of Schutz not a line has come down to us in Bach's handwriting. As Spitta says, Schutz's relation to him can only be conceived as an ideal one. He does not stand on Schutz's shoulders, but is unconsciously nourished by his work, just as in nature a new vegetation draws its sustenance from the invisible but still active forces of its buried predecessor. With Schutz, concert music made its way into the church and transformed the motet into the cantata. The new form is met with under various names. It is called indifferently motetta, concerto, sinfonia, or dialogue. The term cantata, in the usual meaning of the word, does not come till later. Even in Bach's time this term was almost exclusively employed to designate the sole cantata. He himself entitles one of his first cantatas the Ratswechsel, cantata for Mühlhausen (1708, No. 71), a motetta. In the church ordinances the place for the performance of the cantata is indicated simply by the words Hernach wird musiziert, here follows music. But if the name varies, the fact is indisputable. In place of the sermon motet it was now permissible to perform choral works with soli and orchestra. This innovation had come about without a single voice being raised in opposition. This was possible because it was an epoch of living ideals. In the German towns of that time, large and small, we find ideals such as have animated no other citizen communities since the time of the ancient Greeks. Fatal as it was from the political standpoint that religion had become an affair of states and communes, yet by this very means those ancient conditions were renewed in which the citizen community regarded it as its highest civic duty to look to the artistic form of its own religious service. The service is the concern not of the church but of the town. It is not the consistory that engages the cantor and appoints the singers and the instrumentalists for the church, but the town council and the citizens. The reputation and the credit of the town are involved in having an artistic cultus. When Christoph Bernhard, Schutz's favorite pupil, went to Hamburg in 1663 to be cantor and musical director at the Johanneum, the leading people of the town, so Mattheson tells us, went as far as Bergedorf to meet him with 6 coaches, a distance of 2 miles. Johann Rudolf Ahler, 1625 to 1673, was both cantor and burgomeister at Mühlhausen in Thuringia. The town musicians were chiefly intended to assist in the church music. The educational institutions of the town had also to lend their aid to the art. The Latin schools furnished the choirs. Every boy with a good voice entered the school, and was maintained by the town during the whole period of his education. If he lost his voice at puberty, he had meanwhile learned an instrument and could now play in the orchestra. If he had any artistic talent, he could safely continue his studies at the university with the certainty of being able to live by his art. Telemann, the Hamburg master, secured an important position for himself in Leipzig even when a student. One result of this close connection between the educational system and music was that the level of culture among the musicians of that time was higher than it has ever been since. If we examine the careers of the artists of that time, we see that almost all of them decided to take up music during or after their university course. German jurisprudence may be proud of having provided almost all the best musicians of the 17th century and the early part of the 18th. It can claim Schutz, Walter, Mattheson, Handel, Kuhnau, Emanuel Bach, and many other distinguished names. Whether a composer necessario must have studied is the question put by one Johann Behrens in an essay published in 1719. He answered it with a decisive affirmative. The real quality of their culture is seen when we examine their literary productions, from the Syntagma musicum of Michael Praetorius to the works of Emanuel Bach, Gerber, Adlung, Marburg, and the rest. On the other hand, this close connection between art and education resulted in every educated person having some knowledge of music, and those who owed their schooling to it remained true to it, to whatever position of dignity they rose. This general diffusion of artistic culture explains the interest, quite incomprehensible from the standpoint of the present day, that was taken in the music of the Church. To the Protestant towns of that time, the artistic church service was what the theatre was to the Greek community, the centre of art and religion. For the rulers, again, great and small, the religious service was a concern of state. Many of them, indeed, when they were looking out for a good Kapellmeister or cantor, disregarded the injunction as to unyoking, extorting, or alienating, as Luther puts it in his explanation of the 10th commandment, and did anything but admonish the person on whom they had cast covetous eyes to remain where he was and do his duty. A good musician in those days had his value as a political commodity. The desire to stand well with the Elector of Saxony was certainly not the least consideration that induced the Landgrave of Hesse Cassel to yield to the continual solicitations of Johann George of Saxony and let him have the young Schütz. The misery of the 30 Years' War broke up many of these unions of souls. The princes who had fostered art in obedience to an ideal made the greatest sacrifices and did all they possibly could to make the service the last to feel the retrenchments necessitated by the events of the time. The Prince of Liegnitz was one of them. Johann George of Saxony, however, who had ostentatiously carried his capella about with him everywhere, practised his first economies in connection with his musicians. Unfortunately, it is for the most part only in account papers, yellow with age, and the dreary protocols of town councils, that we can read the story of the efforts made by the German communities of that epoch for religious music, and most of the documents still slumber in the archives. It thus happens that we have more information upon the material side of the case than upon the artistic. From the Transactions of the Mulhausen Society we may learn all that happened at the annual banquet of Convivium Musicale, which was served at table, and what it cost. From the council records one would think that this formal, solid feasting was the main feature of the affair. Surveying the situation as a whole, we must acknowledge that the conditions were singularly favourable for the coming of great church music. Yet this epoch created nothing great and durable. Not that it was lacking in creative force or the joy of creation. Never was so much music composed as then. Every cantor made it his pride to supply a cantata of his own for each Sunday and feast day. No one was looked upon as a musician unless he could compose. Men of the most mediocre talent had a complete mastery of the technique of composition. They laid the foundation of it by copying out voice parts, and afterwards a thorough practical education made them capable of producing serviceable music at quite an early age. The system of instruction in that epoch cannot at all be compared with ours, which is almost wholly directed to making performers. It was at once more practical and had a far loftier ideal. From the standpoint of education, printed music is a Danaeus gift, since it enables students to escape the elementary instruction given by copying music. Although the conditions were so favourable, that epoch created nothing durable. Imagine what a corresponding epoch would have produced in painting under similar circumstances. In music we have merely names deserving of reverence and respect, but not immortal works. And even if all the cantatas of that time that are still sleeping in sacristies and church vaults awaiting their discoverer should be brought into the light of day, we should be no richer in really great art. The way from Schütz to Bach goes over hills, not over mountains. The problem of the text is still unsolved. To some extent the form of the strophic song holds its ground. Some composers experiment with the madrigal form, others go back to the Bible and the old church hymn, but no definitive form is evolved. The most important representative of the transitional cantata is Andreas Hammerschmidt (1611 1675), organist of St. John's Church in Zittau, whose Musikalische Andachten and Musikalische Gespräche were universally admired. Johann Rudolf Ahler (1625 1673) of Mulhausen and Wolfgang Karl Bruegel (1626 1712) of Darmstadt were also held in high esteem. In comparison with Schütz, their music may be called almost conservative. The art of Johann Christoph Bach, the court and town organist at Eisenach (1642 1703), is much bolder. Johann Sebastian, his nephew, thought a great deal of him, and produced his Michaelmas cantata Es erhub sich ein Streit in Leipzig. This has come down to us. The work of the uncle foreshadows the art of the nephew. The cantata is written in 22 real parts and contains some astonishing harmonic audacities. Johann Christoph's mastery of polyphony was so great that he never played on the organ or the clavier in fewer than 5 real parts. Philipp Emanuel Bach inherited from his father, along with the copies of his great uncle's works, his father's admiration for him. When Forkel, the first biographer of Bach, visited Philipp Emanuel in Hamburg, the latter played him some of the compositions of his ancestor. I still have a very lively recollection, writes the biographer later, how pleasantly the old man smiled at me during the most remarkable and boldest passages, when he gave me the pleasure of letting me hear some of these old works in Hamburg. Johann Michael, the brother of Johann Christoph, organist and town clerk of Gehren, was less important. Nevertheless, Johann Sebastian copied out several of his motets, one of which was for a long time erroneously regarded as his own work. In the north, where the church music at first did not ally itself with contemporary poetry, it mostly followed the lines of Schütz, deriving its texts simply from the Bible and the hymn books, and throwing the whole weight of the dramatic expression upon the music alone. As the North had suffered least during the 30 Years' War, it was able to do much more for art than was possible elsewhere. Nuremberg in the South ceased to be an artistic center. For the next 2 generations, Dresden and Leipzig allowed Hamburg and Lübeck to take the lead of them. Hamburg in particular was regarded as the land of promise for musicians. The old Schütz would have liked to settle there. When Bach was looking round for a definitive post, he set his hopes on Hamburg, and it is practically by an accident that he did not go there. If indeed we can call by that term what was really the successful intrigue of a mediocrity, backed by money, against a man of ability. In Hamburg we find the 2 most important pupils of Schütz, Matthias Weckmann (1621 1674) and Christoph Bernhard (1627 1692). In Lübeck was Franz Tunder (1614 1667), a pupil of Frescobaldi, and the predecessor of Buxtehude, who, in accordance with the custom of the time, married the organist's office in the person of the daughter of its previous occupier. His successor Schieferdecker did the same thing. When and how the celebrated Abendmusiken, evening performances of music, originated in the Lübeck Marienkirche seems to be no longer ascertainable with certainty. Mention is first made of them in the protocol book of the Marienkirche for 1673, according to which any one who henceforth shall be appointed and engaged as musician to the council must assist at the organ at the 5 Abendmusiken gratis. The organist himself had to pay the assistant musicians whom he engaged out of the musicians' guild. For this he received his douceur from the leading citizens. In Buxtehude's time it was customary for the organist to present to the high patrons the printed text books of the Abendmusiken, as we learn from a copy inscribed by him in 1700 to a certain Herr Dietrich Wolfrath. If the collection did not cover the expenses, the town council helped. It also looked after the maintenance of order. At the performance in commemoration of the Emperor Leopold I on 2nd December 1705, Bach was staying in Lubeck at the time and was present. The pressure of the crowd was so great that 2 corporals and 18 privates were necessary. As a rule, the council house guard sufficed. When the Lubeck cantor Roetz, a contemporary of Bach, enquired in 1753 among the old people how the Abendmusiken were begun, he was told that in old times the organist at St. Mary's used to play something on the organ for the citizens before they went to the Bourse, and that the Abendmusiken developed gradually out of these performances. This conjecture, which has been repeated in all the histories of music, flattering as it is for the old Lubeck speculators, has no claim to authenticity. It does not explain why the performances took place on Sunday and in the cold season of the year. The music was given, that is, between 4 and 5 o'clock on the Sundays between Martinmas and Christmas, at the conclusion of the afternoon service, with the exception of the first Sunday in Advent. Thus 5 concerts were given each season. It is much more probable that the performances originated in an Advent festival, although it must be set against this view that, in conformity with the gospel selection in the old church, which dealt with the Last Judgment, Advent was regarded as a time of penitence and mourning, during which all music, even the organ, had to cease. In Leipzig and most other places no cantatas were given on these Sundays. The 5 cantatas constituted a single whole. The titles have come down to us of 3 cycles of the kind composed by Buxtehude. One was called The Wedding of the Lamb, the second Heavenly Delight of the Soul, Upon the Earth, over the birth of our Saviour Jesus Christ and his becoming man, the third, the most terrible and most joyful of all things, namely the end of time and the beginning of eternity, exhibited in dialogue. All 3 titles indicate Advent. Unhappily, both text and music are lost. While Steele, in 1885, was writing upon Tunder in Eitner's Monatshefte für Musikgeschichte, and in the following year upon the organist of the Marienkirche, he lamented the fact that we possess hardly any of the choral works of the northern masters of that time, those of Lubeck or those of Hamburg, except some 20 church cantatas of Buxtehude. But when travelling in Sweden in 1889, he discovered that the famous library at Upsala had preserved a great number of these church compositions. It possesses the musical collection of the Dubin family, in which at that time the office of Hofkapellmeister at Stockholm had been hereditary for 3 generations, up to Carl Gustav Dubin, who occupied it from 1719. The Dubins kept up a brisk correspondence with the 2 North German musical centres, often visited their friends among the composers, and copied out whatever particularly pleased them. From their cantatas we first learn what Tunder, Weckmann and Bernhardt could do. Buxtehude also we now know better. One feature that is common to all of them is the frequently brilliant treatment of the orchestra. They aim at color effects, especially Weckmann and Buxtehude. The latter employs in the cantata Ihr lieben Christen freut euch 3 violins, 3 violas, 3 cornets, 3 trombones, 2 trumpets, bassoon, contrabass and organ. Continuo. The wind predominate and are combined with the organ in all kinds of ways. A composition of the year 1697 for the consecration of the new altar at the Marienkirche requires 3 choruses, kettle drums and trumpets. Tunder is almost more important than Buxtehude. His cantata on Eine feste Burg is a powerful and spirited work. Already, however, the influence of the instrumental style on vocal works begins to be visible. We feel that we are coming to the epoch when the pure vocal style is no longer the concern of any German composer. With Weckmann we often fancy we are reading Bach, so instrumental is his writing for the voices. At the same time we must not form an exaggerated idea of the means that these instrumentally minded composers had at their disposal. At Lubeck difficulties arose from the character of the church. Under the most favourable circumstances Buxtehude could accommodate 40 choristers on the 6 rows of seats running by the side of the great organ. Since it was hardly possible for him to get each voice doubled, the chorus, according to our views, must have been completely smothered by the instrumental mass. In Hamburg it was no better. The cantor at St. Peter's, for example, had at his disposal in 1730 7 singers, against whom there were 17 instrumentalists, without counting the 3 trumpets and the kettledrum. In their method of employing the chorale, these composers hark back to the epoch before Schütz. It plays a great part in their works, whereas he had been disposed to put it aside. They write whole cantatas upon chorales, and so create the type of the chorale cantata, which later on alternately attracts and repels Bach again and again. Strictly speaking, this form of cantata is a mere medley, since a strophic song is not in place in the text of a work with solo pieces. The whole species invites the criticism that a new patch does not suit an old garment. But the chorale is put to marvellous uses in the cantatas constructed out of passages from the Bible. Buxtehude's texts are often quite impressive in their harmony of biblical passages and chorale strophes, especially when the chorale threads its way through the whole like a central idea. The symbolism of the wordless, purely instrumental chorale melody, with which Bach was afterwards to express his deepest thoughts, is also already perfected. Thus the problem of the text seems to be settled at last. Contemporary poetry abandons the attempt to create a free form, and the musician constructs the cantata for himself out of verses from the Bible and strophes from the hymn books, which he contrasts with each other or builds up in a dramatic sequence. One could wish that the artists of that time had realized that this was the only solution, that the treasures of the Bible and of the German hymn books were inexhaustible, and will last out as long as music and the world themselves, and that music therefore had everything it needed within its own hands, and had no need of poets for its texts. But just at this moment there springs up again the antique ideal of the cooperation of poetry and music in a dramatic representation of religious ideas. It bewitches Protestant church music, luring it onward with the charm of a great ideal, helped by the insufficiency of the German poetry of the time, and the course of music became an uncertain wandering. The fatal thing is that Bach, as a child of his time, had to take part in this wandering, and kept groping after the true form of the cantata his whole life long. Inspired by the idea of the religious drama, the poorest poetry was blind to its own incompetence. The new cantata differs from the old both textually and musically. Textually, for the most part, in that it dispenses with Bible passages and chorale verses, and trusts entirely to free poetry. This free text, however, is laid out on the plan of the contemporary Italian opera, which has nothing in common with Monteverdi's music drama, but consists of da capo arias and recitatives that come near to speech. In this new art, which is under the Neapolitan influence, the melodic and the declamatory are no longer blended as they were in Monteverdi's Arioso, but separate into unmelodic recitative and undeclamatory song. Nothing is left of that strong musical dramatic feeling that we find in the drama per musica of the Renaissance. The dramatic is now wholly transformed into the reflective, that is, into the aria. As this has no longer to consist of music that conforms with the action, it becomes purely formal, while the recitative, the carrier of the action, renounces all melodic form. Thus the new recitative and the new aria only resulted from the inability of the operatic art of that time to create real dramatic music. As soon as a mind appears that can conceive and express music and action in one artistic idea, it revolts against this divorce of song and declamation. This was the case with Gluck and with Wagner, who both, like Monteverdi, had in view the true drama per musica. At the end of the 18th century, however, the two new forms that had sprung out of the decline of the Italian musical stage were received with royal honors by the German composers of evangelical church music. Any one who did not welcome them was regarded as a scorner of the true musical gospel. They pushed choral music into the background, and church music came to consist almost exclusively of solo songs. At this time the Passion music, which hitherto had gone on its way unmolested, also became embroiled in the Revolution. Henceforward its venerable antiquity was to be no protection against innovation. Till then it had really had no history. As far back as the 4th century, according to tradition, the story of the Passion, according to St. Matthew, was recited on Palm Sunday, and that, according to St. Luke, on the Wednesday of Passion week. In the 8th and 9th centuries, the Passion, according to St. Mark, was allotted to Tuesday in the Holy Week, and the Passion, according to St. John, to Good Friday. Already in the 13th century, Durandus desires the recital to be in dramatic form. Only the words of the evangelist are to be delivered in the gospel tone, that is, as psalmody, while the gentle words of Jesus and the cries of the unbelieving people are to be rendered characteristically. The psalmody method of delivery lasts until the end of the 15th century. The Passion is recited like every other passage from the Gospel. At the beginning of the 16th century, the composers of the Netherlands undertake for the first time to set the story of the Passion to music. The first musical Passion is by Jacobus Obrecht, born 1450, and dates from 1505. Luther's friend Johann Walther copied it out twice. When it was published by George Rowe in 1538, Melanchthon contributed a preface to it. In the epoch that followed, Passion music was written by both Catholic and Protestant composers, as in the case of the various portions of the Mass, nor is any distinction made between German and Latin Passions. The numerous Passions of that time fall, according to their form, into two groups: motet Passions and dramatic Passions. In the former, the whole text, including the words of Jesus, is rendered by the choir. In the latter, the words of the evangelist and the speeches of Jesus are recited by one person in the old gospel tone, and only the cries of the people are set polyphonically through, though the chorus renders also the words of Pilate, of the false witnesses, and of the malefactors. The dramatic Passion naturally triumphed over the undramatic motet Passion. The St. Matthew Passion of Johann Walther is the first German composition in this style. According to tradition, it was performed on Palm Sunday in 1530. His St. John Passion, which was given on Good Friday, has survived to our day. It was sung yearly in Zittau from 1609 to 1816 in a Czech translation. Schütz retains the dramatic Passion as he had received it. He dispenses with instrumental means of every kind, making the evangelist psalmodize in the old collect tone, and makes no use in the Passions of the declamatory arioso that he elsewhere employs for the solo renderings of Bible passages. No aria, no chorale interrupts the action. The severe beauty of this old Passion form, transfigured by Schütz's art, is unique of its kind. It reminds us of the affecting representations of the Passion by the realistic painters of the Netherlands. Its profound effect when the singers take the part of the evangelist knows how to enter into the old style, can almost make us believe that we are listening to one of Bach's Passions. The lack of the pathetic and the contemplative, however, necessarily discredited the old dramatic Passion, and the older church music in general, in an epoch that took rhetorical reflection for the essence of drama. The new movement begins with the founding of the Hamburg Opera, when in 1678 Gerhard Schott, the licentiate Lucians, and the organist Reinken cooperated in the building of a theatre. They had in their minds not so much a secular as a religious opera. Thiele's Adam und Eva was the first opera, Singspiel, to be given on the stage. Then came Michael und David, 1679, Die Makkabäische Mutter und ihre 7 Söhne, 1679, Esther, 1680, Christi Geburt, 1681, and Kain und Abel oder der Verweifelte Brudermörder, 1682. It is, as a matter of fact, hard to find anything religious in the trivial and absurd texts of these operas. That age, however, thought otherwise. The clergy took a prominent part in supporting the undertaking. One clergyman, Heinrich Elmenhorst, wrote the texts of several Singspiele, and from the pulpit recommended the faithful to go to the opera. When, in course of time, the theatre had forfeited the good opinion of many serious-minded citizens by reason of the coarseness and tastelessness that had flaunted themselves on the stage, Elmenhorst, in his Dramatologia Antiqua Hodierna, tries to rehabilitate the institution. He argues that this theatre is simply the ancient Greek drama applied to Christian ends. As the Greeks represented on the stage, for religious edification, the stories of their gods and heroes, so it is a necessity to Christendom to see the biblical stories unfolded before the eye in animated action. The theological faculties of Rostock and Wittenberg, being consulted on the matter, declared themselves in principle for the religious opera. All this, however, could not arrest its decline, and in the course of time the religious drama disappeared from the stage. But the ideal that is upheld in Elmenhorst's work still lived and dominated the artistic life of Hamburg in the epoch, the most brilliant for Hamburg that followed when Kaiser, Mattheson, Handel and Telemann lived and worked there. Reinhard Kaiser came to Hamburg in 1694. Handel lived there from 1703 to 1705. Mattheson, a Hamburger by birth, belonged to the opera from childhood. His true work, however, did not begin until 1705, when he abandoned the career of singer and actor. Telemann was invited to Hamburg in 1721. What position these artists occupied, whether they held office in the theatre or in the church, mattered nothing, since they all wrote impartially for both church and opera. From 1715 to 1728, Mattheson was cantor of the cathedral, in which post he was able to do a good deal for the new church music. When his increasing deafness forced him to resign, Kaiser, who until then had officiated only at the opera, became his successor. Telemann had been called to Hamburg to be choir master and cantor at the Johanneum, but he was also engaged by the theatre to provide operas at a yearly salary of 300 thalers. Handel, who had gone to Hamburg mainly for the opera, also wrote music for the church. These composers gave up the effort to consider the Hamburg theatre, in accordance with the intentions of its founders, as primarily a home of religious art, and to maintain it on that level. But in exchange they tried to import the religious opera into the service church, not troubling themselves as to whether it had any appropriateness to the ecclesiastical season or to the gospel for the day. To what gospel are the theatrical soliloquies of Telemann appropriate, such as Der verhaufte Joseph, Der von Zedekiah geschlagene Mischa, Der von seinem Volke verfolgte David, Der Stirbende Simson, or Der versenkte Jonas? They even wrote oratorios in two parts, intended for performance before and after the sermon, choosing for them any dramatic scene that took their fancy. Not that they were any less pious or less in sympathy with the church than their predecessors had been. On the contrary, they believed that this free, self-existent church music was the only true music, and that credit was due to them for having set it free from its Babylonian bondage. They aimed at creating a Protestant, that is, a subjective and dramatic art. All they really achieved, however, was the introduction into church music of the emotional theatrical style with its orchestral painting of situations. It finally became a question whether the operatic secco recitative and the formal three-section da capo aria should not also be admitted into the music of the church. Naturally, these composers could do nothing with the choir boys whom they had at their disposal in the churches. To the choir, indeed, they attached little importance, as their music mainly consisted of solo numbers. For their arias, however, they needed accomplished singers, male and female. Until then, women had not been allowed to sing either in the Protestant or the Catholic Church, except with the rest of the congregation in the chorale. The treble and alto parts in the choruses and in the soli were taken by boys. Mattheson pours his scorn on the church choristers of that epoch who had to do duty as soloists. He describes the treble with a feeble falsetto, singing like a toothless old woman, the alto with a voice like a calf, the tenor who brays like a hoarse jackass, the bass who rumbles out the 8 feet G in the depths like a cockchafer in an empty boot, in a way that would waken a sleeping hare hardly 30 paces off, while he howls the 4 feet G like an Indian lion. Is it possible, so runs his perpetual refrain upon this question, to make music at all with the singers provided by the Church? Before condemning the new Church music, people should provide the composers with the performers necessary for its adequate rendering. Nor was he satisfied with mere Platonic discussion. Soon after he became cantor of the cathedral, he succeeded in introducing female singers, and in 1716 some ladies named Reichsmüller, Schwartz, and Schlober made the church resound with their runs and trills to the glory of God. Mattheson plumed himself upon this achievement all his life. "I was the very first," he wrote in his Generalbachschule, "to employ 3 or 4 female singers in the ordinary church music before and after the sermon, though with what difficulty and vexatiousness, and against what opposition, cannot be described. At first I was implored not to bring any women into the choir. In the end they could not have enough of them." After the death of Telemann in 1767, the female singers seem to have disappeared again from the churches. The example of the Hamburgers had not found many imitators. We know that at Lübeck, which modelled its church music upon that of Hamburg immediately after Buxtehude's death, no female singers took place in the Abendmusiken until 1733 at the earliest. In Leipzig they never did so. The new style of church music did not triumph without a struggle. In 1726 there appeared an attack on it by a certain Joachim Meyer of Göttingen, who was both a musician and doctor juris. Mattheson made a very clever reply. He brings forward in defence of theatrical church music the same argument that Elmenhorst had used to vindicate the religious theatre. For him too the church art for which he is fighting is the antique tragedy transplanted into Christendom. Every religious festival, he says, is theatrical, since the biblical stories and the religious ideas they contain are represented in some way or other. The most perfect representation, however, is art. The most important and stubborn opponent of the new style was Johann Kuhnau, 1660 to 1722, Bach's predecessor at St. Thomas's, Leipzig, whose talents and capabilities were everywhere recognized, and whose famous dramatic clavier sonatas on biblical histories made it impossible to call him a reactionary. He threw himself into the fight just when the new tendency began to attract attention. When he printed his cantata texts for the ecclesiastical year 1709 to 1710, he accompanied them with a preface, in which he laid down his own ideas of the true style for church music in contrast with the theatrical style. His views did not suit the tastes of all the Leipzigers, particularly of the circle that had formed round Telemann. In his last years he had to yield to the pressure of the time, and write a Passion in the new style, which was performed in 1721. After his death it was proposed to make Telemann, who was the antipodes of Kuhnau, his successor. From about 1700 all opposition to the new church music was in vain. The educated people, clerical as well as lay, had before their eyes the antique ideal of the religious drama, which Elmenhorst and Mattheson had advocated so cleverly and with such real enthusiasm. Neither they nor the musicians themselves were conscious how far poetry and music were from attaining this ideal. We, for our part, cannot place ourselves at the point of view of an epoch which revelled in the confident joy of creation, and went on its way without being crushed or made self-reflective by any great tradition either of classical dramatic poetry or classical music, but in unmoved simplicity prized its own imperfect work as being the realization of the ideal it was aiming at, and thought that all it needed to produce classical art was to pursue an antique ideal. From our standpoint we must always judge that age unjustly, for we lack the self-confident creative force that was at once its strength and its weakness. We feel ourselves to be epigones. The tribute paid by these men to antiquity, however, was merely a rhetorical one. they were convinced that with them the last great artistic epoch had arrived. Feeling themselves thus free of the jurisdiction of antiquity, they fell victims to every deception and illusion, and finally obeyed the voice that counselled them, if they would make church music wholly new, to cease taking their texts from the Bible and the old congregational hymn. The fate of the cantata was decided by the appearance of the first yearly cycle of Erdmann Neumeister's Kirchenandachten. The first cycle was composed for the court church in Weissenfels and was set to music by Philipp Krieger. 1649 to 1725, the court Kapellmeister there. Neumeister's madrigal cantatas have nothing in common with the earlier attempts at the madrigal in German religious poetry, but are imitations of the Italian opera texts, the author himself declaring in his preface that for him a cantata is only a fragment of an opera. He makes each of them consist of 4 arias and 4 recitatives. He discards altogether biblical passages and verses from the hymn books, nor are there any choruses. In the succeeding cycles he makes some concessions. The second, 1708, again gives the chorus its due. In the third, 1711, a modest place is again granted to biblical passages and hymn verses by the side of arias and recitatives. The modern cantata was henceforth cultivated in this infelicitous compromise. In 1716, Tilgener issued in 1 volume all the texts of Neumeister that had appeared during the 5 previous years. The composers at once seized upon them. Telemann, who at that time was not yet in Hamburg but in Eisenach, had set the 3rd and 4th cycles to music on their first appearance in 1711 and 1714 respectively. Bach also composed music to Neumeister's texts. He knew the author personally and admired him as a genuine poet. Neumeister on his side valued Bach very highly and would gladly have had him in Hamburg. Neumeister had a rival in Salomo Frank, born in 1659, of Weimar, who was secretary to the consistory in Armstadt from 1691 to 1697, where he published his Madrigalische Seelenlust über der heilige Leben unseres Enlosers, 1697. Bach's Passions show traces of the influence of this poem. At a later date Frank became personally acquainted with Bach, when the latter was stationed at Weimar, and supplied him with some cantata texts. The poems of Frank that appeared after 1711 are influenced by Neumeister. He harks back, however, much more than the latter to the old madrigalesque religious poetry, and, if not so clever, is more profound than the man he had taken for his model. In the future it became a recognized part of the business of a poet to write cantata texts. To do so it was not necessary for him to have any personal connection with sacred poetry. He could insert a yearly cycle of texts for church pieces in the middle of some gallant or satirical publication. Thus for a long time the sources of a number of cantatas by Bach that are connected textually, musically, and chronologically were unknown until Philipp Spitta found them in the collected poems of Marianne von Ziegler, the contemporary Leipzig poetess. The new cantata brought with it the new Passion. The first theatrical Passion was produced in Hamburg in 1704, during the Monday and Wednesday Vespers of Holy Week. The text was written by Christian Friedrich Hunold, a writer of opera libretti, living in Hamburg from 1700 to 1706, who did not enjoy the best of reputations. In the literary world he was known by the name of Menantis. Kaiser supplied the music. The whole Passion was now represented as a dramatic action. The place of the biblical story of the Passion was taken by a versified text that connected the separate scenes. It is noteworthy that in this Passion we already have the daughter of Zion, whom we shall meet with again in Bach. The indignation was universal, not so much on account of the new departure itself as on account of the extremely wretched theatrical style. In the same year Handel also wrote a Passion to a text by Postel, another Hamburg opera poet, which was performed without winning any success. In 1712 appeared the Passion poem of the Hamburg town councillor Barthold Heinrich Brockus. In the main he retains the plan and the constituents of Kaiser's Passion. He makes use of free recitatives and da capo arias, admits the daughter of Zion, and replaces the gospel narrative by a versified recital of the Passion, keeping more closely, however, to the biblical wording than Hunold Menantis. The only real new feature was the insertion of chorale strophes. For the rest he did nothing more than discard some of the theatrical elements of Hunold's Passion, and to purge the diction of its worst impurities. And this text became the classical one for the Passion. Kaiser set it to music in 1712, Handel and Telemann in 1716, and Mattheson in 1718. The last name's Passion was performed during the service on Palm Sunday in 1718. Telemann produced his in Frankfort. It was excellently performed, he himself tells us, in the chief church on several special weekdays, in the presence of various great people and an indescribable throng of hearers, for the good of the orphan institution. I may record the singular fact that guards were posted at the church doors, who allowed no one to enter who had not a printed copy of the Passion, and that most of the members of the ministry were at the altar in their robes of office. Moreover, this Passion has been heard in many German churches and concert halls. When Handel set Brockes's text to music, he had developed far beyond the other Hamburg composers. Later on he made use of this music in other works. We possess the work, however, only in a copy made by Bach and his wife. The manuscript comprises 60 pages. The first 23 are by Bach, the remainder by Anna Magdalena, his second wife. It is thus probable that Bach gave a performance of Handel's Passion in Leipzig. How are we to explain the enthusiasm of composers for Brockes's Passion poem? It was certainly not the distinction of its language that attracted them, for the verse is positively vulgar. The scourging is described in the following recitative: Drauf zerten die Kriegknecht Ebene hierin, und reifen ihre Wut mehr Anrufflammen. Die ganze Schar zusammen, die banden ihn an einen Stein, und geißelten den zarten Rücken mit nagelwollen Stricken. After Peter's denial, there follows this aria: Heul, du Scham der Menschenkinder, Winzler wilder Sündenknecht, Tränenwasser ist zu schlecht, Weineblut verstocke Sünde. At the same time, the text had some dramatic vitality, and it was extremely rich in opportunities for musical painting. The inflated diction did not at all repel the composers, who took it to be the characteristic of a poetic sensibility that was akin to music. Compared with Hunold Menantis's Passion poem and the libretti of the Hamburg operas, the style must indeed have seemed positively pure. Literary Germany before the time of Gottsched and Lessing possessed nothing of our modern sense of verbal values. The connection with music was really pernicious to the poetry of the time, for it was being perpetually worked up into an over-exuberance of feeling, in which it aimed at drastic images and pathetic expression without any other thought than that of making its ideas as strong and flowery as possible. Not until it parted company from music and was placed on a footing of its own by Gottsched and Lessing did it find itself again. Bach, however, lived in the decadent epoch when music and poetry led each other astray, an epoch of excessive scribbling, of superficial art, in which even men of real talent like Kaiser went to ruin, an epoch which seemed fated to be impotent to create anything of durable value. Whereas at other times and in other places the great artist has been only one star among others, whose light, if less brilliant than his, he nevertheless did not extinguish. Bach is surrounded by mere will-o'-the-wisps, where his epoch, and he with it, mistook for stars. Of the innumerable cantatas that were written and admired at that time, his alone have survived their own day, and even these exhibit, both in their form and in their texts, traces of the dead world from which they have come. There is no stronger testimony to the greatness of Bach than the fact that in an epoch of error, and sharing its errors, he nevertheless wrote imperishable works. We have finally, however, the sad consciousness that he was only great enough to save himself, but not his epoch as well, that he did not hurl himself against it and strive to lead it back from this stilted poetry and the empty forms of Italian recitative and the da capo aria to the true, simple, and really dramatic church music. To this clear perception, which was to a certain degree attainable by a Kuhnau, Bach never arrived. He was in fact not the beginning of a new epoch, but the end of an old one, in which the knowledge and the errors of successive centuries found expression for the last time, as if seeking salvation together by genius. Since Bach held his peace, and though inwardly opposed to his epoch, nevertheless went its way with it, it was inevitable that his works should be thrown into the general grave with those of his contemporaries, there to await their resurrection. If the talents succumb to the errors of their time, what matters? But when the men of genius are ensnared in them, centuries have to suffer for it. The very greatness of Aristotle held Greek natural philosophy back when it was already on the path that would have led it to the discoveries of Galileo and Copernicus. Bach, with an easy consciousness of his own strength, burdened himself with the Italian forms and formulas, and so retarded the progress of German music along the path that would have led it, even at that time, to an art such as Wagner was afterwards to realize in drama. End of chapter 6. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 7 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. From Eisenach to Leipzig. The Bach family can be traced back in Thuringia as far as the beginning of the Reformation. In the family chronicle begun by Johann Sebastian and continued by his son Philipp Emanuel, the baker VIII Bach is named as the progenitor of the line to which the composer belonged. Forkel, in his biography of Bach 1802, expressed the opinion that this VIII Bach came from Hungary. The truth is, however, that he had emigrated there from Thuringia, returning when the Germans in Hungary began to suffer during the Counter-Reformation. He settled in Weimar near Gotha. When he went into the mill to grind his corn, he would take his guitar with him and play regardless of the racket around him. One of his grandchildren, Heinrich, settled at Arnstadt. His sons, Johann Christoph, died 1703, and Johann Michael, died 1694, were especially prominent members of the race. Johann Christoph was organist at Eisenach. Johann Michael was organist and town clerk at Geren. The members of this huge family of musicians had, as Forkel says, a very great attachment to each other. Since it was impossible to live all together in one place, they made a point of seeing each other at least once a year, and appointed a certain day at which they were all to be present at a chosen place. Even when the family had greatly increased, and had spread itself abroad beyond Thuringia, in various parts of Upper and Lower Saxony, and in France, they continued their yearly foregatherings. The rendezvous was generally Erfurt, Eisenach, or Arnstadt. The manner in which they passed the time during the meeting was wholly musical. As the company consisted of cantors, organists, and town musicians, all connected in some way with the church, and as it was the general custom at that time to commence all things with religion, the first thing they did when they met together was to sing a chorale. From this devout beginning they passed to jests, which often contrasted very strongly with the chorale. That is to say, they improvised folk songs together, some of which were comic, some even indecent, in such a way that the various impromptu parts made a kind of harmony, though the words were different in each voice. They called this kind of extempore counterpoint quodlibet, and could not only laugh heartily at it themselves, but it aroused also an equally hearty and uncontrollable laughter in every one who heard them. Bach's grandfather, Christoph Bach, died 1661, was a son of Hans Caspar Bach and a grandchild of VIII Bach. Bach's father, Johann Ambrosius, lived first in Erfurt and afterwards from 1671 in Eisenach. He had a twin brother, Johann Christoph, court and town musician at Arnstadt, who was so like him that even their respective wives could only distinguish them by their clothes. They had the most tender affection for each other. Speech, sentiments, the style of their music, their methods of performance, all were alike. When one was ill, so was the other. They died within a short time of each other, They were the admiration of all who saw them. Bach's mother, Elizabeth, was a Lammerhirt by birth. Her father was a furrier at Erfurt. Johann Sebastian was born on 21st March 1685 at Eisenach. His mother died 9 years later, leaving her husband with 4 children, of whom Johann Sebastian was the youngest. Not long afterwards, at the beginning of 1695, the father also died. He had married for the second time a little while before. Bach was thus left an orphan at the age of 10. The eldest of the brothers, Johann Christoph, born in 1671, took the 2 youngest, Johann Jakob and Johann Sebastian, with him to Ohrdruf, where he was organist. They attended the gymnasium there, and their brother instructed them in music. Johann Sebastian was too zealous for his teacher. He asked the latter for a volume containing clavier pieces by Froberger, Kerl, Pachelbel, and others. Being refused it, he dragged it with his tiny hands through the latticed door of the cupboard in which it was kept, and copied it out on moonlit nights. In 6 months the copy was complete. The brother heard of it, however, and took the copy from him. In 1700, as Johann Christoph's family was always increasing, Bach had to think of finding a shelter elsewhere. His good soprano voice secured him a place in the school of the convent of St. Michael in Lüneburg with his friend Erdmann. He soon lost his voice, but was retained because he was useful as a violinist in the orchestra. We do not know whether he received lessons from the organ virtuoso Bohm. He had at any rate heard him play, though Bohm was not at St. Michael's Church but at St. John's. It is a fact of great consequence that in the choir to which he belonged he had opportunities of becoming acquainted with the best specimens of German church music. The catalogue of the well-stocked musical library of the gymnasium had been preserved. It included works by Italian as well as German composers. From Lüneburg, Bach went more than once to Hamburg to hear the famous Reinken, and no doubt to see the opera. He also went to Celle. The court band there consisted largely of French players. Duke Georg Wilhelm of Brunswick, having married a Huguenot lady, Desmier d'Olbreus, surrounded himself with a French court. Even the court organist, Charles Godoux, was a Frenchman. We do not know who procured for Bach the entrée to the court concerts. It is possible that he was employed as assistant violinist, for after leaving the gymnasium in 1703 at the age of 18, he procured an engagement in the band of Duke Johann Ernest at Weimar. He stayed there only a few months, however, going to Arnstadt in 1704 as organist at the new church. The instrument had just been built. At the Franciscan church the organist was Christoph Hertum. He had married a woman of the Bach family, and besides being an organist, was a count's clerk of the kitchen. In Arnstadt, Bach laid the foundation of his mastery of the organ. As his office claimed him only 3 times a week, he had a good deal of time to himself. In October 1705, he was granted leave of absence for 4 weeks in order to go to Lübeck and hear the great organist Buxtehude. He was thus present at the great memorial performance on 2nd December 1705, on the occasion of the death of Leopold I. We do not know whether he learned from Buxtehude only by hearing him play, or whether he had lessons from him. In any case, the attraction of the master was so strong for him that he quite forgot the necessity of returning to Arnstadt. He stayed over Christmas and the New Year in Lübeck, and did not get back to Arnstadt until the middle of February 1706. On the 21st of that month he was summoned before the consistory to justify his having exceeded his holiday. The proceedings of the meeting are still preserved. Bach did not condescend to make any excuses, but said he thought that his deputy would have filled the office in such a way that no complaint would have been possible. The consistory availed itself of the opportunity to remonstrate with him on his extravagant way of accompanying the chorales, and further reproached him with not attending to the choir of scholars, and with having performed so little figurate music. We must not regard the church authorities as being lacking in a sense of the genius of the young organist. Their complaints were wholly justified. Bach had been unable to do anything with the choir, thus already revealing that lack of talent for organization that later on was to make his situation in Leipzig so difficult. In this he differed radically from Schütz, who always knew how to get the best results out of the material at his disposal, and to train his forces gradually up to the highest possible efficiency. Bach, on the contrary, was no pedagogue. He could not even maintain discipline. If things did not go as he wanted, he flew into a temper, thereby only making the matter worse, lost heart, and let things go as they choose. He was on very bad terms with the singers and with the scholar who led the choir. Before his Lubeck journey, there had been a fracas between himself and one of the scholars, Gaius Bach. The latter, having had an injurious epithet applied to him by Bach, had set upon him with a stick in the street. Bach had drawn his sword. Fortunately, other scholars had thrown themselves between them and separated them. The affair had gone before the consistory, where it was proved that Bach had really used the offensive epithet in question. At the February sitting, he was required to say definitely whether he would attend to the choir or not. 8 days were given him for reflection. In November he had not yet replied. He was again summoned to a sitting on the 11th, when he promised to give his reply in writing. Whether he ever did so, we do not know. At this last sitting he was reproached with having recently made music in the church with a stranger maiden, without having received permission to do so. He made the excuse that he had spoken about it to the clergyman Magister Uter. It need hardly be said that this music-making was a private and weekday matter, and that the stranger maiden did not take part in the Sunday service. This was not permitted under any circumstances. At that time women were not allowed to sing in church, even in Hamburg. His position had become untenable. Just then, on 2nd December 1706, the organist of the church of St. Blasius in Mulhausen, Johann Georg Ahler, died. In the spring of 1707, Bach received an invitation to give a trial performance on the organ of this free imperial town, which was artistic in its sympathies. On the 15th June he received the appointment. On the 29th he gave up the keys of the Arnstadt organ at the council house, and left to his cousin Ernest, son of Johann Christoph Bach, his father's twin brother, the 5 gulden of his salary, which was still unpaid. His emoluments in Mulhausen consisted of 85 gulden, 3 coombs of corn, 2 cords of wood, and 6 trusses of brushwood, both to be delivered at his door, and 3 pounds of fish per annum. On the 17th October of the same year, Bach married his cousin Maria Barbara Bach, daughter of Johann Michael Bach, the organist and clerk at Geren. They were married at Dornheim, near Arnstadt, by Johann Lorenz Stauber, who was connected with the Bach family by ties of friendship and kinship. This Maria Barbara Bach was presumably the stranger maiden with whom Bach had made music in the church at Arnstadt. Her mother, the daughter of Weidemann, the town clerk at Arnstadt, had an unmarried sister in that town, Regina, whom she may have been visiting. Soon afterwards, in 1708, this aunt married Stauber, the clergyman at Dornheim, who had lost his wife a year before. When Bach entered upon his post at Mulhausen, the musical conditions of the town were in a woeful state of decay. The town was living on its past reputation. The congregation was split in two by a disagreement between the orthodox party and the pietists, by which art did not profit much. A fortnight before the appointment of the new organist, a fire had reduced to ashes a great part of the town, and that the richest and most beautiful. It can easily be understood that just then the burghers had something else to think about than the reorganization of the church music. They thought they had done their part when they had engaged an artist at an exceptionally good salary. He, however, had no capacity for reorganization. A year after his appointment he applied for his release. In his petition he frankly acknowledges that he is going because he does not see any immediate improvement in the musical conditions. They parted, however, on good terms with each other. Bach was still to superintend the work on the organ, the renovation of which he had undertaken according to his plans. In his new post Bach had nothing to do with the choir. He went to Weimar as court organist and chamber musician to the reigning Duke Wilhelm Ernest, one of the most distinguished and cultured princes of his time, and thoroughly devoted to art. When Bach entered his service, the Duke was in his 46th year. In the religious struggles he was on the side of orthodoxy, and took care that his people had the pure doctrine. He had married a princess of Jena, but they soon separated. The court band numbered about 20 members. Many of them, as was usual at that time, also acted as footmen, cooks, or huntsmen. On special occasions they waited on their master in Hungarian costume, so that Bach also must have donned this dress. The organ in the castle church was not large, but it is evident from the specification of it that has been preserved that it must have had a uniformly fine tone. Bach must occasionally have been incommoded by the fact that the pitch of the organ was the cornet tone, that is, a minor third above the ordinary pitch (Kammerton). In the town church there was a considerably larger organ. It was played by Johann Gottfried Walther, the subsequent author of the first German musical lexicon. On his mother's side, she was a Lammerhirt by birth. He was related to Bach. The two men seem to have formed a sincere friendship with each other, though we do not know whether they still had much intercourse after Bach had left Weimar. Spitta is of opinion that later on a certain estrangement sprang up between them, since Walther in his Musiklexikon 1732 devotes only a moderately short article to Bach. The inference is not conclusive. Walther's articles are confined to an enumeration of printed works. The section on Handel is still shorter than that on Bach. Bach's salary to begin with was 156 gulden. It increased until in 1713 it was 225 gulden. In the following year it was probably again increased, Bach having been then advanced to the position of Konzertmeister. From this time he had to provide cantatas for the church service. The Kapellmeister was Johann Samuel Dresser, who was already well on in his 60s. His son Johann Wilhelm acted as his deputy. We do not know whether Bach had any close personal relations with the prince his master. Probably not, for in that case it would be inexplicable how he came to be passed over when in 1716 a successor had to be appointed to the deceased Kapellmeister. At first an attempt was made to secure Telemann, who was at that time in Frankfurt. When he declined the offer, the post was given to Dresser's son. He was a musician of little account, his sole claim being that he had always acted for his father during his last years. After this event, Bach's only thought was how to get away from Weimar as quickly as possible. When Prince Leopold of Anhalt-Köthen offered him the post of Kapellmeister at his court, he snatched at it eagerly, which he certainly would not have done had it not been a case of finding another situation at any cost. The office indeed had little that was attractive for a man with the objects that Bach had in view. The Köthen court belonged to the Reformed Church. There was consequently no church music. The church of the castle contained a small organ of inferior quality. That of the Reformed town church was rather larger. Bach was merely the director of his master's chamber music. In his haste to leave Weimar, he seems to have demanded his immediate release in a rather peremptory way. The Duke, who did not approve of behavior of this kind, had the refractory court organist arrested on the 2nd November and kept under arrest until the 2nd December. He took up his new position at Christmas 1717. If it was not wholly satisfactory from the artistic standpoint, in another respect it was extremely agreeable. The prince was young. He was not yet 25, and had had a sound musical education. He had travelled in Italy, taking with him Johann David Heineken (1683 to 1729), one of the most notable musical theoreticians of the time, to initiate him into Italian art. In the orchestra, which was not very large, the prince himself seems to have played the violin. He also possessed a well-trained bass voice. He was well qualified to appreciate the worth of his new Kapellmeister. He was proud of him, and took him with him on all his journeys. In time a cordial friendship grew up between the two men, which lasted even after Bach had left Coen. The 6 years that he passed in this small capital were the most pleasant in Bach's whole career. He had time for composition, and there was no unpleasantness of any kind to mar his joy in his work. During the Köthen epoch, however, there befell the most serious misfortune he had yet known. Returning with the prince from Karlsbad in July 1720, he found that his wife had died suddenly in his absence and had been buried on 7th July. All her husband could do was to make a pious pilgrimage to the grave of her who for 13 years had been the faithful and devoted sharer of his lot. Of the 7 children that Maria Barbara had borne to him, 4 were living at the time of her death. The eldest, a daughter named Katharina Dorothea, was 12 years old. Wilhelm Friedemann was 10. Then came Philipp Emanuel and his brother Johann Gottfried Bernhard, who was about a year younger than he. A year and a half later Bach found a new life partner in Anna Magdalena Wulken, the daughter of Johann Caspar Wulken, court and field trumpeter at Weissenfels. The marriage was solemnized on 3rd December 1721 The bridegroom was 36, the bride 21. This marriage was a thoroughly happy one in every respect. Anna Magdalena was not only a careful housewife who behaved with the utmost kindness to Bach's motherless children, she was also an artist, who could enter intelligently into her husband's work. She had a good and well-trained soprano voice. Her husband made it his care to develop her musical faculties. We still possess two Klavierbüchlein, little books for the clavier, von Anna Magdalena Bach, the first belonging to 1722, the second, which is in a fine green leather binding, bearing the date 1725. The first contains 24 easy pieces for the clavier. The second consists of preludes, suites, chorales, and sacred and secular songs. Bach also instructed his wife in the art of playing from figured basses. At the end of the Klavierbüchlein of 1725, we find some highly important rules of general basso recorded in his handwriting. His scholar richly repaid him for the pains he took with her, for she was useful to him in copying music. A number of the finest works of Bach have come down to us in her writing. In the course of years, her script became so much like that of her husband that it is difficult to distinguish one from the other. For a long time, for instance, the score of the cantata O Heilges Geisthund Wasserbad, number 165, was regarded as an autograph of Bach's until Spitta proved it to be a copy made by Anna Magdalena. How many hours must she have had to steal from her household duties when the week was drawing to a close, and the parts of the new cantata were not yet copied? She also taught the children to do this kind of work. In the second oboe part in the cantata die ihr euch von Christo nennet, number 164, the headings, the key signatures, and the bar lines are in her writing, but not the notes, which are clumsy and awkwardly connected. A small monogram at the end of the part, in which an attempt is made to intertwine the three initials WFB, shows the copyist to have been Wilhelm Friedemann Bach. The cantata probably belongs to the year 1724. The boy at that time was 14 years old. It was his first fair copy. We can see him sitting at the table. The sunlit place on the floor. The mother, busily flitting to and fro, supervises his work. He had just written Il fine at the end, but it is not done well enough for her. She writes the words again in her large, easy characters. There is a footstep on the stairs. The door opens. The father has come home. His growing boys now made it imperative for Bach to think of looking out for another post. In Cothen he could not procure for them the education that they needed. He himself longed to be back at his organ, and lamented his virtual severance from church music. Hamburg attracted him, although the opera there had for some time now lost a good deal of its earlier glory. The town was still one of the musical centres of Germany. Here Mattheson sat in judgment upon artists and their works. Here raged the war between the new and the old church music. Here were the most splendid organs. Here lived Edmund Neumeister, the celebrated librettist of church cantatas. It so happened that the organist's post at St. Jacob's Church became vacant in September 1720 by the death of its quondam occupier Heinrich Frieser. A few weeks afterwards Bach went to Hamburg and performed on the organ of St. Catherine's Church before Reinken, who was then nearly 100 years old, and a select company. The story is well known of how the old master of the organ went up to the younger one who had just improvised for half an hour on the chorale on Wasserfluten Babylon, and complimented him with the words, "I thought this art had perished, but I see that it still lives on in you." The praise was all the more flattering inasmuch as Reinken himself had treated the same melody at length in a chorale prelude, of which he was not a little proud. Bach was exempted from giving a trial exhibition for the post at St. Jacob's. We may be sure that Neumeister, who was a clergyman of the church, strenuously urged his election. His candidature failed, however. The choice, which was made on the 19th December, fell on a certain Johann Joachim Heitmann. The church accounts let us see wherein consisted his superiority over Bach in the eyes of the authorities of St. Jacob's. On 6 January 1721, he paid into the church treasury the sum of 4,000 marks in acknowledgment of his election. The fact that he expended so much to secure the post leads us to surmise that it must have had some very lucrative perquisites attached to it. Neumeister was indignant, and gave vent to his vexation in a sermon. Speaking at Christmas of the angels who made music at the birth of Christ, He added that their art would certainly have availed them nothing in Hamburg. He really believed, he said, that if one of the angels of Bethlehem who could play divinely were to come down from heaven and try to become organist at St. Jacob's, but had no money, he would simply have to fly back again. Whether Mattheson exerted himself on behalf of Bach in this affair is not known. That Bach did not settle at Hamburg can only be regarded as a misfortune. The position offered much fewer difficulties and occasions for mortification than the one he afterwards accepted in Leipzig. On the other hand, we must not forget that in Hamburg he would have had to dispense almost entirely with the chorus in his church music, since there was no choir there. And what encouragement for his creative work would he have found among a committee that set finance above art? A year and a half later, in June 1722, the post of cantor at St. Thomas's Church in Leipzig became vacant. The council was looking for a worthy successor to Kuhnau. It did not, however, think of Bach in the first place, but entered into negotiations with Telemann, who was at that time regarded as the leading German composer, and was favourably remembered by the Leipzigers from his student days, 1701 to 1704. The negotiations were broken off because Telemann could not obtain his release from Hamburg, where he had but recently, 1721, been appointed director of the town music. After him the Darmstadt Kapellmeister Graupner, a capable pupil of Kuhnau, was most thought of in connection with the post. Bach did not apply until towards the end of the year. He delayed it so long because he found it hard to leave his agreeable situation with his cultivated prince, and to surrender the position of Kapellmeister for that of a simple cantor, to be under the order of a school rector, and to teach choir boys. He finally succeeded in making the resolution to sacrifice his leisure and his pride to his children. At first it was not altogether agreeable to me, he writes some years later to his friend Erdmann, to change the position of Kapellmeister for that of cantor. Consequently, I delayed my resolution for a quarter of a year. Nevertheless, this post was so favourably described to me that finally, especially as my sons appeared to be inclined to study, I ventured upon it in the name of the Most High, and went to Leipzig, passed my trial, and at once set about the removal. He was not exempted from the trial, which had not been waived even in the case of Telemann. He produced the cantata Jesus nahm zu sich die Zwölf on Quinquagesima Sunday, 7th February, 1723. As Graupner could not get his discharge from the Darmstadt court, and the other competitors could not measure themselves against Bach, he was elected unanimously. It has recently become the fashion to reproach the Leipzig council with having only taken up with Bach after it had vainly tried to secure the shallow Telemann and the insignificant Graupner. The reproach is unjustified. Both the other men were well known in Leipzig, and had a reputation with their contemporaries that Bach did not yet possess. It is too much to expect of a committee that it should anticipate the judgment of posterity. The town council's business was to find a musician of recognized ability to succeed Kuhnau, and not to be influenced by any other consideration. It therefore finally selected Bach. The choice honoured both the judges and the competitor, for Bach certainly felt it an honour to become the successor of Kuhnau. His nomination was notified to him on 5th May 1723, and on Monday the 31st of the same month he was installed in his new office. He took up his quarters in the cantor's house in the left wing of the St. Thomas's School buildings. His wanderings were at an end. End of Chapter 7. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 8 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Bach in Leipzig. One cannot help feeling a little sadness when one reads the agreement that Bach had to sign upon his nomination. He was not to leave Leipzig without the permission of the Burgomaster, and he undertook, for the sake of economy, to instruct the boys not only in singing, but in instrumental playing, so that they might also be available in the church orchestra. It was further part of his duty to accompany the choir of schoolboys who sang the motet or chorale at funerals. At the less important burials, in which only a portion of the St. Thomas choir took part, one of the senior scholars would often act as his deputy. But how often must he have walked abstractedly with his scholars at the head of the procession, in wind and rain, turning over his next cantata in his mind. Before his definite instalment he had to undergo, as was the custom of the time, an examination of his religious belief, out of which he came satisfactorily. He also had to sign the Concordia formula, for without signing this no one could hold an appointment in Saxony. It was not the best of omens that at this formal induction into his office, on Monday, the 31st May, the representatives of the consistory and those of the council almost came to blows, the delegates of the council being of the opinion that some remarks that Licentiate Schweitzer, who had come in lieu of Superintendent Dehling, had addressed to Bach in the name of the consistory, claimed for the church committee a right at the ceremony that did not belong to it. The affair afterwards led to a long discussion between the council and the consistory. Thus on the very first day there broke out the rivalry between the two bodies that control the cantor, which was afterwards to reappear so frequently. We cannot say that Bach suffered from this tension. It ministered admirably to his own need for independence, for he played the consistory off against the council and the council against the consistory, and meanwhile did what he liked. His work at St. Thomas's School was not vexatious. Besides the rector there were 7 teachers. The cantor came immediately after the sub-rector, thus being third in rank, and like the rector he had to teach only 3 hours a day. Besides taking the upper classes in singing, the cantor had to instruct the third class in Latin. Bach had expressly declared his willingness to take these classes, and he appears to have felt a certain pride in doing so, while Telemann had asked to be absolved from non-musical teaching. Afterwards, however, this work did not please him, and he asked his colleague Magister Petzold to act as his deputy in return for a remuneration of 50 thalers per annum. The council gave its consent to this. Singing classes were held on the 3 first days of the week at 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock. On Thursday the cantor was quite free. On Friday he taught a singing class at 12 o'clock. On Saturday afternoon, after vespers, while private confession was going on below, the rehearsals for the cantatas took place. Bach seems not to have taken the instruction in singing very seriously. The reproach is always being made against him that he left it almost entirely to the older scholars instead of attending to it himself. To what extent he was really lax in his views of his duties we cannot now judge, but the charges that were made against him can hardly have been without some justification. But even if he fulfilled all his duties most scrupulously, he would be occupied in the school no more than 2 or 3 hours each day. Every 4 weeks he had to inspect the school. This was the duty of the 4 principal teachers, who during this week had to submit to the general regulations of the school, and perhaps even sleep in it. We know that in his later years, when it was his turn to do the inspection, Bach was exceedingly irregular in his attendance at devotions and at grace. In any case, he was not overworked, and had plenty of leisure for composition. He gives his salary in the letters to Erdmann as about 700 thalers. Of these, indeed, only something over 100 thalers was fixed. This was augmented by school fees and receipts from legacies, of which he received a share. The main part of his income, however, came from the wedding and funeral ceremonies, from which he always received something according to the class. The highest payment for weddings was 2 thalers, for funerals 1 thaler, 15 Groschen. The income of the cantor was thus rather variable. Kuhnau had complained that many wealthy people, in order to avoid expense, were married in a neighbouring village church, or dispensed with music of any kind, vocal or instrumental, at their funeral. Occasionally even the weather had something to do with it. In 1729, as Bach himself says in the letter to Erdmann, the air was so healthy that he was 100 thalers to the bad on the ordinary funeral receipts. That year, which was a happy one for posterity, for it gave us the St. Matthew Passion, left a bad memory with the creator of that work, for during it the people of Leipzig would not die in sufficiently large numbers. Another part of the emoluments consisted of the share the cantor received of the moneys which the alumni collected by singing at the houses at Michaelmas and the New Year. Compositions for special occasions appear to have been fairly well paid for. Leipzig was certainly not an El Dorado for musicians. The burghers, like the council, thought a good deal of art, but spent nothing on it. Marianne von Ziegler, the intelligent widow of an officer, and a crowned poetess, at whose house a good deal of music was performed, says in a letter of this date: "The remuneration that the musicians get for their trouble here is as a rule poor, and they often have to be thankful if, in return for several hours of musical service, they get a lean bone to pick. How then can such people live, since no one has any care for them or gives them any help? The foreign musicians in Dresden and at other princely courts were differently situated." On the whole, however, Bach's income, if we take into consideration the value of money at that time, cannot have been a poor one. He brought up his large family honestly, gave his children a good education, was profuse and cordial in his hospitality, and at his death left not only a rich collection of first-rate musical instruments, but also a not insignificant sum of money. His household property, judging from the inventory that was drawn up when it came to be divided, was that of a well-to-do burgher. Anna Magdalena was certainly an excellent housewife. Bach himself was a good man of business, and did not treat money matters as an unimportant part of his life. One even had the impression that he frequently put them very decidedly in the foreground. The position of the cantor would thus have been from every point of view desirable if better conditions had prevailed in St. Thomas's school at the time. When Bach joined the institution, however, it was in an advanced state of decline. This had not come about all in a day. For years previously the rector and the council had seen clearly what was going on, and they had exchanged many documents on the subject, enacting new ordinances and reviving old ones. No effectual remedy, however, had been found. Kuhnau in his latter days had suffered a good deal from the bad state of affairs, which were the result of several causes. The rooms in which the scholars were lodged were far too few in number, and left a good deal to be desired from the point of view of health. The school was therefore a centre of contagion. The scholars lived almost in dirt. Kuhnau, in one of his memorials, speaks of certain scholars as scabious. It was consequently not surprising that the burghers sent their children elsewhere. In the three lower classes that had formerly contained 120 scholars, there were in 1717 only 53. The charitable portion was always completely occupied, for the free admissions were in much request. These young people, however, were hard to keep in order. Discipline had quite disappeared. The rector at that time, Heinrich Ernest, who had presided over the institution since 1684, was a man without any energy. If the place was to be reformed, the singing in the streets would first have to be abolished. This was impossible, however, since the rector and the two head teachers made not inconsiderable profit out of the collections, and the scholars themselves were dependent upon these earnings. How art fared in such an establishment can easily be imagined. Kuhnau's memorials to the town council paint a truly wretched picture. The voices of the young scholars were ruined by their going about singing in storm and rain before they had had proper training. As these rounds were mostly made at the New Year, it was impossible to rehearse with any thoroughness the cantatas for that season. Formerly, boys with good voices had been engaged as supernumerary alumni. From false considerations of economy, this practice had been in the course of time given up, to the great detriment of the music. Previously also, the cantor had at his disposal certain small allowances by means of which he could ensure the cooperation of musical students for the orchestra and male voices for the choir. These also had been gradually taken from him. The majority of the students consequently stayed away, and the cantor had to do the best he could with the 8 town pipers and his own boys. Seeing no way out of the difficulty, Kuhnau begs that something from the receipts of the alms bag may be devoted to the choir, so that he may provide the voluntary helpers with some entertainment, and give them a dinner once a year. This, he observes at the end of the memorial, since it concerns the advancement of church music and the glory of God, would be as much, perhaps even more, a causa pia than if the money were given to beggars who would not do the same good with it. The town council turned a deaf ear to these appeals. Speaking generally, the cantor had not control of so much as a pfennig. To get a board with nails in it fixed in the church, on which the violins could be hung, he had to address a petition to the council. He also had to beg for some violin cases, in order that the instruments might not receive more damage than was necessary when being taken from one church to another. The impression given us by all these petitions is that Kuhnau had no standing at all as regards the council. The situation was particularly critical from the fact that Kuhnau was quite uninterested in the newer musical life in Leipzig. The new art was antipathetic to him. He hated everything connected with the opera or operatic music. Moreover, he not only saw his best choristers and soloists enticed from the school by the opera before they had finished their time, but found that the more music-loving of the students, even those who did not ask for remuneration, turned their backs on the official church music and hankered after an art that offered more satisfaction to the children of the epoch. The foundation of Telemann's singing union at the beginning of the 18th century had been a severe blow for the cantor of St. Thomas's. Still worse was to come. Though he was a director of the services at all the churches in Leipzig, one of them made arrangements to dispense with him, and to supplant the other churches in the favour of the citizens and the council by admitting the modern style of music. This was the new church, at which Telemann was organist in 1704. His successors continued the singing union he had founded, and so drew the students to them. Telemann's performances on feast days and at fair times had caused some sensation. The council had been generous with its help. In vain did Kuhnau assert his rights as director of the church music in Leipzig. He did not succeed in bringing the new church under his jurisdiction again, in spite of his warnings to the council as to the danger of theatrical music in the church service. When on one occasion he refused to place the St. Thomas singers at the disposal of the new church for a performance of the Passion, he was compelled to do so by his superiors. He almost indeed lost another church. Until 1710, the University Church of St. Paul had been used only for the academic services at the three great feasts, at the commemoration services for the Reformation, and once a quarter. The cantor of St. Thomas's had been in charge of the music, for which he had been paid by the University. In 1710, the University arranged a service in this church for each Sunday, and the question arose as to who would have the musical direction of this. A law student, Johannes Friedrich Fask, who later on became Kapellmeister in Zerbst, who had founded a second Collegium Musicum by the side of that of Telemann, applied for the post. Kuhnau could only save this new service, as it was called, for the cantor of St. Thomas's, by declaring his readiness to attend to the music for it gratis, had to be content with the payment he already received for the academic festival services. This was the condition of things when Bach entered upon his office. There was no hope of any improvement in the state of the school so long as the old rector, with whom, for the rest, he was on very good terms, was still alive. To accomplish anything at all, he had to set his hope on the University, and try to interest the academic world in his artistic undertakings. The prime essential was to get the University service in his hands, and to restore the full authority of the cantor of St. Thomas's as supreme director of the whole of the Leipzig church music. During the long interregnum of a certain Gorner, an arrogant but insignificant musician, who had formerly been organist at St. Paul's and now held that office at St. Nicholas's, had offered to look after the music for the University church. If Telemann had succeeded Kuhnau in Leipzig, he would have received the post of director of the academic church music, since he had done the University the honour to ask expressly for it, as if he were not aware that the post belonged by prescriptive right to the cantor of St. Thomas's. Bach appears to have omitted to do this, and the University authorities now definitively assigned the old and the new service to Gorner, just to show that the Academy is not bound to accept the town cantor every time. This was on the 3rd of April, 1723, 3 weeks before Bach was appointed by the council. Scarcely was the new cantor settled when he plunged into the fight over his position. On 28th September, 1723, he petitioned the University for the 12 thalers that had always been allowed for the old service, they were paid out of endowments, and that Kuhnau had regularly received. He met with a refusal, but appears to have provided some festival compositions for which he received payment. The affair went on for 2 years. On 3rd November 1725, Bach addressed a written appeal direct to the king, who had the matter looked into at once, and demanded a report from the university, to which Bach afterwards replied. The end of all of this discussion was that the university was ordered to pay the cantor the 12 thalers, both for the past and in the future, since they were provided by old endowments. Gorner retained the new service for which he was specially paid. Bach provided the compositions for the feast days. For academic festival functions the university appointed now one, now the other. Bach had thus won only half a victory. Gorner was a director of the university music, though as organist of St. Nicholas's he was Bach's subordinate. This energetic action did not win much sympathy for the master in the academic world. Even the members of the council were perhaps not altogether pleased to find that they had a cantor who dared at the first opportunity to make a direct appeal to the sovereign, trusting to his good connections in court circles. It is certain that the university gave the preference to Gorner when commissioning compositions for academic festival occasions. When a certain Herr von Kirchbach, acting on instructions from the court, commissioned Bach to write the funeral ode for Queen Christiane Eberhardine, who had died on 7th September, the university tried to get the bearer of the order from the court for the ovation which was to take place at St. Paul's, to countermand the commission that had been given to Bach and transfer it to Gorner, and sent word to von Kirchbach that Bach would not be admitted. When von Kirchbach offered 12 thalers to the university music director as compensation for not getting the commission, the university authorities gave way, but demanded that Bach should sign a declaration admitting that the permission to produce his music at this ceremony in St. Paul's was to be regarded as a favor for one occasion only, carrying with it no similar rights for the future, and that he should not undertake such commissions again without the permission of the university. Bach naturally would not sign this document. The university registrar, who called on him at 11 in the morning of the 11th October to get his signature, had to go away at midday without having effected his purpose. In 1729, Gorner was promoted to the organistship at St. Thomas's, but still retained his post as university musical director. Bach must have been more than once nettled by this presumptuous person. It is related that once at the rehearsal of a cantata he flew into such a passion with the organist, who was always going wrong in the accompaniments, that he tore off his wig and threw it at the man's head, telling him that he would have done better to have been a cobbler. If the anecdote is true, it is most likely to have been Gorner who was the object of this singular missile. In time the relations of the two men seem to have improved. When Bach's property was divided after his death, Gorner was appointed guardian of the 4 children who were under age, which could hardly be explicable unless his latter relations with Bach had been fairly good. Until the year 1729 nothing unusual occurred between the composer and the council. Bach accommodated himself to the situation as well as he could, and did his duty in the school and in the church. As the new church and St. Paul's had by now become almost independent, he had for the most part only St. Thomas's and St. Nicholas's to attend to. The forces at his disposal were slight. St. Thomas's had a total of 55 alumni. Out of these, 4 choirs had to be formed, one for St. Thomas's, one for St. Nicholas's, one for the new church, and one for St. Peter's. Bach naturally left to the last 2 the choirs composed of the indifferent and bad singers. At a pinch they could be used in the chorales and motets, but were no use in solo music, which indeed was not essential in these 2 churches. Even in the best circumstances he could not get more than 3 voices to a part in his choirs. As a rule he had to be thankful if he could get the 2 principal choirs at this strength, that is, composed of 12 singers each. And small as his vocal forces were, there had to be deducted from them the singers whom he needed in the orchestra. The council gave him only 8 town musicians. No more students could be found to help. The gaps therefore had to be filled with scholars. In ordinary cases he had an orchestra of about 18 to 20, 2 or 3 first violins, as many seconds, 2 violas, 2 violoncellos, 1 violon or contrabass, 2 or 3 oboes, according to requirements, and 1 or 2 bassoons, flutes, and trumpets. Deductions, of course, had to be made for those who were sick or hoarse, those whose musical education was not sufficiently advanced to permit of their entering the choir, and those who were generally good for nothing. At the end of the school year, when the scholars had had a whole year's training, he would be able to bring together the 16 singers and 20 instrumentalists, and even perform the Passion with a double chorus and a double orchestra, as in the case of the St. Matthew Passion, for example, though it is still doubtful whether at the first performance of this work he had 3 or 4 voices to each part. But how he managed after Easter at the beginning of the new school year remains a mystery. Certainly many a cantata is orchestrated as it is simply because at that particular time Bach had only those instruments at his disposal. The chorus and the orchestra were divided into solo and ripieno groups. The soloists sang the arias and recitatives, and also sang with the choir. Special soloists were not employed. Kuhnau had urged the council to engage 2 extra soloists who should be exempt from all other duties, especially that of singing in the streets. His request, however, was not granted. The arias and recitatives of the St. Matthew Passion were thus sung by schoolboys. We must not rate their performances either too high or too low. The technique of singing was at that time a more general possession than it is now. Coloratura and trills were practised even in the elementary stage of instruction, and any one who possessed at least natural aptitude for singing could soon acquire a certain, though maybe a superficial, facility. Unfortunately, we have no means whatever of learning of how Bach taught singing. Possibly his scholars sang the arias better, from a technical point of view, than we might expect. Into the spirit of them, however, they could hardly penetrate. They had not the necessary time for this. We must remember that they had to perform a new aria and a new recitative each Sunday, to say nothing of the feast days. The orchestral ripieno played only in the choruses and in the tutti passages of the arias. The solo singers were accompanied by the solo group of instruments alone. This consisted chiefly of strings, there being very few of the wind to each part. Here again we can form no conception of how the musical mechanics, for the town musicians were nothing else, or the scholars, who in addition to their other occupations had to learn an instrument from an older scholar in a few months, managed with the oboe, flute, and trumpet parts that offer such great difficulties even to the expert wind players of the present day. We can only suppose that the art of wind instrument playing stood on a higher general level than we can now imagine. It is always difficult to form even relatively accurate ideas upon the state of executive art in a particular period of the past. These are purely practical matters upon which we possess no documents, and upon which documents in any case could tell us nothing. Certain arts and aptitudes assuredly die with particular generations, and never again reappear in quite the same way. At the head of each of the 4 choirs was a prefect. These posts were much sought after, the prefects taking a special share of the receipts from the street singing and the other odd sources, so that they could lay by, while at school, something substantial for their later student period. The cantor conducted the choir that performed the cantata on a given Sunday. The duty was shared on alternate Sundays by St. Thomas's and St. Nicholas's. If the cantor conducted the cantata at St. Thomas's, the prefect of the other choir conducted the motet at St. Nicholas's, and vice versa. This rotation could on no account be deviated from as regards either the cantatas or the Passions. It happened once that Bach wished to produce the Passion at St. Thomas's, where the space was more adequate, though for that year it was the turn of St. Nicholas's. The printed programmes in which St. Thomas's was mentioned as the place of performance were actually in the hands of the public. It mattered nothing. The town council would not permit the cantor to do as he chose, and the latter had to yield. Of Bach as a conductor nothing is known. At that time it seems to have been customary to conduct church music with a sheet of music rolled up like a baton. On the title page of Walther's Musical Lexicon, the conductor, a roll of music in each hand, stands behind the organist and by the side of the contrabassists. Many again conducted from the clavicembalo, others led with the violin. There was no question of conducting in the modern sense, that is, a communication and translation of musical intentions. It was simply a matter of keeping the players and singers in correct time. Later on Bach had the rook positive of the instrument at St. Thomas's arranged so that he could play on this independently of the great organ. He undoubtedly had the manual fitted up in this way for convenience in conducting. Sitting there he could survey both choir and orchestra, and in the more difficult solo numbers could himself play from the figured basses. Cantatas were sung each Sunday, with the exception of the last three in Advent and the 6th of Lent. In addition there were the three feasts of the Virgin, the New Year, Epiphany, Ascension, the feast of St. John, Michaelmas, and the Reformation feast. In all, 59 cantatas every year. If Bach really wrote 5 complete yearly cycles of cantatas, as the obituary notice says, and Forkel also affirms, then the total number comes to 295. Almost 100 then must be regarded as lost, since we possess only 190. The service in both the principal churches began at 7 o'clock. The organ prelude was followed by the motet, then came the introit, after this the Kyrie, that was sung once in German, in the hymn Kyrie Gott Vater in Ewigkeit, and once in Latin. The Gloria was intoned from the altar, and answered either by the choir with an Et in terra pax, or by the congregation with Allein Gott in der hohe Ehre, to God alone on high be praise, the German version of the Gloria. After the collect, the epistle was read, or rather sung in the old psalmody. This was followed by a congregational hymn, whereupon the gospel was chanted by the priest, who also intoned the credo. Then the organist began to preludize, keeping mainly in the keys which the instruments needed for tuning. At a sign from the cantor he ceased, and the cantata began, at the end of which the hymn Wir glauben all an einen Gott, we all believe in one God, was sung. The cantata lasted on an average about 20 minutes. In the summer the cantor did not need to keep to this time so precisely as in the winter, when the cold made them take care that the already long service was not made too long. It was no light matter to stay in the cold church 3 or 4 hours, which was the time the service lasted. In St. Nicholas's church the choristers maintained a coal fire. At St. Thomas's they went out during the sermon and warmed themselves in the school. They did not, however, escape the sermons, for while there they had to read one, the rector usually being present, as Kuhnau, to whom we owe this interesting information, says in one of his memorials to the council. There was no fear of their miscalculating the time, since the sermon, according to rule, had to last exactly an hour, from 8 to 9 o'clock. The sermon was followed by a prayer and the blessing, and then a congregational hymn led into the second part of the service, the communion celebration. German hymns were usually sung during the communion. The choir at St. Thomas's was as a rule no longer at its full strength at this stage, as the alumni had to prepare the table in the school for the meal at 11 o'clock. Kuhnau even found it sufficient for the prefect alone to remain behind in the church to lead the communion hymns. The cantor usually left immediately after the cantata. Thus Kuhnau had been able to offer to take charge of the music at the university service, since he could get there from St. Thomas's in time for the cantata. Bach must often have remained to play the organ during the communion, there being plenty of scope here for preludizing and improvising, as is proved by his chorale preludes upon communion hymns. In the first part of the service the organist mostly had his opportunity during the opening prelude, and afterwards before the congregational hymn that came between the epistle and the gospel. The chorale Allein Gott in der hohe Ehre seems also to have been prefaced by a performance on the organ, for otherwise it is hard to explain why Bach wrote more preludes upon this melody than upon any other. At 11:45 there was a short service with a sermon at which the choir had not to assist. Vespers began at 1:15 with a motet. After various prayers and congregational hymns came a sermon, as a rule upon the epistle. This was followed by the German Magnificat. At the end of Nun danket alle Gott, now thank we all our God, was sung. On the 3 last days in Advent and in Lent no cantatas were given, the organ was silenced, and the motets were discontinued. Instead of these, the Nicene Creed was sung by the choir in Latin, and after the Epistle the Litany, the hymn of intercession of the ancient Church was sung, the congregation joined in. On these Sundays the Kyrie seemed to have been rendered in the concerted musical form. We know this to have been the case on the first Sunday in Advent. The services on feast days were quite overloaded with figurate music. On the first 2 days, the 3 great feasts were each celebrated for 3 days. Cantatas were given at Vespers as well. The St. Thomas choir gave the cantata it had performed at its own church in the morning at St. Nicholas's in the afternoon, the choir of the latter church singing at St. Thomas's in the afternoon the cantata that had been given at St. Nicholas's in the morning. On the morning of the first day of the feast, Bach always conducted in St. Nicholas's, that church deriving a certain preeminence from the fact that the superintendent Salomo Deiling was minister there. On the third day music was given in one of the churches only. Further, on feast days the old hymns were sung at the commencement before the organ prelude. During the communion service the Sanctus was sung, and at Vespers after the sermon the Magnificat. The first Sunday in Advent and the Annunciation, even though they came during Lent, were celebrated as feast Sundays with organ and figurate music. As is generally known, Bach had noted down the order of the service for a certain first Sunday in Advent on the cover of the cantata Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, No. 61. It is headed Order of Divine Service in Leipzig on the morning of the first Sunday in Advent, and runs thus: the prelude, motet, prelude to the Kyrie, which is accompanied throughout, intoning at the altar, reading of the Epistle, the Litany sung, prelude to the chorale, reading of the Gospel, prelude to the principal music, the Creed to be sung, the sermon. After the sermon, as usual, some verses of a hymn to be sung, verba institutionis, then preludes and singing of the chorales alternately until the end of the communion, et sic porro. At the evening service on Good Friday the Passion was performed. If it were in 2 parts, the first was sung before, the second after the sermon. If in 1 part only, it came before the sermon. This was the more rational, as the sermon was preached on the burial of Christ, while the 2-part Passion took up the story again after the sermon with the trial and condemnation. When Bach came to Leipzig, the Passion performances at Vespers were still quite new, dating only from 1721. In that year Kuhnau had had to bow to the taste of the times by writing a Passion in the modern concert style, so that St. Thomas's should not lag too far behind the new church. Previously Leipzig had only known the old motet Passion in the a cappella style, which took the place of the reading of the Gospel at the principal service. As the first Vesper Passion was produced at St. Thomas's in 1721, and the services were held in alternate years at each of the 2 principal churches, it is easy to discover in which church Bach's Passions were given in any particular year. The first, the St. John Passion of 1724, would necessarily be performed at St. Nicholas's. From 1766 onwards the Passions were transferred to the morning service. At a later date they were abolished altogether. Latin still prevailed in the Leipzig service in Bach's day, the feast hymns being sung and the Epistle and Gospel read in that language. We cannot exactly determine, however, the proportions of Latin and German in the service at that time. From 1702 onward the Council fought for a purely German service. At first it seems to have little support, though it was able to effect a few changes at once. There was no specific Leipzig hymn book. The congregation was supposed to know the hymns allotted to each Sunday. Anyone who wanted to refer to them made use of the Dresden hymn book, which was what the choristers used. We know from the inventory of Bach's effects that he himself possessed the collection, in 8 volumes, of Andachtige Seelen Geistliches Brand und Glanzopfer, Leipzig 1697, to which he must have turned when looking for good chorale verses for his cantatas. It was the ancient custom for the cantor to choose the sermon hymns. Bach had to decide upon the hymns for the whole of the Leipzig churches. The choice offered was not large. Tradition had allotted certain hymns to each gospel, and the hymn books were arranged accordingly. In Leipzig the churches followed in this matter the Dresden hymn book. Now it happened that in 1727 the afternoon preacher at St. Nicholas's, Magister Gaudlitz, desired to choose the hymns for his own sermons. He asked the permission of the consistory and of the cantor to do this, and obtained it from both. This arrangement lasted a year. Then Bach took it into his head to ignore entirely the wishes of the preacher, and to select the hymns again from the Dresden hymn book. Gaudlitz complained to the consistory, who requested the cantor to keep to the previous arrangement. Bach, however, although the matter was one that concerned the church service alone, saw fit to call up the council against the consistory and the poor magister. He made a written report to the council on the matter, and enlarged upon all the possible dangers of the innovation. How far this helped him again to his rights against the consistory we cannot discover. The affair does not show Bach in a particularly favourable light. If he had wanted to guard his rights, he should have done so at the beginning. If afterwards he desired to annul the agreement, he should have taken another course than the one he did. In 1729 a serious conflict broke out between Bach and the council. In Easter of this year some foundation scholars were received into the school whom Bach had found, on examination, to be quite unmusical. Several who, he said, were particularly competent, had been rejected, while some of the candidates appeared not to have presented themselves to him for examination at all. In the same year Bach assumed the direction of the Telemann Society. This brought about once more the old and desirable situation which the council had so long wished for. The students were again at the disposal of the cantor of St. Thomas's for his church performances. But the members of the council, on their part, should now have restored to the cantor the old stipends for the students who were regularly employed in the choir and the orchestra. This they omitted to do, nor did they offer to fill up the foundation scholarships still unallotted. Naturally, there was now no hope for good music in the churches for the year 1730. The poor condition of the choir must indeed have been noticeable in 1729 at the first performance of the St. Matthew Passion, while at the celebration of the 200th anniversary of the Augsburg Confession on 25th, 26th and 27th June of 1730, it appears to have been unmistakable. The council laid the blame on Bach, he laid it on the council. When, in the summer of 1730, the council was electing a new rector, Ernesti having died on the 16th of October, 1729, one of the members expressed the hope that they would fare better in this selection than they had done in that of the cantor. The reproach was general that Bach did not take long enough trouble with the choir and with the singing lessons. There may have been some truth in this. Bach had really lost heart. He was no organizer. Whatever he undertook to do, he did it with the impetuosity of genius. But if those around him were not carried away by his enthusiasm, he was powerless. He knew nothing of the means by which a slower and more methodical mind would have gained its ends bit by bit. He could not even maintain discipline. Such authority as he could count upon was merely that of genius and of the man in pursuit of an ideal. This, however, made no impression on the scholars. Of the pedagogue's authority, which alone could have kept them in order, he had nothing, and the passionate wrath by which he let himself be carried away every now and then made it harder for him to get discipline. Disorder was therefore rife in the choir. More than once he had to call in the aid of the rector to procure obedience. Ernesti was very well disposed towards him, and supported him so far as his ill health permitted, but his second successor, also named Ernesti, in the end deserted Bach altogether. Other matters were discussed at the council meeting on the 2nd August 1730, where the rancour against the cantor broke out. Magister Petzold, who acted as his deputy in the teaching of Latin, had done his work badly. Bach, without the knowledge of the council, had sent a scholar from the choir into the country, probably to assist at some musical festivities. He himself had gone away without permission. Not only does the cantor do nothing, but he will not give any explanation. We must therefore stop it once for all, said one of the counsellors. Another, the syndic Job, declared the cantor to be incorrigible. As a matter of fact, they were not so angry with him for his errors or omissions in the performance of his duties as for the disrespect he showed for the authority of the council. He was, in fact, no cantor, but the Herr Kapellmeister of the courts for Cothen and Weissenfels, who had taken service with the Leipzig council, but wanted to make his subordinate position something different from what it really was. The indifference he exhibited towards the council in great things and in small provoked them to an attempt to break the pride of this man who too often ignored, generally without reason, the deference appropriate to his position. Bach, for his part, was in the right when he energetically repelled the reproach that he was answerable for the bad state of the church music. In a memorial dated 23rd August 1730, he details the constitution of the choir and states that of the total number of alumni, 17 are competent, 20 not yet fully capable, and 17 incapable. Discretion forbids him to say anything as to the quality of the musical attainments of the 8 town musicians. Nevertheless, it should be considered that some are emeriti, and some in no such exercitio as they should be. For example, he always had to recruit the second violins, the violas, the violoncelli, and the violon, that is, the contrabass, from among the scholars. Had the counsellors really asked themselves how he was to manage on feast days when cantatas had to be produced simultaneously in the 2 churches? The new art demands much better performers than the old style of music which no longer sounds well in our ears. Therefore they ought to increase rather than diminish the money allotted to the students who assisted. Everywhere it is the custom to underpay German artists and to abandon them to the cares of getting a livelihood, which cares prevents many of them from going on with their musical training. The conclusion is therefore simple. If the subventions are to be continually withheld, he does not know how he is to improve the music. The language of the memorial is that of an indictment. It is signed Jo. Seb. Bach, Director Musices, without any of the usual submissive formulae. It was something different from the memorials that the council was accustomed to receive from its cantor. Bach's predecessor in similar circumstances used to sign himself Your Magnificence's right nobles and most wise, dutiful, and most obedient Johann Kuhnau, cantor at St. Thomas's School. While Bach was thus justifying himself to the council, the latter had already taken action against him. It was at first proposed to remove him to a lower class in the school, where, instead of teaching Latin, he would have had to give elementary instruction, for which he would not have been allowed a deputy. On reconsideration, however, they appointed on their own account a capable deputy for the Latin lessons, whom Bach of course had to pay, as he had done the other. But it was resolved to reduce his emoluments so far as that was practicable. His salary and perquisites of course could not be touched, but there were legacies and endowments which the council could distribute among the teachers as it thought fit. Little as he had had from these in the past, he was to receive nothing at all in the future. In 1730 there were 270 thalers to distribute. The sub-rector received 130 thalers, the third teacher 100, and Bach nothing. The bitterness of his soul may be seen from a letter he wrote on the 28th October of this year to Erdmann, his former fellow-student at Lüneburg, begging him to help him to find a new appointment. The letter, one of the few by Bach that we possess, was packed with other old papers in an old chest after the death of its addressee, sealed and sent to Moscow. There it wandered into the state archives, whence it was rescued by Spitta's friend, O. von Reisemann of Reval, who had been entrusted by Bach's biographer with the search for whatever might be left of Erdmann's papers. The letter runs thus: Honoured Sir, Your Excellency will excuse an old and faithful servant for taking the liberty to trouble you with this letter. Nearly 4 years have now flown by since Your Excellency honoured me with a gracious answer to the letter I sent you. But as I remember that you graciously wished me to give you some news of my vicissitudes, I shall now most obediently proceed to do so. From my youth up, my history has been well known to you, until the change which took me as Kapellmeister to Cothen. There lived there a gracious prince, who both loved and understood music, and with whom I thought to live the rest of my days. It so happened, however, that his Serene Highness married a princess of Barenberg, and then it seemed as if the musical inclination of the said prince had grown a little lukewarm, while at the same time the new princess appeared to be an amusement to him. So God willed it that I should be called to this place as Director Musices and Cantor at St. Thomas's School. At first it was not wholly agreeable to me to become a cantor after having been a Kapellmeister, on which account I delayed making a decision for a quarter of a year. However, this post was described to me in such favourable terms that finally, especially as my sons seemed inclined towards study, I ventured upon it in the name of the Most High, and betook myself to Leipzig, passed my examination, and then made the move. Here, by God's will, I am to this day. But now, since I find, 1. That the appointment here is not nearly so considerable as I was led to understand, 2. That it has been deprived of so many perquisites, 3. That the town is very dear to live in, and 4. That the authorities are strange people, with little devotion to music, so that I have to endure almost constant vexation, envy, and persecution, I feel compelled to seek, with the Almighty's aid, my fortune elsewhere. Should your Excellency know of, or be able to find, a suitable appointment in your town for an old and faithful servant, I humbly beg you to give me your gracious recommendation thereto. On my part, I will not fail, by using my best diligence, to give satisfaction and justify your kind recommendation and intercession. My position here is worth about 700 thalers, and where there are rather more funerals than usual, the perquisites increase proportionately. But if the air is healthy, the fees decrease. Last year, for example, being more than 100 thalers below the average from funerals. In Thuringia, I can make 400 thalers go further than twice as many here, on account of the excessive cost of living. And now I must tell you a little about my domestic circumstances. I am married for the second time, my first wife having died in Cothen. Of the first marriage, 3 sons and a daughter are still living, whom your Excellency saw in Weimar, as you may be graciously pleased to remember. Of the second marriage, 1 son and 2 daughters are living. My eldest son is studius juris. The other 2 are one in the first and the one in the second class, and the eldest daughter is still unmarried. The children of the other marriage are still little, the eldest, a boy, being 6 years old. They are one and all born musicians, and I can assure you that I can already form a concert, vocal and instrumental, with my family, especially as my wife sings a good soprano, and my eldest daughter joins in quite well. I should almost overstep the bounds of politeness by troubling your Excellency with any more, so I hasten to conclude with all devoted respects, and remain your Excellency's lifelong, most obedient and humble servant. Jo. Seb. Bach, Leipzig, 20th October 1730. For a letter to an old comrade of the Lüneburg days, the epistle is according to our notions couched in too submissive a tone. Perhaps the two were no longer on terms of friendship. Erdmann had been in Saxony in 1725 without visiting Bach, so that the letter was really one from the musician to the great gentleman, asking for his kind protection. This he probably found bitter enough. Happily his condition was not so bad as he imagined it to be. He was known to the new rector, Johann Matthias Gesner, who had been sub-rector of the Weimar Gymnasium at the time when Bach was stationed at the court there. Moreover, he was warmly interested in music. As he was a capable teacher and an excellent organizer, he soon succeeded in bringing some degree of order into the school. The council prized him very highly, and when he interested himself in Bach, the council abandoned the measures it had taken against the cantor. In 1732 Bach was again admitted to a share in any money that was to be distributed. Gesner had previously had him definitely released from the necessity of teaching Latin. It has recently become the habit to paint the malignity of the Leipzig Council in the blackest colours. Bach is spoken of as being degraded by his superiors. The author of a recent biography goes to the length of saying that, so far as it was possible for the Council to paralyze the creative faculty of the genius, it honestly tried to do so. That is not the question. On the contrary, never did the Council spend more on music than at the very time when it was most at loggerheads with Bach. The way in which the members of the Council tried to impress on him the inferiority of his position was of course unhandsome. But we must not forget that Bach had done what he could to irritate them. He did not regard the friendship of the Rector as a sufficient guarantee against future measures. In spite of his titles as Kapellmeister at Cothen and at Weissenfels, for the members of the Council and for the University he was merely the cantor. Of what avail was it for him to sign himself not cantor but Director Musices? Only one thing could win for him the respect of the Leipzig authorities: to become attached in some way to the court of the sovereign. He therefore conceived the plan of petitioning in Dresden for the title of court composer. It was not the mania for a title that urged him to this, but the struggle for dignity. This is clear from the document in which he solicits the grant. As every one knows, the document took the form of a dedicatory epistle accompanying the parts of the Kyrie and the Gloria of the B minor Mass, which he presented to the young Electoral Prince. It is dated 27th of July, 1733, and runs thus: In the deepest devotion I lay before your King Majesty the accompanying trifling work, proof of the science I have attained in music, with the very humble petition that you will graciously regard it not according to the poorness of the composition, but according to your world-renowned clemency, and deign to take me under your most powerful protection. For some years now, and up to the present time, I have had the direction of the music in the two chief churches in Leipzig, but I have innocently had to suffer at different times from one vexation cause and another a diminution of the fees attached to this office, which might be withheld altogether, unless your kingly Majesty would be gracious enough to confer on me a predicate of your court capella, which would issue a command in the proper quarter for the granting of a patent to that effect. Such a gracious granting of my humble petition will bind me in infinite veneration, and I offer myself in the most dutiful obedience, whenever your kingly Majesty may graciously desire it, for the composition of church music or music for the orchestra, to show my indefatigable diligence, and to dedicate my whole powers to your services, remaining in constant fidelity your kingly Majesty's most humble and obedient servant, Johann Sebastian Bach. He had to wait 3 years for the desired distinction. Not that he was regarded in any but a favourable light, but the prince had other cares. The troubles that had broken out in Poland demanded his presence in his other kingdom, where he remained from November 1734 to August 1736. After his return, Bach's well-wishers seem to have reminded him of the matter, and Bach received his nomination as court composer on 19th November 1736. It came just at the right time to help him in a new struggle with his superiors. In 1734 Gesner accepted a professorship at Göttingen. The council itself was to blame for losing so soon this strong and capable man. It had refused him permission to accept, in addition to his rectorship, a professorship at the Leipzig University, though his immediate predecessor had been allowed to do so. Ernest, the sub-rector, was appointed in his place. He tried to carry the reforms of Gesner still further, without, however, possessing the fine humanity of his predecessor. At first he and Bach got on excellently together. The rector twice acted as godfather to children of the cantor. In 1736, however, Ernest ordered the head prefect Gottlieb Theodor Krause, who in a fit of anger had punished some choristers for behaving unbecomingly at a wedding ceremony, to be dismissed and degraded by a public castigation. Bach interceded for his prefect, and wanted to take the whole responsibility on himself, but in vain. To escape the punishment, Krause, who would shortly have gone to the university, absconded from the school. His place was given to the second prefect, another Krause, Johann Gottlob. Bach did not think very highly of him. The question of making him a prefect had arisen a year before, and Bach had then told the rector that Krause was a dissolute dog. Being in a good humour, however, Ernesti and he were discussing the matter on their way home from a good wedding feast. He declared himself agreeable to Ernesti's nomination, nor had he any objection to make when Krause was promoted from fourth to third prefect, and later to second. He even accepted him for a time as first prefect, although he was angry with the rector for his severity towards the other Krause. Some weeks after, however, he removed him to the second prefectship and promoted the third prefect to the first place. He notified this to the rector, who made no objection. When Krause complained to Ernesti, the latter referred him to Bach, who allowed himself to be carried away into telling Krause that he had put him back into the second prefectship because the rector had advanced him to the first on his own authority, and he would now show the rector who was master there. Krause immediately reported this to Ernesti, and when the latter asked Bach for an explanation, he repeated it to his face. Thus, for a matter quite insignificant in itself, he imprudently raised the question of the right of appointment of the prefects, upon which the school laws threw no clear light. The rector demanded categorically the reinstatement of Krause as first prefect. Bach appears at first to have regretted his foolish impetuosity, and to have complied. But on one of the following Sundays, when Krause was prepared to conduct the motet, he turned him out in the middle of the hymn. At vespers the prefect again appeared in his place in obedience to the orders of the rector, who had at the time forbidden the scholars to obey any prefect whatever appointed by Bach. The latter again turned Krause away. On the following Sunday, the 19th of August, the same scenes were enacted. The scholars did not know whether they were to obey the rector or the cantor. The second prefect, Kuttler, was sent away by Bach on the Sunday evening from the school meal for having obeyed Ernesti instead of him. The offended master addressed himself to the council after having first tried, but without success, his old tactics of taking shelter behind the consistory. This time he managed it badly, and the consistory would not take his part. The memorials in which the cantor and the rector fought each other are preserved for us in the archives of the council. The miserable business dragged on for 2 years. Bach's memorials show him to have been blinded by the fury of his wrath. Ernesti keeps cool and behaves as master of the situation. Too adroit always to act honourably, he turns the mistakes of his antagonist to his own advantage. He does not stop at the vilest slander. It is not difficult to imagine what the state of discipline of the choir was all this time. The church authorities, even those who had always been favourably disposed towards Bach, were angry with him for having tried to drag them into the dispute. Even his protector, Superintendent Deiling, was offended with him, and made him aware of it. The council avoided taking energetic measures. Krause was to leave the school at Easter of 1737, and the conflict would thus come to a natural end. For Bach, however, this did not at all settle the matter. He wanted to have the question of right decided, whether the rector was entitled to interfere in matters concerning the prefects, and to force Ernesti to make public amends to him so as to restore his authority among the scholars. As in the meantime he had become a court composer, he made a direct appeal to the king, who immediately demanded a report. In February 1738 the affair was still unsettled. At Easter the king and queen came to Leipzig, and Bach performed an Abendmusik in the open air in honour of the royal couple. This is lost, but we learn from contemporary accounts that it made a very good impression. It would appear that the king then settled the dispute in Bach's favour, since from this time the records of the council are silent upon it. Bach, however, had won nothing. Ernesti remained rector, and created difficulties for him whenever he could. The other teachers sided with the head of the school. This affair of St. Thomas's was typical of what went on everywhere in the schools of that time. It was an epoch in which the constitutions of schools were being reorganized. People were beginning to prosecute studies for studies' sake, with the result that music was no longer allowed to occupy so much space and time in the work of the school. It was being squeezed out. The choirs of boarders had outlived their time, like the old choirs of scholars in general. a new epoch was beginning. It was a misfortune that Bach's cautorate came during this time of transition. Henceforth the alumni of St. Thomas's fell into two categories: those who were there for study, and those who were there to render the music. The cantor had a grudge against the first, the rector against the second. Ernest was an enemy of music. When he met a student practising an instrument, he would ask sarcastically, "Are you also going to be an alehouse fiddler?" Bach, on his part, abhorred the pupils who were bent merely on acquiring general knowledge, and only casually took up music, as the pastor Johann Friedrich Kohler, himself at one time a student at St. Thomas's, tells us in his history of the Leipzig school system. The Krause affair had deprived Bach of his authority over both teachers and pupils. Henceforth he did his work at St. Thomas's as a stranger. Whether his relations with Superintendent Deiling ever resumed their early cordiality we do not know. The council embarrassed him no more. Once it even confirmed some expenditure that the cantor had made without previously asking the permission of the council. This indicates a friendly disposition towards him. The prompt interference of the monarch on behalf of his court composer had instilled respect into his employers, and henceforth they avoided conflict. At the end of the 30s or the beginning of the 40s, the date cannot be accurately determined, Bach gave up the direction of the Telemann Singing Society, and so withdrew from public musical life. About that time, in 1741, a concert society was founded, with a wealthy merchant named Semisch at its head, out of which the Gewandhaus concerts afterwards grew. Bach was not connected with it, at his own wish, not that of the founders of the society. He had no desire to come out of his retreat, feeling that the new generation and he no longer understood each other. Speaking generally, he does not seem to have been closely connected with any Leipzig circle. He did not belong to that of the poetess Marianne von Ziegler, who received many musicians at her house. At any rate, he is never mentioned in her letters. He came into contact with Gottsched in the autumn of 1727, when the latter was commissioned by Herr von Kirschbach to write the text for the funeral ode in commemoration of Queen Christiane Eberhardine. But later on, in 1736, when Frau Gottsched wished to study musical composition, he did not offer to teach her himself, but recommended his pupil Johann Ludwig Krebs, who became sincerely enthusiastic over the talent and the charm of his pupil. Bach was very intimate with the librettist Christian Friedrich Henrici, who wrote under the pseudonym of Picander. He was a post office official who wrote satires and humorous verses in order to attract attention and to find a patron who would help him to a better appointment. Later on, indeed, he was promoted to a collectorship of land and drink taxes. Every one was astounded when, in 1724, he turned to religious poetry and published a yearly cycle of cantata texts. He continued, however, with the utmost unconcern, to print the most vulgar and unpleasant effusions. People wondered how Bach could feel attracted to so coarse and unsympathetic a man. He had many domestic troubles to bear in Leipzig. Of the 13 children that Anna Magdalena bore to him, 7 died. At his own death, of his 20 children, only 9 were living, 5 sons and 4 daughters. The eldest son of Anna Magdalena, Gottfried Heinrich, was of weak intellect. At the division of the estate he was represented by a guardian. After the death of his father, his brother-in-law, Altnicol, took him with him to Naumburg, where he lived until 1763. Emmanuel was of opinion that he had some musical genius, which however remained undeveloped. Legends gathered at an early date about his son. Rochlitz, an admirer of Bach, tells us in his Für Freunde der Tonkunst, 1832, that the master had a son named David, who, when he improvised at the piano in his own way, often moved the father to tears. No son of his name is mentioned in any of the genealogies that have come down to us. Bach's happiest time, in spite of all external discomforts, was that of the years just before and after the St. Matthew Passion, when he still had all his children round him. Friedemann and Emmanuel were already capable musicians and a source of delight to him. It was at this time that he could hold the domestic concerts of which he speaks in the letter of the 1730 to Erdmann. In the same letter he says that Friedemann is studying law. Emmanuel, after leaving school, took up the same pursuit. This does not imply, however, that Bach intended his sons to be anything else but professional musicians. A university course of some kind was at that time part of the complete education of the artist. Other pupils of Bach also went in for an academic course of study, though firmly resolved to adopt music as their profession. In many musical positions, in fact, an education of this kind was essential. Wilhelm Friedemann studied 3 years, then he applied for the post of organist at St. Sophia's Church in Dresden, to which he was appointed in 1733, having come out the best at the examination performance on the 22nd of June. He remained there 13 years. In 1746 he went to St. Mary's Church at Halle, where Handel's old teacher, Zachau, had at one time been organist. The appointment of his favourite son to this famous post must have been very gratifying to Bach. Even at that time Wilhelm Friedemann shewed signs of the disorderly temperament that later on quite mastered him and brought him to adversity. The father could have had no presentiment of the tragic finish of this musical career that had so ideal a beginning, though in his last years he certainly had some anxiety about his son, who had begun to be addicted to drink and quite neglected his art. Bach may have learned of the misuse his favourite son had made of one of his own passions. Being commissioned to write some music for a university festival at Halle, at a fee of 100 thalers, Friedemann, being too indolent to compose music of his own, simply adapted to his text the music of one of his father's passions. The work was actually performed, but the fraud was exposed by a cantor from the neighbourhood of Leipzig, who chanced to be present. The indignation was so great that Friedemann was not paid the fee that had been agreed upon. Emmanuel caused his father nothing but joy. He sent him to study at Frankfurt on the Oder, where the young artist found a collegium musicum among his fellow students. In 1738, as he was preparing to accompany a young and distinguished Livonian on his travels, Frederick the Great, at that time Crown Prince, called him to him at Ruppin, and in 1740 appointed him his clavier accompanist. In his Autobiography, Bach's son boasts that he had the honour of accompanying on the piano quite alone, at Charlottenburg, the first flute solo that Frederick played after becoming king. Soon after his appointment he married the daughter of a Berlin wine dealer, and Johann Sebastian Bach became a grandfather. My son in Berlin has already 2 male heirs. The first was born about the time when, unhappily, the Prussians invaded us. The other is about 14 years old. He says in 1748, in the postscript to a letter to his cousin Elias Bach of Schweinfurt. In the Kapelle of Frederick the Great there were many admirers and pupils of Sebastian Bach. The royal virtuoso greatly prized his accompanist, though there was no such close relation between them as there was between himself and Quanz. According to Zelter, Emmanuel was of too independent a nature as an artist to agree with all the musical opinions of the king, who would brook no contradiction in these matters. All the same, he stayed 27 years in the king's service. When Telemann, the musical director of the Johanneum in Hamburg, died in 1767, after having held the office for 46 years, Emmanuel succeeded him. This event, of course, the father did not live to see. J.G. Bernhard, the third son of Bach's first marriage, became organist at Mulhausen in 1735, when scarcely 20 years old, not at St. Blasius's, however, where his father had once officiated, but at St. Mary's. In the spring of 1737 he became organist at St. Jacob's Church in Sangershausen. He quitted that town in a year, leaving behind him considerable debts, and died soon afterwards at Jena. Johann Christoph Friedrich, born in 1732, a man of a quiet, pleasant disposition, became during the lifetime of his father chamber musician to the Count von der Lippe at Buckeberg. The delight of Bach as he grew old was his younger son, Johann Christian, whom he was able to teach up to his 15th year. His affection for him was so great that during his lifetime he gave him 3 of his finest claviers, which so angered the sons of the first marriage that they tried to dispute the gift. Bach certainly could not have anticipated that the fame of this youngest born of his would at first completely overshadow his own. There is something fabulous about the life of Johann Christian. It has the charm of some bright romance. At the age of 15, after the division of the estate, he went to Berlin to Emmanuel. He was soon seized, however, for a longing for Italy. He went there in 1754, the first of the Bachs who went to the home of art beyond the Alps for his musical culture, and at once found rich patrons in Milan. To perfect his musical education he became a pupil of Padre Martini. For a time he lived in Naples, where he soon became one of the most celebrated of opera composers. After his conversion to the Roman Catholic faith about the end of the 50s, he was appointed organist of Milan Cathedral. The document relating to Signor Giovanni Bacchi is still in existence. In 1762 he went to London, where he had been commissioned to write an opera. It was produced at the King's Theatre in Haymarket, in the presence of the whole court, with extraordinary success. The composer was appointed Master of Music to the Queen, and soon became one of the favourite music teachers of the higher aristocracy. They used to charge half a guinea a lesson, and kept a horse and carriage in order to get to all their pupils in good time. In 1767 he married a London operatic star, Cecilia Grassi. The Electoral Prince of the Palatinate sent for him to Mannheim for the production of an opera there. In 1779 he was living in Paris, where again he had been commissioned to write an opera, for the manuscript of which he was to receive 10,000 francs. Would the embittered cantor, when he taught his youngest son in the schoolhouse at Leipzig, have dared to cherish such lofty dreams for him? Did he ever imagine that life would pour into the lap of this child of fortune all the good things it had denied to himself? On the 20th of January, 1749, Elizabeth Juliane Friederike Bach, born 1726, became the wife of Altnicol, the devoted pupil who, a little while before, on the master's recommendation, had received the appointment of organist at Naumburg. Bach rejoiced greatly at this marriage. Two little girls were playing in the room while he sat correcting and making clear copies of his fugues, Johanna Carolina, aged 12, and 6-year-old Regina Susanna. The mother went to and fro and tended her husband, who took no care of his failing eyes, but obstinately made them serve him as long as there was a gleam of light. He did not know that he had only a few more months to live. The wife and the two children did not know what misery was in store for them. End of Chapter 8. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 9 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Appearance, Nature, and Character. In the conflicts that agitated his life and embittered his soul, Bach does not always appear in a sympathetic light. His irritability and his stubborn belief that he was always in the right can neither be excused nor glozed over. Least of all can we find excuse for the fact that at the first he would be too easy-going, would always remember too late what he called his rights, and then, in his blind rage, would make a great affair out of what was merely a trifle. Such was Bach in his relations with people whom he suspected of a desire to encroach upon his freedom. The real Bach, however, was quite another being. All testimonies agree that in ordinary intercourse he was the most amiable and modest of men. He was, above all, upright and incapable of any injustice. His impartiality was well known. It was particularly evident in the judgments he was so often asked to give upon organ matters. In these affairs he was dreaded for his strictness, for nothing escaped his sharp eye. Whether it was an examination of candidates for an organist's post, or the scrutiny of a newly erected organ, in either case he was so conscientious and impartial that, as Forkel says, the number of his friends was seldom increased by it. It even made enemies for him. When, for example, the young Scheibe was a candidate with Gorner and others in 1729 for the post of organist at St. Thomas's, it availed him nothing that his father, the organ-builder, was a friend of Bach. The latter declared for Gorner, with whom he had had so many tussles, and whose arrogant nature could not be sympathetic to him. Scheibe bore them both a lifelong grudge for it. To his indignation we owe a highly interesting criticism of Bach in the Hamburg Christische Musicus of 1737. The master was hurt by it, but his relations with the elder Scheibe remained unaffected. He still expressed himself very favourably upon his work after the article, as he had done before. Bach was more than impartial, he was benevolent. If, when trying an organ, he found that the sum agreed on was too small in comparison with the good work that had been done, so that the builder would make only a little profit, or perhaps an actual loss, he did not hesitate to recommend the congregation in question to make an additional payment, his suggestion being often adopted. The organ examiners of our own days would do well to follow his example in this regard, and to impress upon congregations the necessity for paying prices for organs on which art and the builders can subsist, instead of accepting only the lowest tender. If Bach could do any one a service, he never refused. When his pupils were trying for a situation, he exerted himself most warmly on their behalf. In circumstances like these, he did not mind writing to the church authorities in the most submissive terms. Along with this kindness there went an agreeable modesty. The man who faced his superiors with a pride that must necessarily have offended them let no one else feel his superiority. His modesty was not the hypocritical and conceited thing in which celebrities often love to drape themselves in order to bulk still larger in the eyes of the world, but the sane and healthy modesty that comes from the simple consciousness of one's own worth. He always preserved his dignity, even when writing to kings. The petitions he addressed to his sovereign are couched in the submissive formulae of the epoch, but behind these formulae, prescribed by custom, a resolute pride is evident. We can read between the lines. I, J.S. Bach, have the right to demand this of my prince. The document he sent to Frederick the Great with the Musikalisches Opfer is in a somewhat different tone. He writes to him as his equal, in spite of the respect that he pays to his royal dignity. Divested of its fine courtliness, the letter runs, Johann Sebastian Bach regards it as the greatest honour to add something to the fame of Frederick the Great by publishing a work based on a theme of his invention. He criticized the work of his pupils severely, but gave praise wherever he could. Upon other musicians he never passed an opinion. Even his triumphs over others he was unwilling to hear discussed. Forkel tells us that he never mentioned voluntarily his musical contest with Marchand. The full details of that victory are well known. Marchand, 1669 to 1732, court organist to the king at Versailles and titular organist at several churches in Paris, had fallen into disfavour with his royal master in 1717 and had betaken himself to Germany. At the Dresden court his elegant style of playing made so good an impression that the king promised him an appointment. The idea of measuring the Frenchman and Bach against each other in artistic rivalry came from Volumnier, the leader of the court band. According to Forkel, Bach was summoned expressly for this purpose to Dresden by a message from the king. It is more probable, however, that he had gone to the court to hear the famous artist and to learn from him, and that, being there, it occurred to his friends among the Dresden musicians to give Marchand, whose overbearing and vainglorious character must have made him unpopular, a dangerous antagonist in the person of the simple Weimar conductor. Bach informed Marchand by letter that he was prepared to perform any musical task that he chose to set him, if he, on his side, would accept the same obligation. The whole company took the liveliest interest in the contest, which was to take place in the house of the minister, Count Fleming. The invited audience, the referees, and Bach were there at the appointed time, but not Marchand. When they sent for him, they learned that he had left early in the morning in post-haste. Bach accordingly had to play alone, which he did to the admiration of all. It is a curious fact that he received from the court neither a gift nor an order for this affair. Forkel affirms that the king had intended him to receive 100 louis d'or, but that they never reached him. They were probably intercepted by court officials. When asked how he had managed to bring his art to such perfection, Bach usually answered, "I have had to work hard. Anyone who will work equally hard will be able to do as much." Even in his dealings with pretentious artists he did not lose his amiability, and did not let it appear that he had seen through their vanity. One day, seemingly about 1730, the Brunswick organist Heinrich Lorenz Horlebusch visited him, not to hear Bach, but for Bach to hear him play the clavichord. Bach, says Forkel, received him in a friendly and courteous way, and listened with patience to his playing, which was quite ordinary. When Horlebusch was leaving, he gave to Bach's eldest son a printed collection of his sonatas, exhorting them to study them diligently, they who had already studied such very different things. Whereupon Bach only smiled, and did not behave any the less graciously to his visitor. Forkel dwells especially on Bach's modesty. The composer's sons, from whom Forkel got his information, took care that this trait in the character of their father was properly emphasized. They wanted to give a dementi to the wild stories that were current about him, as he himself had tried to do when living. Forkel expressly contradicts the legend that Bach would sometimes go into a church disguised as a poor village schoolmaster, and ask the organist to be allowed to play a chorale, merely to enjoy the astonishment his playing created among the company, or to hear the organist say, "It must either be Bach or the devil." The friendly modesty of Bach's attitude towards all artists was a matter of common knowledge to his contemporaries. We find a corroboration of it in a dedication addressed to him. Georg Andreas Sorge, court and town organist to the Count of Reuss and Plau at Lobenstein, was impelled, although he was not Bach's pupil, to dedicate to the prince of all clavichord and organ players some quite insignificant clavier pieces of his own, and in the dedication he commends him for the fact that "the great musical virtue that your Excellency possesses is embellished with the excellent virtue of affability and unfeigned love of your neighbor." His attitude towards Handel indeed shews how Bach admired whatever he thought great without a touch of personal vanity. It was not his fault that he and his great contemporary never met. Handel came from England 3 times to visit his native town of Halle. The first time was in 1719, when Bach was living in Cothen, only 4 miles from Halle. Bach set out at once to visit the famous artist, but when he arrived, Handel had just left. When the latter came a second time to his native town in 1729, Bach was in Leipzig, but ill. He sent his eldest son Wilhelm Friedemann with a most courteous invitation to Handel to visit him in Leipzig. Handel regretted that he could not come. At the time of Handel's third stay in Halle, Bach was dead. He regretted all his life not having known Handel. His longing to meet him certainly did not come from the desire to pit himself against him. In Germany such a contest was indeed desired, for comparisons between the two men were always being made. It was universally admitted that Bach would be the victor on the organ. Bach's wish, however, was not to compete with him for preeminence, but to learn from him. How highly he valued him is seen from the fact that, assisted by Anna Magdalena, he made a manuscript copy of a Passion by Handel, which points to the fact that he also performed it. The copies that he made of other men's music are, on the whole, the finest testimony to his modesty. Long after the time when he could regard himself as anyone's pupil, he made copies of Palestrina, Frescobaldi, Lotti, Caldara, Ludwig and Bernhard Bach, Telemann, Kaiser, Grigny, Duprat, and many others. Sometimes we ask ourselves how it was that his critical sense did not stop him every now and then in his copying. It seems incomprehensible to us that he could bring himself to copy out whole cantatas by Telemann. But these men were acknowledged masters. He respected them and was desirous of spreading their works. Which of the contemporary composers troubled to make a copy of the St. Matthew Passion, with the view of preserving that work for posterity? Bach took thoroughly to heart the injunction to be always hospitable. Any lover of art, stranger or fellow countryman, says Forkel, could visit his house and be sure of meeting with a friendly reception. These sociable virtues, together with his great artistic fame, caused his house to be rarely free from visitors. The members of the numerous and wide-branching Bach family who happened to be in Leipzig for their studies were always heartily welcomed by him. His cousin Johann Elias Bach, cantor at Schweinfurt, who in 1739 had stayed a long time in Leipzig, still remembers gratefully, in 1748, the sociable friendliness shown him in the house adjoining St. Thomas's Church, and felt himself bound to send his famous relation a small cask of new wine. When it arrived it was 2/3 empty, and contained no more than 6 quarts. Bach tells the sender this on the 2nd November 1748, gives him an account showing how much the present has cost him, and adds the request not to let his kindness put him to such expense again. The conclusion of the letter runs, "Although my worthy cousin is good enough to offer to send me some more of the same liquor, I must decline on account of the excessive expenses here, for the freight was 16 grams, the delivery 2 grams, the inspector 2 grams, the town excise 5 grams 3 pfennig, and the general excise 3 grams, so that my good cousin can calculate for himself that it cost me nearly 5 grams a measure, which is much too expensive for a present." This letter is at the same time a testimony to Bach's sense of economy in household affairs, that is so strongly noticeable in other things. He was very particular in money matters. During his struggle with Gorner over the University Church, he put the financial question in the forefront. In the letter to Erdmann, he cannot help showing his indignation over the healthy year 1729, when the Leipzigers took so little pleasure in dying that the burial fees brought the cantor 100 thalers less than usual. He tells his cousin Elias Bach of Schweinfurt, who had asked him for a copy of the Prussian Fugue, that it is out of print at the moment, but that he may inquire again in a few months, and remit the necessary thaler at the same time. In all these cases there is indeed nothing more than a certain frankness in the treatment of money matters, which in the case of a man with so large a family is partly natural. That Bach was not avaricious is proved by the hospitality he dispensed. His business sense, however, seems not to have been unknown to his fellow townsmen. Rector Ernesti the younger takes advantage of this in his fight with the cantor, and ventures to assert in a document addressed to the council that Bach is not insusceptible to money when making recommendations for admission among the alumni, and that many times an old specie thaler had made a soloist of one who was no soloist before. The responsibility for this slander must be borne by the man who dared to utter it. The economical sense of the father came out very strongly in Emmanuel, so strongly as to throw a certain shadow over his artistic nature. As early as 1756, the way in which he announces that he is prepared to sell the plates of the art of fugue at any decent price makes an unpleasant impression on us. When in 1785 G.F.G. Schwenker, a pupil of Emmanuel Bach and of Kernberger, was trying for the post of organist at St. Nicholas's in Hamburg, he was unsuccessful in spite of his splendid playing at the examination. The appointment went to the son of the deceased organist Lambo. Schwenker thus refers to the matter in a letter: "If Herr Lambo, who for the most part played miserably, worked his theme out well, it was probably because he had previously studied it, and therefore probable that Bach had been bribed. He was avaricious enough for this." Here again the responsibility for the calumny must lie with the man who uttered it. It is certain, however, that Emmanuel had the reputation of being avaricious. One of his friends, Reichardt, writing on him after his death in the Musikalmanach for 1796, said that, even towards young artists who came to him full of the desire of learning, he was in the highest degree mercenary. A letter of his writing in June 1777, while his son was hovering between life and death in Rome, is characteristic of him. "My poor son in Rome," he says, "has been down for 5 months with a very painful illness, and is not yet quite out of danger. O God, how my heart suffers! 3 months ago I sent him 50 ducats, and in another fortnight I shall have to pay another 200 thalers for doctors and surgeons. On the other hand, this man, who in the midst of his anguish over his son still has an eye to his money, was as hospitable as his father had been. He had also inherited the family feeling. As we have seen at the division of the property, he was greatly irritated with the 15-year-old Johann Christian, because the boy maintained that the father had made him a present of 3 pedal claviers. Nevertheless, he afterwards took charge of him and brought him up. In one thing only did the family spirit forsake him. He did not take his stepmother in her hour of poverty, and allowed her 2 years after the death of her husband, 1752, to beg for alms from the council that he had so proudly withstood, and finally let her die in receipt of poor relief on 27th February, 1760. Even if he felt no special sympathy for her, and was himself not in flourishing circumstances, he owed it to the honour of his father to save Magdalena Bach from want. Thus Bach's economical sense became meanness in his second son. Friedemann, the firstborn, inherited his father's obstinacy of spirit and was ruined by it. In the portraits in which Bach's physiognomy has been preserved for us, we can read a good deal about the nature and the bearing of the man. Until about 12 years ago, virtually only 2 original portraits of the master were known. One was in the possession of the firm of Peters, the musical publishers. It had been the property of Philip Emanuel, whose daughter sold it in 1828 to Greuter, a flute virtuoso and conservatoire inspector at Leipzig. The other belongs to the St. Thomas's School, to which it was presented in 1809 by August Eberhard Müller, the successor of Hiller in the cantorate. To hang it up in one of the schoolrooms was no doubt natural, but not the best thing for the picture, for Bach had to submit in effigy to the humours of the later Thomaners, and more than once served as target for missiles of all kinds. Both pictures are signed with the same name, Hausmann, which is a little astonishing, since they show notable differences in execution. Both have suffered not a little from being painted over at a later date. The portrait in the St. Thomas School is perhaps the one that Bach had painted when he joined the Missler Society, the statutes of which ordained that a new member must contribute his portrait well painted on canvas to the library of the society. For in this portrait Bach holds in his hand the Canon Triplex A6 Vogue, which he submitted to the society as his qualifying work. As Bach joined the society in the summer of 1747, this portrait would depict him in his latest years. A third authentic portrait of Bach used to be at Erfurt, in possession of the organist Kittel, the last pupil of Bach. It probably belonged at one time to the ducal family of Weissenfels. After Kittel's death, in 1809, it was, in accordance with his wishes, hung up on the organ. During the Napoleonic Wars, when the church was used as a hospital, it disappeared from the edifice with other valuable paintings. The French soldiers no doubt sold the old Bach to the marine store dealer for a few glasses of brandy. The well-known Bach portrait by C.F.R.R. Liszewski in the Joachimsthal Gymnasium in Berlin was not painted until 1772, 22 years after Bach's death. It is interesting because it is clearly not derived from either the Peters or the St. Thomas School portrait, and so presupposes another original. It shows Bach the face sitting at a table with some music paper, as if about to run through, on the adjacent piano, some composition that he has just finished. An entertaining story of a Bach portrait is thus told by Zelter in a letter to Goethe. Kernberger had in his room a portrait of his master Sebastian Bach that I have always admired, hanging over the piano between 2 windows. A wealthy Leipzig linen merchant who had of old seen Kernberger when he was a Thomaner singing at his father's door, come to Berlin, and resolves to honour the now famous Kernberger with a visit. Scarcely had the Leipziger sat down when he cries out, "Eh, good Lord, I see you have our cantor Bach hanging there. We have him also in Leipzig, in the St. Thomas School." He was a rough fellow, if the vain fool hasn't had himself painted in a splendid velvet coat. Kernberger quietly gets up, goes behind the man's chair, and, taking hold of his visitor with both hands, calls out, first softly, then crescendo, "Out, dog! Out, dog!" My Leipziger, in a moral fright, runs for his hat and stick, opens the door as fast as he can, and bolts into the street. Kernberger now has the picture taken down and cleaned, the chair of the Philistine washed, and the picture, covered with a cloth, again put back into its place. When anyone asked him what the cloth was for, he answered, "Never mind, there's something behind it." This was the origin of the report that Kernberger had lost his reason. It was always a matter of regret that, having neither a death mask nor a skull of Bach, it was impossible to model a reasonably true bust of him. His grave was unknown. It was only known that he was buried in St. John's churchyard, and, as the sexton's receipt shows, in an oaken coffin. There was a tradition that the grave was on the south side of the church, 6 paces from the door. The churchyard had long been converted into a public place, when in 1894, after the dismantling of the old church, excavations for the extension of the foundations of the new church were begun at the spot where Bach's bones should be resting. Here there were discovered on 22nd of October 1894 3 oaken coffins. One contained the bones of a young woman, another a skeleton with the skull in pieces, the third the bones of an elderly man, not very large but well built. The skull exhibited at the first glance the characteristic features that one would have expected from the picture of Bach's head: prominent lower jaw, high forehead, deep-set eye sockets, and marked nasal angle. The identity of the skull with that of the cantor of St. Thomas's is thus as good as certain, more certain than in the case of the Schiller skull, for example. Among the interesting peculiarities of Bach's skull may be mentioned the extraordinary toughness of the bone of the temple that encloses the inner organ of hearing, and the quite remarkable largeness of the fenestra rotunda. The plaster cast shows that the 2 upper flexures of the temple, in which the musical faculty has of late been supposed to be located, were not extraordinarily developed in him. A Leipzig sculptor, Seffner, then tried to model the features upon a cast of the skull, after copious researches had been made into the relation of the fleshy parts of the face to the bony parts in elderly people, in order to settle the course of the line of the skin over the line of the bones. The bust thus obtained shewed not only a surprising similarity to both of the Bach's portraits, but even surpassed them in vivaciousness and characteristic expression. Recently, Professor Fritz Wohlbach of Mainz has discovered yet another portrait of Bach. It is a realistic piece of work, showing the face of a man who has tasted of the bitterness of life. There is something fascinating in the harsh expression of these features, which are painted full face, run the hard lines of an inflexible obstinacy. It is thus that the cantor of St. Thomas's may have looked in his last years as he entered the school where some new vexation or another was awaiting him. In the 2 other portraits the severity is softened by a touch of easy good nature. Even the short-sighted eyes look out upon the world from their half-closed lids with a certain friendliness that is not even negated by the heavy eyebrows arched above them. The face cannot be called beautiful. The nose is too massive for that, and the underjaw too prominent. How sharply this projected may be estimated from the fact that the front teeth of the lower jaw are level with those of the upper, instead of closing within these. In the attempt to mitigate this peculiarity somewhat, the Haussmann portraits cease to be characteristic. The longer we contemplate it, the more enigmatic becomes the expression of the master's face. How did this ordinary visage become transformed into that of the artist? What was it like when Bach was absorbed in the world of music? Was there reflected in it, then, wonderful serenity that shines through his art? In the last resort, the whole man is for the most part an enigma, for to our eyes the outer man differs so much from the inner that neither seems to have any part in the other. In the case of Bach, more than in that of any other genius, the man as he looked and behaved was only the opaque envelope destined to lodge the artistic soul within. In Beethoven, the inner man seizes upon the outer man, uproots him from his normal life, agitates him and inflames him until the inner light pierces through him and finally consumes him. Not so with Bach. He is rather a case of dualism. His artistic vicissitudes and creations go on side by side with the normal and almost commonplace tenor of his workaday existence without mixing with or making any impression on this. Bach fought for his everyday life, but not for the recognition of his art and of his works. In this respect he is very different from Beethoven and Wagner, and in general from what we understand by an artist. The recognition that the world gave to the master of the organ and the clavier, really only the external and contemporary side of his artistic activity, he took as a matter of course. He did not ask the world for the recognition of that part of his work that was not of his own age, and in which his deepest emotion found expression. It did not even occur to him that he should or could expect this from his epoch. He did nothing to make his cantatas and passions known, and nothing to preserve them. It is not his fault if they have survived to our day. A modern student of Bach has said, apropos of some of the later chorale cantatas, in which the expert in Bach's scores notices a certain weakening of invention, that his whole work can be understood only as a mighty struggle for recognition, in which fight he was finally crippled. Bach was certainly crippled at that time, not however in the struggle for recognition, but in the struggle for good cantata texts, in which he was finally thrown back again upon the chorale cantata, and in a kind of fit of desperation distorted chorale strophes into arias. But this phenomenon has nothing to do with Bach's artistic life. The unique thing about him is precisely the fact that he made no effort to win recognition for his greatest works, and did not summon the world to make acquaintance with them. Hence the kind of consecration that rests upon his works. We feel an unaffected charm in his cantatas such as we do not meet with in other artworks. The grey volumes of the old Bach Gesellschaft speak a moving language. They discourse to us of something that will be imperishable simply because it is big and true, something that was written not in the hope of recognition, but because it had to come out of him. Bach's cantatas and passions are not only children of the muse, but also children of leisure, in the honourable and profound sense that this word had in the old days, when it signified the hours of a man's life that he employed for himself and himself alone. Bach himself was not conscious of the extraordinary greatness of his work. He was aware only of his admitted mastery of the organ and clavier and counterpoint. But he never dreamt that his works alone, nor those of the men all around him, would remain visible to the coming generations. If it is one of the signs of the great creative artist born before his time, that he waits for his day, and wears himself out in the waiting, then was Bach neither great nor born before his time. No one was less conscious than he that his work was ahead of his epoch. In this respect he stands perhaps highest among all creative artists. His immense strength functioned without self-consciousness, like the forces of nature, and for this reason it is as cosmic and copious as these. Nor did Bach reflect whether the Thomaners could perform his works properly, or whether the congregation understood them. He had put all his devotion into them, and God at any rate certainly understood them. The SDG, Soli Deo Gloria, to God alone be praise, and the JJ, Jesu Juva, help me Jesus, with which he garnishes his scores, are for him no formulas, but the credo that runs through all his work. Music is an act of worship with Bach. His artistic activity and his personality are both based on his piety. If he is to be understood from any standpoint at all, it is from this. For him art was religion, and so had no concern with the world or with worldly success. It was an end in itself. Bach includes religion in the definition of art in general. All great art, even secular, is in itself religious in his eyes. For him the tones do not perish, but ascend to God like praise too deep for utterance. Figured bass, he says in the rules and principles of accompaniment that he gave his pupils, is the most perfect foundation of music. It is executed with both hands in such a manner that the left hand plays the notes that are written, while the right adds consonances and dissonances thereto, making an agreeable harmony for the glory of God and the justifiable gratification of the soul. Like all music, the figured bass should have no other end and aim than the glory of God and the recreation of the soul. Where this is not kept in mind, there is no true music, but only an infernal clamour and ranting. The Orgel Büchlein, little organ book, the collection of small chorale preludes that Bach put together in Cothen, is adorned with the following dictum: Dem hochsten Gott allein zu Ehren, dem nachsten draus sich zu belehren. For the glory of the Most High God, and for the instruction of my neighbour. Lastly, musical education also belonged to the sphere of religion, and so Bach wrote in Friedemann's Klavierbüchlein, little clavier book, over the first piano pieces he gave to his eldest son, In nomine Jesu. At the same time he recognized that there was a species of art whose only purpose was entertainment. He did not rank it highly, as we see from his somewhat satirical reference to the little songs of the Dresden Opera, when he asked Friedemann to accompany him there. All the same, when he was in the mood, he could shake little songs that bordered on the burlesque out of his sleeve, as if he had to give himself up to heartfelt laughter now and then, in order to get back again to proper seriousness. His culture was not merely serious but religious. In the inventory of the property he left, we find a large number of theological works, among them a complete edition of Luther's writings, Tauler's sermons, and Arndt's Wahres Christentum. Polemical literature is well represented, and it enables us to see that Bach's views were strictly Lutheran. In Cothen he would not permit his children to attend the Reformed school, but had them taught in the newly founded Lutheran school. To Pietism also he was sharply opposed. When he was in Mulhausen, there was a struggle between an Orthodox and Pietist divine there. He took the part of the representative of rigid Lutheranism, Georg Christian Eilmar, who appears to us in anything but a sympathetic light in his controversy with his older colleague Frohner. He must have had close personal relations with Eilmar, for he asked him to be the godfather to his first child. As for the real points at issue in that epoch, Bach was as little conscious of these as his contemporaries were. Pietism was unsympathetic to him as a disintegrating innovation. He was dogmatically opposed to the representatives of orthodoxy. The submissive humility which the disciples of Spener affected was antipathetic to him. In addition, Pietism was fundamentally inimical to art of any kind in worship, and was especially set against the concert style of the church music. The musical performances of the Passion were a particular abomination to it. It wished the service to be adorned only with simple congregational hymns. So every cantor necessarily hated the Pietists, and Bach took it particularly ill of them that they dragged his religious and artistic ideals in the dust. Nevertheless, we possess no utterance of his, written or verbal, against the new sect. For all that, his own works exhibit visible traces of Pietism. The texts of the cantatas and passions are strongly influenced by it, as indeed the whole of the religious poetry of the early 18th century is. It can be seen in the reflections and the sentimental attitude with which Bach's librettists were so conversant. Thus the opponent of Pietism invested with his music poetry filled with the breath of Pietism, and so made it immortal. In the last resort, however, Bach's real religion was not orthodox Lutheranism, but mysticism. In his innermost essence he belongs to the history of German mysticism. This robust man, who seems to be in the thick of life with his family and his work, and whose mouth seems to express something like comfortable joy in life, was inwardly dead to the world. His whole thought was transfigured by a wonderful, serene longing for death. Again and again, whenever the text affords the least pretext for it, he gives voice to his longing in his music, and nowhere in his speech so moving as in the cantatas in which he discourses on the release from the body of this death. The Epiphany and certain bass cantatas are the revelation of his most intimate religious feelings. Sometimes it is a sorrowful and weary longing that the music expresses, at others a glad, serene desire, finding voice in one of those lulling cradle songs that only he could write. Then again, a passionate, ecstatic longing that calls death to it jubilantly and goes forth in rapture to meet it. As we listen to arias like Schlummert en ihr mulden Augen, Ach schlage doch bald, selge Stunde, or the simple melody Komm süßer Tod, we feel that we are in the presence of a musician who is not merely bent on rendering into tone the thoughts of his text, but has seized upon the words and made them his own, breathing into them something of himself that was yearning for expression. This is Bach's religion as it appears in the cantatas. It transfigured his life. The existence that, considered from the outside, seems all conflict and struggle and bitterness, was in truth tranquil and serene. End of chapter 9. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 10 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Artistic Journeys, Critics and Friends. Bach loved traveling. As a young man it attracted him because of his desire to learn from every master. Later, when he himself was a master, he felt the necessity from time to time of getting away from the narrowness of his environment and realizing himself in freedom elsewhere. It appears that he undertook these artistic journeys early, as a rule in the autumn, though unfortunately our information about his travels is very scanty. Bach's first master, the Prince of Weimar, appears to have been generous in the matter of furlough. In 1709 Bach with his friend Walter opened the organ at Mulhausen, performing for that purpose the chorale prelude upon Eine feste Burg, Peters 6:22. If indeed he did not compose it expressly for this occasion, in order to show the council the full wealth of the tone of the renovated instrument. Of the artistic journeys of the following years we know nothing. In 1713 or 1714 he performed before the court at Kassel, at the invitation of the hereditary prince, the future king of Sweden. When the prince heard Bach play a pedal solo, he was so enraptured at the dexterity of it that he drew a ring from his finger and placed it on that of Bach. The anecdote is told by Constantin Bellermann, rector of Minden, in a pamphlet issued in 1743. He does not give the date of the journey, and thinks that at that time Bach was already in Leipzig. As a matter of fact, he did go on one occasion from Leipzig to Kassel to examine a renovated organ, but this was about 1732. By that time the hereditary prince was king of Sweden, and we know positively that he was not in Kassel. The journey during which Bach played before the hereditary prince must be dated about 1713 or 1714. In those years the prince spent some time at home, while before then he was almost constantly in camp, being commander in the Spanish War of Succession. At the end of 1714 he went to Sweden, where he married in 1715 Ulrika Eleanor, the sister of Charles XII. To the same period belongs a journey in which Bach touched upon Halle. By the death of Zachau, 14th August 1712, the post of organist at the Lieberfrauenkirche there had become vacant. It was left unfilled for a time, a new organ with 36 stops being in course of construction. After Bach had tested so much of the instrument as was already playable, he presented himself to the church authorities and said he would have no objection to becoming Zachau's successor. He was asked to write at once a cantata as a test piece, which he did. When he returned to Weimar, he made close enquiries as to the emoluments of the post, and finding that they were lower than what he already had, he broke off the negotiations at the last moment. The Halle people, who thought they had already secured him, were very displeased. They took it ill of him that he had kept them in suspense in this way, and maintained that he had only begun negotiations with them in order to extort an increase in salary from the Duke. Bach did not allow this to pass. he refuted the imputations in a courteous but firm letter of 14th March 1714. Later on the Halle people were reconciled to him, and in 1716 they invited him with Kuhnau and Roller of Quedlinburg to the testing of the now completed organ. We still possess a letter in which Bach answered this invitation. It is addressed to his friend Herr August Becker, Licentiat Juris, who had acted also as negotiator between him and the council in the affair of the appointment. It runs thus: Most noble and particularly highly honoured Sir, I am greatly obliged by your honour's very particular and most gracious confidence, and by that of the whole of the most honoured collegium, and as it is always the greatest pleasure to me to give your worship my most willing service, I shall now more than ever strive to serve your worship well, and according to my best ability give satisfaction in the examen you ask of me. I beg you therefore to communicate this my resolution without delay to the most honoured collegium, and at the same time to give them my most humble compliments, and assure them of my dutiful respects for their special confidence. I also acknowledge with humble gratitude all the trouble your honour has taken for me both now and formerly, and I assure you that I shall always feel the greatest pleasure as long as I live in subscribing myself, most honoured Sir, your most obedient servant, Johann Sebastian Bach, Concertmeister. The opening of the organ took place on the 3rd May. In conjunction with it the council gave the deputies a dinner, the menu of which we can reconstruct from the receipts. It included bœuf à la mode, that is, bœuf à la mode, pike, gammon of bacon, peas, potatoes, spinach with little sausages, boiled pumpkins, fritters, preserved lemon peel, preserved cherries, warm asparagus salad, cabbage salad, radishes, fresh butter, and roast veal. The cost of the whole was 11 thalers 12 groschen. The drink came to 15 thalers 12 groschen. Servants were also placed at the disposal of the deputies. Bach seems to have visited Leipzig for the first time in 1714. On the inner cover of the cantata Nun komm der Heiden Eiland, No. 61, which certainly belongs to the year 1714, he has noted down the order of the morning service in Leipzig for the first Sunday in Advent. The most natural assumption is that he performed this work in Leipzig on the first Sunday in Advent in 1714, also officiating at the organ during the service. We must not forget, however, that this is a pure hypothesis, for it is also possible that Bach wrote this cantata in 1714 for Weimar, but did not produce it until later, perhaps on the first Sunday in Advent 1722, when applying in person for the cantorate of St. Thomas's. In the autumn of 1717 he went to Dresden, where the Marchand incident happened. He also appears to have been about this time in Meiningen, where his distant and considerably older cousin Johann Ludwig Bach was Kapellmeister. Bach must have thought very highly of his compositions, for he made copies of many of them. We know positively that Bach was in Leipzig on the 16th of December 1717, on which day he had been invited by the university to test the new organ in St. Paul's Church. His verdict was extremely laudatory, and from that time Scheibe, the builder of the instrument, had a reputation everywhere as one of the best organ builders, whereas previously he was hardly known. When Bach undertook this journey, he had not long been released from his Weimar captivity, and had just settled in Cothen. In his new position he had more opportunities for travelling than in the old one, since it was part of his duties to accompany Duke Leopold everywhere. These duties he would probably not be unwilling to fulfil. He spent, for instance, part of the summer of 1720 with his master in Carlsbad. It was on his return from this journey that he found in his home, instead of his beloved wife, only his motherless children. In the autumn of the same year he undertook the journey to Hamburg that gained him the admiration of Reinken and the art lovers there. Even when he was cantor at St. Thomas's, he made a point of escaping every year from the narrow circle of Leipzig and its artistic conditions. According to agreement, he should have applied for leave to the burgomaster each time. This, however, he frequently did not do, contenting himself with providing a reliable deputy and telling the rector. If he had not a capable first prefect at the time, the cantata would be conducted by the organist of the new church, who, as soon as it was over, would get back to his own organ in time to fulfil his duties there. So long as Duke Leopold was alive, he died the 19th of November 1728, Bach often went to Cothen to produce one or other of his compositions on festival occasions. At the entombment of his former master in 1729, he contributed a large piece of funerary music for 2 choirs, which he appears to have taken from the St. Matthew Passion, upon which he was then engaged. As shortly before his Leipzig appointment, he received the predicate of Weissenfeld's court composer. He also had duties towards this court that from time to time called for his presence there. He went to Dresden frequently. He appears to have been summoned to the court there shortly before 1725 for some occasion or other. He also went there now and then to hear the opera. He was accompanied on these occasions by his favourite Friedemann. Some days previously he would say to him, "Friedemann, shall we go again to hear the pretty little Dresden songs?" He was present at the first performance on 13th September 1731 of Hasse's opera Cleophaedra, in which the composer's wife Faustina appeared. On the following day he performed on the organ in St. Sophia's Church before the whole Kapelle and many connoisseurs. The Dresden musicians thought very highly of him. Hasse and his wife were much attached to him and more than once visited him in Leipzig. Bach probably visited Dresden still more frequently after Friedemann's appointment as organist there in 1733. Moreover, his appointment as court composer made it his duty to keep in touch with the musical life of Dresden. He received the decree in the last days of November 1736. On the 1st December he performed from 2 till 4 o'clock on the new Silbermann organ in the Frauenkirche at Dresden. While the reigning Duke Wilhelm Ernst was still alive, he did not return to Weimar, as we can readily understand. When, however, in 1728 Ernest August, the younger duke, succeeded to power, he certainly went there now and then, for he was on terms of cordial friendship with this artistic and intelligent prince. In 1727 he performed for the second time in Hamburg, perhaps at the invitation of Telemann, who thought a very great deal of him. About the same time he seems to have visited Erfurt. Probably most of his journeys were for the purpose of testing new organs. Interesting information upon a trip of this nature is given in a document in the Municipal Board of Works in Kassel. Bach had been invited there in 1732 to try the renovated organ at St. Martin's, which had been in the repairer's hands for 2 years. For this he received 50 thalers remuneration and 26 thalers for travelling expenses. In addition, the council paid the expenses of Herr Kapellmeister and his wife at their lodgings, 2 thalers for the porters who carried Herr Bach 25 paces, and a thaler for the manservant who waited on him during the 8 days of his sojourn. These things were evidently done more splendidly in those days than they are now. At the end of July and the beginning of August 1736, during the conflict with Ernest over the appointment of the first prefect, Bach was absent from Leipzig for a fortnight. We do not know where he went. His last journey may be described in Forkel's words, who narrates it approximately in the terms in which he had it from Friedemann. The fame of Johann Sebastian's all-surpassing art was so widespread that even the king very often heard it spoken of and extolled. He was consequently desirous to hear for himself so great an artist and make his acquaintance. At first he quietly hinted to Bach's son his desire that his father should some day come to Potsdam. Then he began to ask definitely why the father did not come. The son could not but communicate these expressions of the king to his father, who, however, was mostly overwhelmed with too many occupations to attend to them at once. But as the king's remarks were repeated by the son in several letters, he at length, in 1747, arranged to make the journey, accompanied by his eldest son, Wilhelm Friedemann. At this time the king had a chamber concert every evening, at which he himself played some concerto on the flute. One evening, just as he had got his flute ready and his musicians were assembled, an officer brought him the list of strangers who had arrived. He looked over the paper with his flute in his hand, immediately turned round to the musicians and said with some agitation, "Gentlemen, old Bach has come." The flute was thereupon laid aside, and old Bach, who had gone to his son's quarters, was at once commanded to come to the castle. I had the story from Wilhelm Friedemann, who accompanied his father, and I must say that to this very day I recall with delight the way in which he told it to me. In those days it was still customary to make rather long-winded compliments. The first appearance of Johann Sebastian Bach before so great a king who did not even allow him time to exchange his travelling clothes for the black coat of the cantor, must thus necessarily have led to many excuses being made. I will not here give specimens of these excuses, but merely remark that Wilhelm Friedemann gave them in the style of formal dialogue between the king and his self-excusing father. But more interesting than all this is the fact that for this evening the king gave up his flute concerto and invited the so-called old Bach to try his Silbermann forte pianos, of which he had several in different rooms of the castle. The musicians accompanied them from room to room, and Bach had to try all the pianos and improvise upon them. After he had done this for some time, he asked the king to give him a fugue subject for him to work out impromptu. The king was astonished at the erudite way in which this theme was developed extempore, and apparently, in order to see how far such an art could be carried, expressed a wish to hear also a fugue in 6 parts. As, however, it is not every theme that is suited for this kind of polyphony, Bach chose one himself, and developed it immediately, to the great admiration of all present, in the same brilliant and learned way as he had formerly done the theme of the king. Then the king wanted to hear him on the organ. He accordingly took him on the following days to all the organs to be found in Potsdam, as he had taken him previously to all the Silbermann forte pianos. After his return to Leipzig, he worked out in 3 and 6 parts the theme the king had given him, added various clever canonic manipulations of it, had it engraved on copper with the title Musikalisches Opfer, musical offerings, and dedicated it to its inventor. This was Bach's last journey. Bach's artistic journeys made him at an early date famous throughout Germany. After his victory over Marchand in 1717, he was one of the celebrities of the fatherland. The German musicians were proud to be able to oppose a master of their own race to the French and Italian virtuosi. Let German musicians affect Italian ways if they would, in order to win a cheap renown. Let the very existence of a German art be denied. The fact remained that there was such a thing, and that it had publicly triumphed over the other. Bach thus had no need to fight for recognition. Only the virtuoso, it is true, won fame. The composer of the cantatas and passions had small share in this recognition. No one, not even his enemies, ventured to deny that he was the prince of clavichord players and the king of organists, but no one, even among his best friends, had a suspicion of the real greatness of the composer. As a composer he was actually censured by the 2 leading critics of the time, Mattheson and Scheibe. Mattheson examines the cantata Ich hatte viel Bekummernis, No. 21, which Bach probably had performed during his visit to Hamburg in 1720, and finds the declamation imperfect, in that Bach at the commencement makes the chorus repeat 3 times the detached words ich, before it gives out the whole phrase, while in other places he has split up the phrases in a way that contradicts the sense. So far as the threefold repetition of the I is concerned, the criticism is not wholly unjustified. It is curious that the great Hamburg art oracle should have taken just this cantata, which is not impeccable in its declamation, as the basis for his verdict on the most perfect master of musical declamation. Had he taken the trouble to acquaint himself with other vocal compositions of Bach, he would have been undeceived, and would certainly have enlisted him as an ally in his justifiable war against the careless musical declamation of the epoch. In truth, however, Mattheson had no particular desire to become acquainted with Bach's work. He had hailed him in 1717 in his Das Beschützte orchestra as a rising star, and had asked him for an autobiographical contribution to the Ehrenpforte, which he was then planning. Bach did not send it to him, having no liking for such things of that kind. During his sojourn in Hamburg, Bach probably did not think it necessary to court the protection of the famous critic, which would hardly increase Mattheson's goodwill towards him, for he could not endure independent characters, and only felt sympathetic towards people who sought and glorified his authority. So, on the few occasions on which he mentions Bach, his tone is one of the recognition, but at the same time of indifference. Scheibe's criticism of Bach is much more interesting. It is true that he also was not unbiased, for he bore Bach a grudge for having rejected him when he applied for the organist post at St. Thomas's in 1729. His criticisms appeared in the Kritischer Musikus for 1737, a journal that Scheibe edited from 1737 to 1740 in Hamburg, where he had taken up his abode. An anonymous friend, who is instructed by him in the art of criticizing according to the true rules of reason, sends him in a travel letter a miscellany of good and bad upon the musicians of several towns that he has just visited. The people concerned are indeed not mentioned by name, but they are so clearly indicated that they are easily recognized. The passage in which Bach recognized himself runs thus: Herr is the most eminent musician in . He is a wonderful artist on the clavichord and the organ, and so far he has met with only one with whom he can contend for superiority. I have several times heard this great man play. His dexterity is astonishing, and one can hardly comprehend how it is possible for him to cross his fingers and his feet so remarkably and so nimbly, or to make the widest leaps with them, without once striking a wrong note or distorting his body, no matter how quick his movements are. This great man would be the admiration of all nations if he had more amenity, and if his works were not made unnatural by their turgid and confused character, and their beauty obscured by too much art. As he judges by his own fingers, his pieces are extremely hard to play. He expects the singers and the instrumentalists to do with their throats and their instruments what he can play on the clavier. This, however, is impossible. All graces, all little embellishments, and everything that one understands by style in playing, he writes out in the exact notes, which not only deprives his pieces of the beauty of harmony, but makes the melody absolutely indistinct. All the parts work together, and with the same difficulty, so that we cannot distinguish any leading voice. In short, he is in music what formerly Herr von Lohenstein was in poetry. Turgidity has led them both from the natural to the artificial, and from the lofty to the obscure, and in each of them one wonders at the painful labour of it all, that nevertheless comes to nothing, since it is at variance with reason. It would be a mistake to see in this criticism only an outburst of the personal resentment that Scheibe harboured against Bach. Scheibe regarded himself, and to a certain extent with justice, as the literary champion of a new music. He makes war on the contemporary art which, by its imitation of the Italian style and its deliberate artificiality, has departed from the true ideal, and has no longer any poetic value. As a pupil of Gottsched, he believes himself called to preach the return to simple nature in music, to declare war on the aria and all erudite formulae, to deride perpetually the unnaturalness of the Italian opera, and especially its German imitation, and to uphold as the ideal that form of art in which the words are not a mere pretext for the music, but word and tone unite in perfect unity. The opera of the future is for him a real musical drama. Certain chapters in which he discusses stage music are really excellent. Much of what he says might have been expressed in the same way, word for word, by Wagner. It is therefore not to be wondered at that Scheibe's views exercise so deep an influence on Gluck. It was precisely these theories of his, indeed, that made it impossible for him to do justice to Bach. The latter's astounding contrapuntal technique made him seem to Scheibe the chief representative of artificial music. Perhaps, however, the critic of the Gottsched circle bore him the worst grudge for showing no interest whatever in the aspiration towards the art of the future, and was not in the least particular as to the poetic quality of his texts. Scheibe wanted his criticism to strike the most eminent of the class of musicians who persisted in being musicians and nothing more. Of the fact that this learned music had within it a poetry of its own, Scheibe had as little intuition as the sons and the friends of the master. Bach was incensed to the highest degree by this criticism, and asked his friend Magister Birnbaum, a professor of rhetoric at the Leipzig University, to take up the pen for him. The latter gladly did so, and first of all published in January 1738 an anonymous article which, however, was not very effective. Scheibe easily countered it by shewing up the dilettante quality of the musical judgments of the anonymous writer, whose name was not unknown to him. From this reply we learn that Herr Hofkompositor himself distributed the vindication of himself to his friends and acquaintances with no small gratification on the 8th January of this year. One unpleasant feature of the controversy is the way in which Scheibe always adverts to the fact that Bach is not in a position himself to take up the pen against him, and how at every opportunity he represents him as a musician who lacks the necessary general education. With exquisite humour he sketches an imaginary letter of Bach's, in which the master shows the philosophers and quill drivers to the door of the temple of art. Schreiber probably invoved into the letter some authentic sayings of Bach that had remained in his memory from an earlier time, as when he makes him say, "I have always been of the opinion that a musician has enough to do simply with his art, without wasting his time on long-winded books and learned philosophical discussions." Against the reproach that the master was lacking in the general artistic culture that is indispensable to musicians, Birnbaum vindicated the offended cantor in an article of March 1738, signed with his name. From this we learn something of Bach the aesthetician. Bach knows so perfectly, the Magister says, the analogies between the working out of a musical piece and the art of rhetoric, that people not only listen to him with satisfaction and delight when he expounds lucidly the resemblances and correspondences of the two, but admire also the skilful application of them in his works. To this Schreiber has nothing that is very rational to say. All the same, Bach's prickly critic, the adjective often occurs in the controversy, regards him as one of the greatest composers of pure music. In the number for 22nd December 1739, Schreiber is lavish in his praise for the Italian concerto. As a cantata composer, to be sure, he ranks him below Telemann and Graun. On the whole, it may be said that Schreiber's criticism did harm to the author himself, but brought good to the object of his attack, since its offensive tone everywhere stimulated sympathy for Bach. Later on, Schreiber also appears to have recognized that he had not gone about the affair in the right way. In the preface to the second edition of the Kritischer Musicus, we can see the glimmerings of something like an apology. In spite of its incivility, Schreiber's criticism is really the most interesting of the contemporary criticism of Bach. The other deliverances upon him run on general lines of admiration and amazement and rhetorical analogies from ancient mythology. But we learn nothing from them of what we should most like to know, how the characteristic quality of Bach's art affected his contemporaries. We would gladly exchange all these panegyrics for a single sentence of some one who, at the first performance of the St. Matthew Passion, had an intuition of the real spirit of Bach's music. Bach was probably most pleased with the monument that the friendship and affection of his former rector, Gesner, erected to him under the cover of a Latin note to the Institutiones Varias of Quintilian, an edition of which he edited in 1738. At the end of a passage referring to the artist who, while singing, accompanied himself on the cithara and beat time with his feet, he adds to this note, "All this, my Fabius, you would think quite trifling if you could rise from the dead and see Bach, whom I mentioned because not long ago he was my colleague at St. Thomas's School in Leipzig. How with both hands and using all his fingers he plays the clavier, that contains in itself the tones of many citharae, or that instrument of instruments whose innumerable pipes are animated by bellows. How he flies over the keys this way with both hands and that way with his nimble feet, and unaided calls forth a plurality of quite different passages that yet harmonize with each other. Could you, I say, see how, while he achieves what a number of your citharists and 1,000 of your flute players together could not achieve, he not only sings one melody, like a man who has nothing more to do but sing to the cithara, but attends to everything at once, and keeps 30 or 40 musicians in order, one by a nod, another by stamping time with his foot, and a third with a warning finger, and joins in with his own voice now in a high part, now in a lower one, and again in a middle one, and how he alone, when they are all working together at their loudest, although he has the hardest task of all, yet at once notices when and where something is wrong, and keeps them all together, and watches everything, and if there is any hesitation, restores certainty. How rhythm is in every limb of him, how his quick ear grasps every harmony, and how he himself reproduces each voice within the small compass of his own. In general, I am a great admirer of antiquity, but I believe that my friend Bach, and whoever may be at all like him, comprises in himself many men like Orpheus and 20 singers like Arion. The note probably achieved the purpose its author had in view, the mollifying of the cantor who had been so nettled by Schreiber's sarcasms. If, by the way, the picture is not a purely rhetorical one, it points to the fact that Bach conducted his cantatas from the organ. Bach was also celebrated in verse, although this honor fell to him less frequently than it afterwards did to his 2 eldest sons. He possessed at Hamburg a poetical acquaintance, Herr Friedrich Hudemann, Doctor of Law, whom he had distinguished in 1727 by dedicating a very learned canon to him. Hudemann in return addressed the following verses to Bach in a collection of poems, Proben einiger Gedichte, which he published at Hamburg in 1732. Wenn von gar langer Zeit des Orpheus Harfenklang, why die Menschen traf sich auch in Tiere drang, so muss es großer Bach weit schon der Gellingen, es kann nur deine Kunst vereinfugte Seelen zwingen, und dieses trifft gewiss mit der Erfahrung ein. Oft seid mein stieberlicher den Tieren anlich sein, wenn ihr so blöder Geist nicht dein Verdienst erreichet und in der Urteilskraft den Dummen wehe glechet, kaum treibst du deinen Schal an mein geschäftig Ohr, so tonnet bei mich deucht der ganze Müsenschor, ein Orgelgriff von dir muss selbst der Neid beschammen, und jeden Lasterer dei Schlangenzunge lahmen. Apollo hat dich langst der Lobiers wird geschätzt und deines Namen Ruhm in Marmor eingeätzt. Du aber kannst allein durch deine besselten Zeiten dir deine Unsterblichkeit vollkommener Bach bereiten. Contemporary works of musical biography tell us hardly anything about Bach. Since in spite of 2 requests he could not make up his mind to send Mattheson an autobiographical contribution for the errant Forte, the latter was offended and passed him over in it without mention. Walter, in his musical lexicon of 1732, enumerates only dates in Bach's career and the work that had appeared in print, as he did in the case of every contemporary musician. He cannot refrain from characterizing the clavier pieces, that is, the 6 suites of the first part of Klavierübung, as excellent. At the end he observes that even the letters B, A, C, H are melodic in their sequence, a remark that owed its origin to the Leipzig Herr Bach. The enumeration of the names of all who felt friendship and respect for him would make a fairly long list. The members of the Dresden Kapelle and those of the Berlin Kapelle, to which his son belonged, looked upon him as one of themselves. Of the musicians, the 2 most famous at that time, Hasse and Telemann, were most cordially attached to him. All the Bachs honoured him as the head of the great old family. His pupils were devoted to him and lost no opportunity of showing him their devotion and of demonstrating their justifiable pride in their teacher. The leading members of society in Dresden set up for his patrons the cultivated Livonian Freiherr von Keyserling, who from 1733 to 1745 was Russian ambassador at the Dresden court, befriended him whenever he could. Princes, such as Duke Leopold of Cothen, Duke Ernst August of Weimar, and Duke Christian of Weissenfels, treated him as a friend. When all is said, however, all these were only good acquaintances. Bach does not appear to have had a real friend so closely bound up with him as to have a part in his deepest thoughts and experiences. His intimates were his wife and his 2 eldest sons. To others he did not reveal the whole friendliness and joviality of his nature. He kept them all at a certain distance from him. For this reason we know nothing of Bach's real inner nature. No one has been able to hand down to us a remark in which he revealed anything of his inmost soul. Not even his sons could tell Forkel anything of this kind. End of chapter 10. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 11 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed by Jonathan Scofield. The Artist and Teacher. In his criticism of Bach, Scheiber in one place goes so far as to say that the Herr Hofkompositor is lacking in the general culture that we ought to expect from a great composer. What truth is there in this reproach? As regards culture, Bach was not the inferior of any of the musicians of his epoch. The Latin schools of Ohrdruf and Lüneburg, which he had attended, enjoyed a first-rate reputation, and we know now that he went through the classes from the beginning. That he did not afterwards go to the university was entirely due to the prime necessity of earning his daily bread. He was well versed in Latin, or he would not have been able to offer to give the instruction in this language that it devolved upon him to give in St. Thomas's school. The foreign words in his letters are always used in their correct sense. This shews that he also knew French, which is again clear from the dedication of the Brandenburg concertos, which is very elegantly expressed in that tongue. The addresses of his letters were usually written in French. He signed his name sometimes in German, sometimes in French, and sometimes in Italian. He was conversant with rhetoric as it was then taught, as Birnbaum expressly testifies in the second of his Vindications. The fact, again, that men like Gerstner and Birnbaum found his conversation interesting speaks for his culture. So does the thorough scholarly education that he gave his sons. Unfortunately, Emmanuel and Friedemann have made it impossible for us to know much about the reading of their father, since before the division of the property they placed on one side his collection of old mathematical and musical historical works, which therefore do not figure in the inventory. However, the list of Bach's theological books is alone enough to testify to the activity of his mind. It is interesting to know that he had a translation of Josephus's History of the Jews. We can imagine him after the day's work seeking recreation in the classical work of the favorite and friend of Vespasian. Scheibe was thus mistaken, and yet, looked at from his own standpoint, a good deal of his reproach is not unfounded, only that he expressed it clumsily. Bach was self-taught, and as such had an aversion to all learned theories. Clavier playing, organ playing, harmony, composition, he had learnt them all by himself. His sole teachers had been untiring work and incessant experiment. To a man who had made the fundamental rules of art his own in this manner, many theories that were interesting or new for others were a matter of indifference, for he had been to the root of things. Now Bach lived in the epoch when it was thought that the perfect art could be discovered by aesthetic reasoning, while others, again, thought that salvation for music lay in mathematical speculations upon the numbers that underlie intervals. To all these endeavours Bach opposed a robust indifference. Our Bach, says the Necrology, did not engage at all in deep theoretical considerations of music, but was all the stronger in the practice of it. Perhaps he let this indifference become too visible. It is certain that it was generally known how little he troubled about the mathematical basis of the fundamental laws of harmony. Not only Mattheson, but Scheibe testifies to this. Let any one, says the latter, ask a great Bach who has perfect command of all artifices of art, and whose astounding works one cannot see or hear without surprise, whether in the attainment of this great skill and dexterity he even once thought of the mathematical relations of the tones, and whether he once consulted mathematics in the construction of so many musical artifices. 2/5 and 2 octaves must not follow each other, since that is not only a vitium, but it sounds ill. So ran the third rule of thorough bass that Bach dictated to his pupils. It is not only a vitium, but it sounds ill. We imagine we can see him as he goes up and down listening to the scratching of the quill and laughing merrily to himself. He took so little interest in the activities of the Scientific Musical Society that was constituted at Leipzig under his eyes that at first he had no thought of becoming a member. The fact is all the more striking as Lorenz Christoph Miesler, 1711 to 1778, the founder of the society, had been his pupil for the clavier and composition, and had dedicated to him in 1734, together with 3 other celebrities, his doctoral dissertation. Quod musica ars sit pars eruditionis philosophicae. Music is a part of a philosophical education. The Societät der musikalischen Wissenschaften was founded by him in 1738. He was of opinion that as a result of its inquiries a new period in music was going to open, and he had a medal struck on which, according to his own description, a naked child flies towards the dawn, on its head a bright star, in its right hand a burning torch inverted, besides which a swallow flies, denoting the dawning of day in music. There was a good deal that was fantastic in the activities of this society. One cannot, however, but respect it when one looks through Miesler's journal, the Musikalische Bibliothek, the organ of the society. It testifies to a solid and learned spirit, and contains plenty of interesting matter. The reader was kept admirably informed upon everything that happened in the sphere of music and of the adjoining sciences. Telemann belonged to the society from 1740. Handel was made an honorary member in 1745. Bach, however, in spite of all the importunities of Miesler, could not decide to apply for admission. He finally did so in 1747, submitting as his specimen composition some canonical variations upon the Christmas hymn, Vom Himmel hoch da komm ich her, and the canon triplex A Sua Voc, which afterwards appeared in the Musikalische Bibliothek. Thereupon he was admitted as 14th member in June 1747. Among other things, the society occupied itself with the question of cantata texts, and cherished the design of issuing a pattern cycle. It first contented itself with laying down fundamental principles for the writing of texts of this kind, and published the result of a conference upon this question, according to which the church cantatas should be shorter in winter than in summer, and consist of only 350 bars lasting about 25 minutes. In the good season, 8 to 10 minutes could be added, and the music could extend to 400 bars. The normal cantata should be laid out as follows: 1. Chorale chorus or chorus upon a short passage from the Bible. 2. Recitative of 12 or 20 lines in length. 3. An aria arioso or a fugued chorale. 4. Recitative. 5. Aria. 6. Chorale or fugue. A warning is given against too ardent and too emphatic poetry, since there is a risk, if violent passions are expressed in church, of making a ridiculous effect. The librettist must not only have the gift of writing ably and edifyingly, but must also have some understanding of music. The da capo form is admitted for the arias; for the recitative, rhymes are desirable. Bach does not seem to have participated in these deliberations, for the cantata type that was put forward as the norm is quite different from his. The warning, indeed, that nothing passionate should be expressed in church seems rather to be directed against him than to emanate from him. Posterity owes a debt of gratitude to the Miesler Society. In its journal for 1754 it gave a necrology of Bach that contains the earliest biographical material relating to him. Or should we rather say that the Society is indebted to Bach? For but for him, who would remember this old association today? The self-taught Bach thus belonged to no school. No preconceived opinions guided him in his studies. His authorities were all acknowledged masters, the old as well as the new. As often as the distances, his means and his leisure permitted, he went to hear contemporary celebrities and to learn what he could by observation of them. He copied out the works of others. In conformity with the old tradition of the Bachs, he did not extend his journeys beyond the German frontier. None the less was he thoroughly acquainted with Italian and French art. Among the French, Couperin chiefly attracted him. In Weimar he occupied himself especially with the Italians. Frescobaldi, 1583 to 1644, Legrenzi, Lotti's teacher, 1625 to 1690, Vivaldi, died 1743, Albinoni, 1674 to 1745, and Corelli, 1653 to 1713. Of the German clavicinists he had a particular regard for Froberger. According to Forkel, he studied the contemporary French organ composers with the greatest assiduity. We have evidence of Bach's occupation with other masters in his transcriptions of their works: 16 clavier concertos, 4 organ concertos, and a violin concerto arranged for 4 claviers. Misled by the inexact headings of the copies of these arrangements, musicians at one time thought they were all works by Vivaldi, whose violin concertos at the time Bach was in Weimar astonished the whole musical world by the novelty of their style. Vivaldi was especially well known in Germany from his having been Concertmeister at the Darmstadt court until 1713. Later research, assisted by the discovery of the originals of the Vivaldi concertos, has shown that not all these transcriptions are based on works by Vivaldi. From him are derived the clavier concertos No. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, and 14, the organ concertos No. 2 and 3, and the concerto for four claviers, clavier concerto No. 3, is an arrangement of an oboe concerto of the Venetian Benedetto Marcello (1686 to 1739). No. 14 is founded on a violin concerto by Telemann. Numbers 11 and 16 are derived from violin concertos of Duke Johann Ernest of Weimar, who was a pupil of Walther and a friend of Bach. This young prince, a nephew of the reigning duke, died at Frankfurt on the Main in 1715, barely 19 years old, after long and severe suffering. Bach's transcriptions are like a greeting sent into eternity to the friend who had been torn from him. Johann Ernst's concertos were until recently regarded as lost. It was only known that Telemann had edited 6 of them, and that Mattheson, in his great General Bass School, had spoken of them in the terms of high praise. To find such independent princes, he there says, who compose music that can be performed, is indeed something that does not happen every day. In 1903, the Telemann edition was found by the active Bach investigator Schering in the Grand Ducal Library. It has a preface in French by the editor that bears the date of 1st February 1718. A second collection was to have followed, but it never appeared. The clavier concerto No. 13, the first movement of which reappears in the first organ concerto, is also probably founded on a work by the young prince, as is shown by some remarks on the manuscript copy that we possess. The original, however, has not yet been discovered. The original of the clavier concertos No. 6, 8, 10, 12, and 15, and the organ concerto No. 4 are as yet unknown. They may come to light when the treasures of the old chamber music become better known. When this happens, it is possible that this or that original work of Bach will prove to be a transcription. Spita believed the 3 clavier sonatas to be especially characteristic of Bach's style, and even arranged them chronologically, placing the one in C major among the works of the composer's maturity. Afterwards he had to recognize them as the work of Johann Adam Reinken, whom one was not exactly accustomed to regard as a striking composer. They were originally suites for 3-stringed instruments, published in the Hortus Musicus of the Hamburg composer. What was Bach's object in making these transcriptions? It was formerly thought that he did this work simply for his own instruction. That may be so to some degree in the case of Vivaldi. The Prince of Weimar, however, was not an acknowledged master. Then did Bach wish to make these chamber music works more generally known by arranging them for a single instrument? This was not the reason, for he did not concern himself in the least to transcribe them as they were in the original, but treated them all alike with the utmost freedom, no matter who the composer might be. Where he thinks the basses inexpressive, he substitutes others for them. He adds new or interesting middle parts almost throughout. He even transforms the upper voice completely when it occurs to him to do so. Not even the plan and the development of the works are respected. Sometimes he goes his own way immediately after the first bars, then follows the original for a little while, again branches off, returns once more, omits something here, inserts something there, without troubling himself whether his transcription becomes only half or twice as long as the originals. He does not learn from the originals, but with masterly corrections rather sits in judgment on them, though this was certainly not his intention. It is really quite inconceivable that Bach, now in the epoch of his first mastery, with a copious fund of themes and motives, should need to learn upon the ideas, often commonplace, of others. That his Weimar friend Johann Gottfried Walther should have delighted in making transcriptions and cultivated the practice assiduously is not astonishing. His was not at all a creative mind. But that Bach, whose inventive power is simply beyond comprehension, should have indulged in the practice is merely part of the fact, incapable of psychological explanation, that whenever he could he went to external stimuli with examples for his own creations. This was the case not only in his youthful period, but also in his latest creative epoch. He liked other people's music in the most uncritical way, simply because it stimulated his own creative activity. In certain cases it was an actual necessity to him. His contemporary Magister Pitschel of Leipzig tells us that before improvising he generally played from the score a work by some other man, as if he first has to set the machine of his invention going by artificial means. This fact was a matter of common knowledge. You know, writes Magister Pitschel to his friend, that the famous man who in our town enjoys the greatest reputation for music and the admiration of all connoisseurs cannot, they say, ravish people with his own combinations of tones until he has played something from a score to set his imagination in motion. Forkel also tells us something of this suggestive action of other men's music on Bach. He says that if a single bass part, often badly figured, were set before him, he would amuse himself by immediately playing a complete trio or quartet from it. If he were in a gay humour and fully conscious of his power, he would instantly extemporize to 3 obbligato voices a fourth of his own, thus turning a trio into a quartet. So that Bach transcribed the Vivaldi and other concertos not to make them more accessible to the public at large, not to learn from them, but simply because this was his way and it gave him pleasure. Nevertheless, it is certain that he derived some profit from Vivaldi. He learned from him charity and design in the structure of a work. Through the Italian he won freedom from the northern masters and their ingenious intricate style. There is preparing that great synthesis of the North German art of ideas and the Latin art form that traverses Bach's work in the most varied phases, till finally, in the organ works of the later period, the art of Buxtehude and Pachelbel again emerges, purified, transfigured, and more profound, and close the circle. Bach further learned from Vivaldi the perfect violin technique, the art of writing singably. The violin art of the North, which he had hitherto known, was in many respects more brilliant and splendid. But it had not the same knowledge of how to utilize the natural advantages of the instrument. It is interesting to observe that Bach transfers violin music to the clavier and the organ, and tries to get the effect of the strings on the keyed instruments. It shows what we can also gather from his works, that for him there was really only one style, that naturally suggested by the phrasing of the stringed instrument, and that all other styles are for him only modifications of this basic style. At other times Bach borrows from his original only the theme, which he then works out quite independently. We know that the theme of the C minor organ fugue Peters IV, 6 is derived from Legrenzi, 1625 to 1690, and that of the small one in B minor, Peters IV, 8, from Corelli, 1653 to 1713. Albinoni, 1674 to 1745, gave him the themes for 2 clavier fugues. We cannot say, of course, how many themes of his own owe their origin to the effect of other men's ideas. There are certainly more of these, however, than we should at first imagine. Who would think that the consummate theme of the great G minor organ fugue was generated in Bach's imagination by another musician? We know, however, not that Reinken's Hortus Musicus has been made accessible, that it was he who set Bach's invention on that path. The theme in question is found in the 5th suite. Thus many a great idea, that in other men merely existed obscurely in an insignificant form, had to come to Bach to be endowed with a life that really belonged to it. In Leipzig, where he was mainly occupied with vocal compositions, he concerned himself more with the masters of Italian vocal music, Palestrina, 1515 to 1594, Lotti, 1667 to 1740, and Caldara, 1670 to 1736. To the end of his days, he was, like all the great self-taught men, very receptive, and sure that he could always learn something from others. He showed the liveliest interest in everything that appeared in his own sphere. Kant was not more anxious to learn what was going on in European literature than Bach was to get hold of the works of contemporary composers. He had also the open mind of the self-taught men for inventions. He was not interested in scientific and aesthetic theories upon music, whatever related to practice, however seemed to him, even if it were concerned with the smallest detail, important enough to be worthy of his serious attention. He was particularly interested in instrument making. As one of the leading experts of his epoch, he witnessed a transition from the old to the modern instruments, though he saw only the beginnings of the new era and still clung to the old with some tenacity. What he thought upon the progress of organ and clavier making we know from his pupil Agricola, who in 1759 succeeded Graun as leader of the Royal Kapelle in Berlin. Lorenz Albrecht showed him the manuscript of the Musica Mechanica Orgonedi of Jacob Adlung, with the publication of which he had been entrusted after the death of the author, and asked him to indicate in the notes Bach's views upon clavier and organ building so far as they differed from what was said there, which Agricola did. Where Agricola is silent, we may assume that Adlung's opinions are in agreement with those of Bach. We also know from Forkel that Bach gave his special attention to the improvement of the organ wind chest and bellows. The first thing he did in examining an organ was to draw all the sounding stops and then play the instrument, getting as much tone as was possible out of it. He used to say in jest that he must first of all know whether the instrument had good lungs. He liked good reed work, and an organ could hardly have too much of it to please him. He did not object, for example, to the 16 reeds on the organ of St. Catherine's Church in Hamburg. Reinken, who voiced it himself, also thought its disposition excellent. On the same organ, Bach was surprised by the clear and precise speaking of a 32-feet principal and the 16-feet pedal trombone. In order to move easily and surely from one manual to another, Bach liked them to be as close together as possible. The keys were to be short and narrow, so as to be spanned with ease. He liked the semitone keys, which were white on the old organs, to be narrow at the top and well rounded. He also appears, so we gather from Agricola, to have favoured the old narrow pedals, and to have insisted that the pedal board should lie in a correct and natural position with regard to the manuals. In general, it may be said that organ building in Bach's time had attained to a beauty and richness of tone, particularly through the technical improvements of Andreas Silbermann of Strasbourg, 1678 to 1734, and Gottfried Silbermann of Freiburg, 1683 to 1753, which have not been surpassed since. A certain finality had been reached in this department. It was not so, however, in the sphere of clavier manufacture. Here 3 instruments, 2 old and 1 new, struggled with each other for predominance. The oldest was the clavichord, in which the strings were set in vibration by a rather primitive piece of mechanism, a tangent striking them from below. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the 18th century, some important improvements had been made in this instrument. Its advantage consisted in the fact that it permitted dynamic nuances, since the strength of the tone, as on our modern pianoforte, could be regulated by the touch. It had, however, the great disadvantage of not producing a very loud tone. In the clavicembalo, also called clavicin, cembalo, or in general flugel, the tone was made by the strings being plucked, or, as Adlung expresses it, flipped by a quill or metal pin. It had a clear and penetrating tone, which, however, soon ceased. Nuances and a singing style were therefore both impossible upon it. In order to get at least 2 degrees of tone, in Bach's time, clavicembali were built with 2 keyboards, one manual being for forte, the other for piano. Further improvements were a pedal board also provided with strings, and a manual coupler, by means of which the lower manual could be made to sound simultaneously a higher octave. It was for clavicembali of this kind that the Goldberg variations, the Italian concerto, and the so-called organ sonatas of Bach were written. Speaking generally, all organ works could be played on these instruments. This explains why Bach published a collection of long chorale preludes as the 3rd part of the Klavierübung. There also sprang up at this time the Hammerklavier, piano e forte, which was designed to combine the advantages of the clavichord and those of the clavicembalo, and to supplant them both. Our modern pianoforte is derived from it. The self-releasing hammer, by which the hammer clavier first became possible, was invented about the same time in Italy by the Florentine instrument maker Cristofori, before 1911, and in Germany by Gottlieb Schroeter, organist at the Hauptkirche in Nauthausen, 1717. Gottfried Silbermann, the Freiburg organ builder, tried to improve upon the invention and to interest his friend Bach in it. The master's attitude towards the new instrument may be given in the words of Agricola, who is our sole testimony in the matter. Herr Gottfried Silbermann, he says in a long note to Adlung's Musica Mechanica, had at first made two of these instruments. The late Kapellmeister Johann Sebastian Bach had seen and played upon one of these. He had praised the tone of it, indeed wondered at it, but had objected that it was too weak in the upper part, and that it was much too hard to play. Herr Silbermann, who could not endure to have his work blamed, took this very ill. For a long time he was angry with Herr Bach for it. Nevertheless, his conscience told him that Herr Bach was not altogether wrong. So he thought it best to take his great credit, be it said, not to make any more instruments like these, but to try all the harder to correct the defects that Herr Johann Sebastian Bach had pointed out. He worked at this for many years, and that this was the true reason for this delay I doubt so much less, as I have heard it candidly confessed by Herr Silbermann himself. At last, when Herr Silbermann had really hit upon many improvements, especially with regard to the action, he again sold one to the Prince of Rudolstadt. Shortly afterwards the King of Prussia ordered one of these instruments, and, as he was greatly pleased with it, he ordered several more of Herr Silbermann. In all these instruments, those who, like myself, had seen one of the two earlier ones, were especially able to see how industriously Herr Silbermann must have worked at improving them. Herr Silbermann had also had the praiseworthy ambition to show one of these new instruments to the late Herr Kapellmeister Bach, and to get him to try it, and he was warmly praised for it. These were Silbermann fortepianos, on which Bach, according to Forkel, had to play before Frederick the Great at Potsdam. The king had acquired 15 of them. They now lie all about useless in various corners of the royal castle, says Forkel in his Biography of Bach, 1802. This passage came into the mind of Robert Eitner, the able musical historian, when he was delayed in Potsdam by the rain one afternoon in 1873. He went into the castle and found one of the Silbermann instruments in Frederick the Great's room. We thus still possess one of the claviers upon which old Bach played to old Fritz. At that time, however, he could not have found very much pleasure in the new instrument. At any rate, he did not trouble to acquire one for himself. 5 clavicembali are specified in the list of the property left at his death, among them the 3 with pedals which he had presented to his youngest son. He thus clung to the older, in fact to the very oldest instrument, the clavichord. This was his favourite. The clavicembalo was too soulless for him, although he appreciated and knew how to turn to account the effect to be had by changing from one keyboard to the other. He played it in public. For himself, for private musical entertainment and for practice, as Forkel says, he used only the clavichord. He found it most apt for the expression of his finest thoughts, and did not believe that such variety of nuance in the tone could be got on any flugel or pianoforte as on this instrument, that was indeed poor in tone, but extraordinarily flexible in detail. Mattheson also preferred the clavichord to the clavicembalo, on account of its delicacy, as Adlung expresses it. The latter is also of opinion that Manieren, embellishments, cannot be expressed on any other instrument so well as on the clavichord, and that none sings so sweetly and so long. In that epoch every artist was still to some extent an instrument maker, and every instrument maker to some extent an artist. It was at least expected of every capable player that he should be able to keep his instrument in repair, including the tuning, and in the case of the clavicembalo, the renewing of defective quills. Bach was expert in both of these. No one, says Forkel, could ever quill his flugel to his satisfaction. He always did it himself. He also tuned both his flugel and his clavichord, and was so expert at this work that it never took him more than a quarter of an hour. He was indeed not so expert as Adlung, who built claviers in his leisure hours, until he lost all his costly woods in a fire. He invented, however, a lute clavier, which he got the organ builder Zacharias Hildebrand to make for him. Agricola gives a description of the instrument, which he himself had seen in Adlung's work. What Bach meant to do with this clavier is not quite clear. It could only be of use for playing his lute compositions on a keyed instrument. The invention of the viola pomposa, on the other hand, which Bach had built by the Leipzig court instrument maker Hoffmann, had some practical value. It had 5 strings tuned C sharp, G, D, A, E flat, thus occupying a middle place between the violas and the cellos. It was held like a violin. Bach had the difficult and hastily figured basses in the accompaniments of the arias played on it. Our information as to this instrument comes from Ernst Ludwig Gerber, 1746 to 1819, who served under 3 ruling princes of Schwarzburg-Sondershausen as jurist and court organist, and occupied his spare time with the compilation of a historical biographical dictionary of musicians that was intended to complete Walther's work. His father, who was also jurist and court organist to the princes of Schwarzburg-Sondershausen, had been Bach's pupil in Leipzig from 1724 to 1727, and had then heard the viola pomposa used as a substitute for the violoncello. How greatly Bach was pleased with this instrument may be guessed from the fact that to the 5 sonatas for violoncello he added another for viola pomposa. When he had this instrument constructed, whether earlier in Cothen or later in Leipzig, we cannot now be sure. He also planned a pedal glockenspiel that was to have been added to the organ at St. Blasius's church in Mulhausen. Whether this happened is doubtful, as Bach left that town before the completion of the organ repairs which he was superintending. In later times he set no value on trivialities of this kind in organs. It was during his lifetime, again, that the oboe d'amore was invented, and the flute traversière, which supplanted the old flute à bec, was improved. The story that at Cothen he amused himself with inventing a musical clock is due to the imagination of one of his biographers. An innovation that Bach introduced in fingering was of permanent value. On the organ as well as on the clavier he desired an absolute and delicate legato style. Such a method of playing, however, was impossible without a reform of technique. At that time every one placed his fingers just as it occurred to him to do. The thumb was not used at all, or only in cases of necessity. My late father, says Emmanuel, in his Versuch über die wahre Art das Klavier zu spielen, told me that in his youth he had heard great men who never used the thumb except when it was necessary to make big stretches. As he lived in an epoch in which there came about gradually a more remarkable change in musical taste, he found it necessary to think out for himself a much more thorough use of the fingers, and especially of the thumb, which, besides performing other good services, is quite indispensable in the difficult keys where it must be used as nature intends. About the same time as Bach, François Couperin, 1668 to 1733, in Paris, hit upon the new fingering, and published it in his book L'Art de toucher le clavecin, 1717. As Bach was deeply interested in Couperin's work, it was thought that he had got his fingering from him, against which theory, however, Emmanuel rightly protested to Forkel. He points out how much more radical the reform of his father proved than that of Couperin. We must be careful, however, not to identify Bach's fingering with that of modern times. It was richer than ours, since it represents the transition from an old method to a new one, just as the richness of his harmonies is due to the fact that he writes in major and minor and yet keeps within the sphere of the old modes. Thus of the old fingering he retained the simple passing of one finger over another, while adopting the new method of employing the thumb. In time this free passing of one finger over another fell more and more into disuse, and fingering came to be based simply on the combinations made possible by the passing under of the thumb. Emmanuel occupies a middle position between his father and the modern method. He still retains in principle the crossing of the fingers, but discards the passing of the second over the third finger, the third over the second, and the fourth over the fifth. He regards the passing of the thumb under the fifth finger as an abomination. On the whole, he cannot do much with the little finger, so that Bach evidently did not use this much. Every player of Bach's works, unless he wishes to lose himself in complicated substitutions, has frequently to pass one finger over another, especially the third over the fourth and the fourth over the fifth, so that Bach's music itself instructs us as to his fingering, and indeed compels us in some measure to adopt it. Strongly incurved and loose fingers and loose wrists were also part of Bach's method of playing. The fingers rested directly on the keys. He himself played with so slight and easy a motion of the fingers that one could hardly notice it. Only the front joints of the fingers were in motion. The hands preserved its rounded form even in the most difficult passages. The fingers were only slightly raised above the keys. His touch was very complex. He aimed chiefly at a singing tone. To this end he did not merely let the key, after pressing it down, come to rest and then ascend, but raised it by a gradual drawing back of the finger tips towards the inner flat of the hand, so as to give the string the proper time to vibrate and die away. By this means the tone was not only prolonged, but also made more beautiful, so that even on an instrument so poor in tone as the clavichord he could play cantabile and legato. This style of playing applies, of course, only to the clavichord, where finger and string stood in intimate relation to each other, and not to the clavicembalo. Bach's touch was therefore absolutely modern, for the latest theories upon the singing tone of the pianoforte agree in recognizing it to depend not only on the striking of the keys, but also to a great extent on the regulation of their ascent. Bach is also modern in this respect, that he would have spoken not of a touch, but only of a conscious transmission of strength and pressure to the keys. Sebastian Erard's invention of the double escapement, 1823, which made possible endlessly varied gradations in the restriking of a tone, would thus have been joyfully welcomed by Bach. The mechanism of the modern pianoforte is in fact mostly only the fulfillment of his boldest dreams. He would not have altogether agreed with the size of our keys and with the strength of pressure that they demand. We have no definite information as to his organ pedalling. We may suppose that he did not use the heel much, the shortness of the pedals in those days not allowing this. On the other hand, he would take advantage of the narrowness of the pedals of that time, which he himself favored, to glide from one to the other with the toes. What astonished his hearers, besides the plasticity and clearness of his playing, was his calmness during performance. Scheiber and Forkel refer to this as to something quite exceptional. Our pianists, and more especially our organists, would do well to take him as their model in this respect. Of Bach as a violin player we unfortunately know little. This much is certain, that he had thoroughly studied the technique of the instrument, or he would not have written the sonatas for solo violin in the way he did. The ties that he indicates for the strings in his scores also reveal the master. We do not exactly know how the violin was played in Bach's time. It seems to be more and more certain that at that time the hairs of the violin bow were fastened without screws to the wood, and were stretched by the thumb of the right hand tighter or looser as one wanted. Springing bowing was thus out of the question, whereas double stopping was made possible to an extent which we today, with our bows stretched as they are, cannot form any idea. The chord sequences of the chaconne, which we laboriously accomplish now by throwing the bow back on the lower strings, presented no difficulties in those days, when the player relaxed the bow for a moment so that it could curve over the strings. We can hardly imagine now the special tone effects made possible by this technique. For echo effects the player suddenly loosened the hairs, thus obtaining a murmuring ethereal tone. In chamber music Bach played for preference the viola. With this instrument he was, as it were, in the centre of the harmony, where he could hear and enjoy to the utmost what was going on both sides of him. His mastery in improvisation was well known. He was often begged by friends to perform on the organ, and he generally complied with willingness. He probably preferred the organ of the University Church for these performances, since it answered better to his wishes than that of St. Thomas's, although even it did not wholly satisfy him. He himself always regretted not to have had a really large and really fine organ at hand for his regular use. If he improvised for as long as 2 hours together, the theme remained the same from the beginning to the end. First of all he made a prelude and a fugue out of it on the full organ. Then he showed his skill in registration in a trio or a 4-part movement. Then as a rule came a chorale prelude. Finally he developed a new fugue upon the old theme. So at least we are told by Forkel, who also says that, according to Emmanuel, the organ compositions that we have given no adequate idea of the magnificence of Bach's improvisation on the organ. Organ builders and organists were appalled when they saw him registering. They thought that such a combination of stops could not possibly sound well together, but wondered greatly when they perceived that the organ now sounded at its best, the effect merely being a slightly strange and unusual one, which could not be achieved by their own style of registration. This refers, however, only to the style of Bach's preliminary organ registration for his prelude or fugue, not to a constant change of registration during the performance, after the manner that is today thought best for his organ works. Bach was as ignorant of this practice as of modern orchestration. It gave him particular pleasure, when improvising, to go into all possible keys, and to move about even in the most distant ones in such a way that his hearers did not observe it, but thought he had only modulated within the inner circle of a single key. In conducting, says the Necrology, he was very accurate and extremely sure in the tempo, which he generally took very briskly. Forkel also lays stress on his lively tempi. This, however, is to be understood relatively, with reference to the fact of taking tempi in those days. It seems strange, at first sight, that Bach, when improvising, should have confined himself to a single theme. One would have expected that this richly inventive genius would have been so overwhelmed by the weight of the ideas that thronged within him that he could not have kept to one theme alone, but would necessarily have given voice to them all. It was not so. Everything points to the fact that Bach did not invent easily, but slowly and with difficulty. We must not be misled by the fact that we possess hardly any sketches or drafts of his, and that the scores of his cantatas give the impression of having been thrown off in one breath, so quickly, in fact, that the flying pen could scarcely keep pace with the ideas. The working out and elaboration of the themes may indeed not have cost him very much time, since it often happens with him that the whole piece, with all its developments, is already implicit in the theme, and evolves out of it with a certain aesthetic mathematical necessity, quite irrespective of the formal element in the development of a chorale chorus, a fugue, or a da capo aria. We can, however, form only a faint idea of the long and arduous mental work that is presupposed in the development of a characteristic theme of this kind, according to its own mysterious inner laws, into a masterly piece of music. If Bach, as is generally supposed, had shaken themes out of his sleeve after the manner of genius, it would be incomprehensible how they all come to be so extraordinarily rich and characteristic. In all his works there is not one that is banal, but neither do we get the impression in any one of these melodies, quivering as they are with inner life, of effortless invention, and the deeper we penetrate into Bach, the stronger does this feeling become. Bach thus worked like a mathematician, who sees the whole of a problem at once, and has only to realize it in definite values. His way of working, as Spitta says, was consequently quite different from that of Beethoven. The latter experimented with his thoughts. In each case, the explanation must be sought in the nature of the music itself. With Beethoven, the work is developed by means of episodes that are independent of the theme. These do not occur in Bach. With him, everything that happens is simply an emanation from the theme. It was characteristic of this method of creation that he generally wrote in quick succession a string of works of the same kind, as if he wanted to pursue to its conclusion, in all its possible manifestations, some image that was floating before his eyes, and as if he had to exhaust the taste of this before he could pass on to something else. Those works of his that have an inner relationship to each other almost always originated about the same time. He seldom took up a work a second time without fundamentally transforming it. To make a copy of anything was to improve upon it. Yet these corrections, however radical they might be, were as a rule only in the details, the plan of the piece being affected by them only in exceptional cases. Among the more thoroughgoing revisions may be mentioned that of St. John Passion. Towards the end of his life he appears to have intended a revision of all his instrumental works. Death overtook him while he was revising the chorale preludes. In Bach's documents we see the same mathematical habit of mind that we find in his compositions. Be it a petition to the electoral prince, or an estimate for the renovation of an organ, or a memorial to the council, we are always struck by the same logical clearness and plasticity. Not a word too many, not a word too few. It is an aesthetic pleasure to read them. But wherever he wants to express something emotional, speech fails him completely. The passages in the text which we are probably justified in attributing to him are so confused and awkward, so nonsensical in fact, that we ask ourselves how he could pen such things, to say nothing of the Saxon dialect which he uses in his verses. We must remember, however, that this curious change almost invariably occurs whenever the mathematical mind branches out into the domain of imaginative thought, whether in poetry or philosophical speculation. Perhaps we can still better characterize Bach's mind as architectonic. The powerful aesthetic impression given by his works comes from the harmony of the whole structure, in which all the copious and animated details fit quite naturally. Bach's music is the perfected Gothic of the art. The further he advances in his fugues, the simpler and grander become the lines. The great organ fugue in G minor is almost the most perfect in this respect. It is extremely rich in the most striking and most interesting evolutions of detail, but not one of them diverts the interest to itself. The only purpose of them all seems to be to throw into relief the fundamental simplicity, vitality, and lucidity of the structure. In Bach's music, much more than in that of any other composer, the plastic outline of the whole is the result of the optical effect of the details. It requires, in order to become visible, a synthetic activity of the hearer's aesthetic imagination. Even to the best musician, at a first hearing, a Bach fugue seems chaos, while even to the ordinary musician this chaos becomes clear after repeated hearings when the great lucid lines come out. An anecdote that has survived shows that in practical architecture also Bach was gifted with unusual insight. When he was in Berlin, says Forkel, he was shown the new opera house. At the first glance he detected everything that was excellent or faulty in the non-musical portions of the building, which others had discovered only by experience. He was taken into the great dining room. He went into the gallery that runs round it, looked at the ceiling, and said, with much ado, that the architect had here accomplished, perhaps unconsciously, and without anyone else being aware of it, a piece of jugglery. That is to say, when someone spoke quite softly against the wall in one corner of the gallery of the oblong room, anyone who stood above the arch in the other corner, with his face turned to the wall, could hear the words quite distinctly, though they were not audible to anyone else in the whole room, either in the middle or at any other spot. This effect came from the form and position of the arches fixed to the ceiling, the peculiar quality of which he detected at the first glance. A man with this open and lucid understanding of everything that concerned his art must have been a good teacher. That he did not achieve anything with the pupils at St. Thomas's was due to special external circumstances and difficulties, and to his own ability to preserve discipline. The member of the council who declared at the sitting after his death that Herr Bach was certainly a great musician, but no schoolmaster, was quite right. Kant, looking back upon his own years as a private tutor, said of himself that there had never been a worse teacher with better intentions. Of Bach it could be said that no one had ever been a worse schoolmaster with greater talent for teaching. But to those who were willing to learn from him he was an excellent guide. We know the names of some of his pupils. In Weimar and Cothen there were Johann Martin Schubart, who succeeded him in the organist's post at Weimar in 1717, Johann Caspar Vogler, who in 1735 won a brilliant victory over 10 other candidates at an examination performance in the Marktkirche at Hanover, Johann Tobias Krebs, organist at Buchstädt, who left Walter in order to study with Bach, Johann Caspar Ziegler, later at St. Ulrich's Church in Halle, Bernhard Bach, his nephew from Ohrdruf, who afterwards succeeded his father, and to whom we are indebted for many valuable copies of Bach's organ works. Among those of the Leipzig period may be mentioned Johann Nikolaus Gerber, afterwards organist and jurist at Sondershausen, Samuel Anton Bach, the son of Ludwig Bach of Meiningen, afterwards court organist there, Johann Ernst Bach, the son of Johann Bernhard of Eisenach, Johann Elias Bach, cantor at Schweinfurt, who, though well on in years, came to study with his relative in 1739. Johann Ludwig Krebs, the son of the former Weimar pupil, who studied with Bach from 1726 to 1737, first as a foundation scholar at St. Thomas's, then as a student, and whom the master thought most highly of after his two sons. He was afterwards organist at Zwickau, then at Zeitz, and finally at Altenburg, where he died in 1780. Johann Schneider, organist at St. Nicholas's in Leipzig, Bach's faithful assistant. Georg Friedrich Einecke, afterwards cantor at Frankenhausen. Johann Friedrich Agricola, related on his mother's side to Handel, who in 1741 became organist at Berlin, and royal Kapellmeister after Graun's death in 1759. Johann Friedrich Dölles, Bach's second successor in the cantorate. Gottfried August Homilius, afterwards cantor at the Kreuzschule at Dresden; Johann Philipp Kernberger, whom Gerber taught to Bach, who became court musician to the Princess Amalia of Prussia and died in 1783; Rudolf Strauber, who afterwards went to England; Christoph Transchel, afterwards an esteemed teacher of the pianoforte in Dresden, died 1800; Johann Theophilus Goldberg, the clavecinist of Court Kaiserling, for whom Bach wrote the celebrated Variations; Johann Christoph Altnicol, who in 1749 became Bach's son-in-law; Johann Christian Kittel, who was 18 years of age at Bach's death, and who, as organist at Erfurt, carried on the Bach tradition into the 19th century. He died in 1809. Johann Gottfried Mutel, afterwards organist at Riga, who came to Bach when the latter was already in his last illness. The chapter on Bach's work as a teacher is one of the most interesting in Forkel's book. Emmanuel and Friedemann must have given him copious information on the subject. The first thing Bach did was to teach his pupils his own special style of touch. To this end, for several months they had to practice nothing but separate exercises for all the fingers of both hands, with constant regard to his clear and neat touch. These exercises were prescribed to every one for several months. Bach's conviction was that they should be continued for at least 6 to 12 months. If it happened, however, that anyone's patience was becoming exhausted after a few months, he was pleased to write little connected pieces in which these exercises were embodied. This was the origin of the little preludes for beginners and of the inventions which Bach, according to Forkel, composed during the hours of instruction. When the pupils had acquired the sense of touch, he gave them moderately difficult exercises. This is clear from the arrangement of Friedemann's Klavierbuchlein, in which, according to our ideas, the difficulties increase rather rapidly. He familiarized them from the beginning with the Manieren, that is, the embellishments. In Friedemann's Klavierbuchlein they are all noted and explained on the first page, so that we would almost believe that the teacher had used them for the first finger exercises. This authentic information as to how Bach himself performed the embellishments is of the utmost practical significance for us. Preludizing on the part of the teacher played a great part in Bach's method of instruction. Gerber, who was his pupil from 1724 to 1727, had the first part of the well-tempered clavichord played for him by his master no less than 3 times, and reckoned those the happiest hours of his life, when Bach, under the pretext of being unable to find any pleasure in informing, sat down at one of his excellent instruments and transformed the hours into minutes. After the pupils had made some progress in the technique of the instrument, the lessons in composition began. A musical education devoted merely to the technique of performance, such as is mostly the rule nowadays, unfortunately was not usual then, and least of all with Bach. The pieces that he made his pupils play served at the same time as examples in composition, as the title pages of the Inventions and of the Orgelbuchlein expressly declared. Bach began teaching compositions at Forkel, not with dry counterpoint that led nowhere, as was the way with other music teachers of his time. Still less did he detain his pupils with calculation of the tone relations, which, in his opinion, did not concern composers so much as pure theorists and instrument makers. He went immediately to pure 4-part thorough bass, laying much stress on the setting out of the voices, since in this way the conception of the pure progression of the harmony was made most intelligible. From there he went to the chorale. In these exercises he himself set the original bass, and made his pupils add only the alto and the tenor. Gradually he let them make the bass also. Everywhere he insisted not only on the utmost purity of the harmony in itself, but also on naturalness of progression and a melodic flow of all the separate voices. He thus taught harmony and counterpoint simultaneously, and both practically. The filling in of the figured basses was to result in a genuine 4-part piece in which every voice was to be interesting. We are in a position to form a clear idea of his manner of teaching. The elements of general bass playing are described in his own hand in the Klavierbuchlein of Anna Magdalena Bach, 1725. In addition, there is a manuscript that gives in full detail the rules and principles for the 4-part playing of thorough bass for his musical scholars. Thirdly, we possess a violin sonata by Albinoni with the bass realized by Gerber and revised by Bach. One is astounded at the clearness and force of Bach's method of teaching, to judge from these evidences. To avoid a succession of fifths or octaves, he says in one of the earliest lessons, it is an old rule that the hands must always go against each other, so that when the left ascends, the right descends. His pupils were not allowed to bring him compositions of their own until they had fully mastered 4-part writing. Instruction in free composition began with the two-part fugue. Composition at the clavier was strictly forbidden. Bach called this kind of composer a clavier knight. Those who, when improvising, had to follow their fingers instead of their ideas, he called clavier hussars. A confused leading of the voices was forbidden. Bach permitted only obbligato, that is, strictly independent parts. He disputed the right of existence of harmonic inner parts fallen from heaven. For a slovenly leading of the voices he had the expression puddling. Every piece of music, he told his pupils, is a conversation between the separate voices that represent the characters. If one of them has nothing pertinent to say, it may keep silence for a while until it can again enter quite naturally into the conversation. But none must break in with an interjection that is meaningless and has no reason to be there. So long as they respected in this way the personalities of the voices and made the most of them, his pupils could permit themselves what liberties they liked. As regards intervals and melodic and harmonic sequences, he let them do whatever they would or could, so long as it had some meaning and served to express an idea. Every modulation had to grow out of the preceding idea. Sudden audacities that were only meant to surprise the hearer were inadmissible. So long as they were with him, his pupils were to learn, in addition to his own compositions, nothing but classical works. Bach knew only one way to get on in music, the way he himself had followed, to go to school to every true master and to learn from his works. In spite of this excellent instruction, not one of his pupils became a great composer, not even Friedemann or Emmanuel. It is difficult to form a just opinion upon the creative works of Bach's sons. There is a danger now of underrating, now of overrating them. Emmanuel's great significance in the development of the pianoforte sonata is evident from the fact that Haydn, by his own confession, was impelled along a quite new path by the study of his works. Many of Emmanuel's sonatas have even today lost nothing of their moving beauty. But at the same time there is so much in his works that is utterly insignificant that we can finally rank him only among the interesting talents. Friedemann had more genius. Many things in his vocal works remind us of his father's style. His creative faculty, however, withered all too soon. His father shewed what he thought of his clever organ concerto in D minor by doing it the honor to copy it in his own hand. This interesting autograph is in the Berlin Library. This, however, is practically all that Bach's sons achieved in organ composition. Emmanuel's 7 organ sonatas, only one of which has an obbligato pedal part, are really a negation of the organ art of Johann Sebastian. As executive artists they were unique in their epoch. Dr. Burney, who visited Emmanuel during his continental tour of 1772, tells us in his letters that he was greatly impressed by his piano playing. When improvising he sat before the instrument motionless, as if absent-minded, and with a look of ecstasy on his face. Friedemann was still able to astonish and transport his hearers when at the age of 64, and greatly weakened by an unsteady life and by drink, he gave an organ recital in Berlin. They did not think very highly of each other's creative work. Friedemann used to say of Emmanuel that he had done some pretty little things. Emmanuel did not express a particularly favorable opinion of Haydn. The most important organ composer from Bach's school was Johann Ludwig Krebs, of whom the facetious dilettanti of the time said that in a brook Bach there was only one crab, Krebs caught. His organ chorales are worthy imitations of those of Bach. The most important productions that have come down to us from the school of Bach are really 2 works of instruction in which we have a reflection of his genius. Philipp Emanuel's Versuch über die wahre Art das Klavier zu spielen and Kernberger's Die Kunst des reinen Satzes in der Musik. But what is the last result? Does it matter to a genius what his direct pupils do? He really becomes an instructor in the true sense of the word when his mouth has long been closed and his works begin to speak. When Bach referred to his pupils again and again to the works of the masters as containing the sole instruction that was of any use, he could not foresee that only to a later epoch would he himself be revealed as one of the true teachers. It is said that Brahms awaited with impatience each new volume of the Bach Gesellschaft. When once he had it in his hand, he put aside everything in order to read through it. For, he said, in old Bach there is always something astonishing, and, what is the main thing, there is always something to be learned from him. When a new volume of the Handel edition came, he placed it on the shelf and said, "It is certainly interesting. As soon as I have time, I will look through it." End of chapter 11. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto. Music performed from the source text available in the public domain by Jonathan Scofield, Birmingham, Alabama.